Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1, Warhammer, A New Arrival. Zeke Mason, having just woken from a coma, was nearly knocked out again by the smell. Dan. Zeke rolled over, muttering subconsciously, "Did you shit on the floor again?" Dan was Zeke's pet, a Labrador that ate a lot and pooped just as much. He used to stink up the whole house until, under the threat of Zeke's slipper, he finally learned to do his business in the right spot and behaved much better. Zeke pinched his nose, shook his groggy head, and looked around. A tunnel stretched out in both directions, its ends swallowed by darkness. Rusty fuel drums lay scattered about the tunnel. The drums were riddled with bullet holes, leaking a viscous, oily liquid, the source of the stench. This wasn't his home. A shiver ran through Zeke's body, instantly clearing his mind. A dream? Kidnapping? Scrambling to his feet on all fours, Zeke surveyed his surroundings. An underground cavern. Wait a minute, what was that? Zeke noticed a row of mosquito-sized icons at the bottom of his field of vision. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the shapes. On the left were 10 heart-shaped icons, on the right, golden drumstick icons. Zeke swallowed hard, his mouth watering from nervousness, as a bold idea formed in his mind. If this really is Minecraft. Inventory, he thought silently. A virtual interface unfolded before his eyes. The inventory space consisted of 4 rows and 9 columns. The bottom row was the hotbar, containing a total of 36 slots. On the left was a 3D render of Zeke himself, flanked by 4 armor slots. Seeing something familiar finally gave Zeke a shred of security. Had he transmigrated into the world of Minecraft? Zeke glanced at the scattered cylindrical fuel drums and dismissed the thought. The world of Minecraft didn't have round objects. It was more likely that he had transmigrated to another world carrying the Minecraft system. Understanding his current predicament, Zeke relaxed slightly. Supporting himself against the wall, he began to explore his immediate surroundings. About 10 meters ahead, an orange glow emanated from around a corner. The light illuminated the cave, allowing Zeke to see clearly. His curiosity piqued, he moved towards the light. Squelch, squelch. Stepping past the fuel drums, the sticky liquid clung to the soles of his shoes, pulling into thin strands with every step. As he neared the light, he felt the ambient temperature rise, his frozen body gradually loosening up. Zeke quickened his pace. Reaching the corner, he pressed against the stone wall and peeked halfway out to see the scene before him. A perfectly square wooden chest, surrounded by 4 torches. It looked completely out of place in this dark, twisted environment. 4 torches and a wooden chesty was a bonus chest. As a Minecraft god, Zeke usually wouldn't deign to open a generated bonus chest in survival mode. But now that he had actually transmigrated, he could only admit it looked delicious. Delighted, Zeke strode quickly toward the chest, reaching out to open it. Rumble. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from overhead, as if something had crashed down. The entire cave shook, sending dirt and stone chips raining down from the ceiling. Zeke's hand froze in midair. He hesitated for a moment, then immediately pressed his body sideways, putting his ear against the stone wall. A rough, thunderous voice penetrated the rock layers, exploding faintly in his ears. "This is Kadaya. Unidentified vessel, state your intent." Damn it, it's chaos. Open fire. Everyone, open fire. Fierce gunfire erupted, mixed with explosions and unidentifiable howling. The symphony of war began abruptly and ended just as suddenly. After a few explosions, silence returned, leaving only the sound of Zeke's wildly beating heart. Kadaya. Even if Kadaya could be a coincidence of geography, Zeke had heard the word chaos clearly. He had transmigrated into Warhammer, and specifically onto the fortress world, Kadaya. His head swam, he felt as if the whole world was spinning. Zeke stood in stunned silence for a long time. Phew. Zeke exhaled a long breath of stale air, as if trying to squeeze the fear and despair out of his lungs. Phew, calm down, Zeke. It's just Kadaya. No big deal. It's just a place where chaos walks openly, cultists and lesser demons are as common as dogs, and occasionally greater demons show up to play. Or maybe, during the 13th Black Crusade, the ever-victorious Abaddon might just use a blackstone fortress to blow up the entire planet. Thinking about it this way, it seemed even worse. Zeke smiled bitterly, trying his best to comfort himself, but his thoughts uncontrollably slid toward despair. His wandering gaze eventually settled on the bonus chest. Look on the bright side, at least he had the Minecraft system. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, Zeke reached out and grabbed the bonus chest. Even if this was the scheme of a certain big blue bird, Zeke accepted it. He was already at rock bottom, the only way to go was up. Kreak, the bonus chest opened. 2 red apples and 3 loaves of bread were neatly stacked on the oak planks. On the layer below lay a stone axe, a wooden pickaxe, and 3 logs. Some food and basic tools. Zeke picked up the bread. The soft texture transmitted through the crust, and the rich aroma of wheat drilled into his nose, awakening his body's most primal hunger. In Warhammer, this was a rarity among rarities. 2. Chapter 2 Mod, Just Enough Items. Made from wheat ground down in the M2 era, Zeke suspected that the genetic sequence of this wheat was closer to human than most of the creatures on this planet. Gurgle. The gluttonous worms in his stomach were roused, emitting a long, rumbling protest. This craving for food made Zeke feel the pulse of his own life once again. No wonder people said food could soothe the soul. The hesitation of transmigrating into a strange world, and the fear of the future, were more or less alleviated. Zeke stored the bread in his inventory. His hunger bar had only dropped by 2 units so far, and bread restored 3, so he chose to ration it for now. He then looked at the apples nearby. These were crucial materials for crafting golden apples, so he stored them as well. Next were the wooden pickaxe and stone axe. Their shapes vaguely resembled their Minecraft counterparts, but the materials and details looked as if they had been given an Ultra HD texture pack. First, I'll mine some stone in this underground cave and upgrade this shabby wooden pickaxe to a stone one. Zeke shook his head, shaking the fear in those distant, unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, and focused on the task at hand. He waited deliberately for a while until the commotion above had completely vanished. Then, Zeke grabbed the wooden pickaxe he got from the bonus chest and swung it at the stone wall. A dull thud echoed through the cave. The surface of the wall struck by the pickaxe spider-webbed with countless cracks. It was surprisingly easy. Zeke looked at his hands in amazement. His mining movements were fluid. Whether it was the swing of his arm or the power generated from his waist and core, in a word, standard. More importantly, after those few swings, he wasn't even breathing hard. Only his hunger bar flickered slightly. On a whim, Zeke switched to his bare fist and punched the stone wall with full force. Bang! The cracks on the wall widened a bit, but his hand, aside from being dusted with some rock powder, was completely unharmed. His physical constitution was surprisingly good. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the original Blockman, who could carry 36 stacks of 64 cubic meters of gold blocks, it was still far beyond an ordinary person. His chances of surviving in Warhammer just got bigger. Zeke clenched his fist, feeling the inexhaustible strength in his body, then raised the wooden pickaxe again and continued mining. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. After the stone wall was mined, it left behind a perfectly square void, just like in Minecraft. In the center of the void, a small floating block appeared, which was sucked into Zeke's inventory. Cadian cobblestone. The tag displayed the name of the stone. Zeke broke down the logs into planks, then skillfully crafted a crafting table and sticks. He then placed 2 sticks and 3 Cadian cobblestone blocks on the crafting table. The materials on the table were drawn together by an invisible force, then transformed and reorganized. A brand new tool lay quietly before him. Minecraft crafting. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels incredible. Witnessing the whole process, Zeke couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Just needing raw materials to skip the process and obtain a finished product, in a sense, this was even superior to an STC template. If the COD boys, tech priests, saw this, they would probably go completely insane on the spot. Zeke reached out and gripped the handle. The stone pickaxe was significantly heavier, feeling much more stable in his hand. As he weighed the new tool, text popped up in the chat box at the bottom left of his vision. Loading mods. Followed by a screen full of garbled code. First item crafted. Mod, JEI item manager, enabled. Mods. Zeke was stunned for a moment, then a wave of surprise washed over him. This was good news. Starting off with a heavyweight like JEI, Just Enough Items, this mod was a household name, essential for any mod pack. Not only could it query crafting recipes, but more importantly, it could display the uses of items. It was practically an omniscient encyclopedia. Holding a piece of freshly mined cobblestone, Zeke tried to query it. A transparent interface unfolded before his eyes, showing a 3x3 grid displaying recipes for various stone items. Zeke flipped through them. They were all old friends. He could recite these common recipes by heart. Crackle, pop. The torches planted around the bonus chest burned steadily. Illuminated by the firelight, Zeke grabbed the stone pickaxe, turned to face the stone wall he had just mined, powered up his arms, swung the pickaxe high, and brought it down. Clang! The mining speed was much faster. Zeke struck while the iron was hot, following the pattern to craft a furnace and a stone sword. He also mined some extra stone just in case. When the stone in his inventory accumulated to half a stack, the center of the large pit he had dug revealed a stone that was distinctly different from the surrounding rock. It was a stone with a color far deeper than the surrounding rock, somewhat resembling obsidian. Zeke tentatively tapped the black stone a few times. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the recoil traveled up the pickaxe handle, numbing the web of his hand. This black stone was extremely hard. His pickaxe level wasn't high enough, striking it only left a few almost invisible cracks. Zeke dug around the black stone and discovered that the thing was terrifyingly huge. Looking at the appearance of the stone, Zeke's first thought was of the Cadian pylons. There were 5,810 mysterious pylons standing on the planet of Cadia, also composed entirely of unknown blackstone. Zeke weighed the pros and cons. Looking at his hunger bar, which had 6 units left, he chose to give up digging further. He put away the stone pickaxe, climbed out of the pit he had dug, and returned to the tunnel. His gaze swept over the scattered fuel drums on the ground. Zeke tried to whack one with his stone pickaxe. It dropped a Prometheum bucket. The icon style looked cool, like the iron bucket in Minecraft, but the model was covered in rust marks. It could be used to hold water and lava. Zeke mined 5 more, stored the Prometheum buckets in his inventory, and conveniently took the bonus chest and the 4 torches with him. Holding a torch, Zeke followed the tunnel to find an exit. The surrounding scenery was monotonous, nothing but rusty drums. There wasn't even a shadow of coal or iron ore. Zeke walked for a while but still couldn't see the end, so he stopped. He prepared to forcibly open a vertical shaft. Zeke placed stone blocks beneath his feet, stacking them one by one to tower up while digging straight up. Every time he mined a block above him with the stone pickaxe, he immediately placed one under his feet to fill the gap. Strange to say, the stones above remained suspended after losing support and did not collapse. Just like that, in the silence, Zeke struggled upward, block by block, toward the surface. From Cadayan cobblestone to dirt, Zeke felt the surface getting closer. Finally, after digging away the last block of dirt, Zeke saw the light of day again. Chapter 3, Plague? Zombies. Light flooded in from above, accompanied by the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke mixed with a trace of something foul. Zeke instinctively narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. A vortex, so massive it defied description, dominated the entire sky. Inside it, purple light churned and rotated slowly, as if threatening to suck in anyone who gazed upon it. That was the Eye of Terror, Cadaya's most famous landmark. Zeke didn't dwell on the Eye of Terror. He patted the dirt off his sleeves, braced his hands on the edge, and vaulted out of the hole. Looking around, he saw nothing but ruins. There were traces of artillery strikes, and stray sparks still burned here and there. In the center of this wreckage, a massive object lay silently. Relying on his memory of sci-fi movies, Zeke was certain it was a small starship. Its current state could only be described as shattered. The hull was riddled with scorched holes, half buried in the ground. The massive tremor he had felt underground earlier had been caused by this ship crashing. Zeke locked his gaze on the deformed entrance of the cabin. He saw a viscous green liquid oozing out from under the door gap. No wonder he had been smelling that faint, lingering stench. Zeke switched the block in his hand for the stone sword, staying alert to his surroundings. First time stepping on surface. Mod, minimap, loaded. A line of text popped up in the bottom left chat box, breaking the heavy atmosphere. A small circular map appeared in the bottom right corner of Zeke's vision. Zeke scanned the minimap. It displayed the terrain and creatures within a 20-meter radius, with Zeke at the center. To the north location of the ship there were 2 red dots, hostile mobs, surrounding a green dot, friendly mob. Zeke looked in that direction and saw a figure leaning against the hull. His head hung low, hands drooping weakly at his sides. A strangely shaped rifle lay near his hand. It looked like a Cadayan Whiteshield. If that was the green dot, where were the red dots? Zeke crouched low and approached the soldier. Cough, cough. Hearing footsteps, the Whiteshield lifted his head. The moment Zeke saw the man's face, his scalp tingled. He instinctively took a few sharp steps back, holding his stone sword across his chest. Half of the Whiteshield's face was split open, as if corroded by strong acid. It was ulcerated and bloated, a truly disgusting sight. Even worse, the rot was spreading to the rest of his face. Cough, cough, watch your feet. The Whiteshield looked at Zeke, his lips trembling as he murmured the warning. Almost simultaneously, the 2 stationary red dots on the minimap surged toward him with alarming speed. Squelch! The rubble beneath Zeke's feet exploded. 4 rotting arms burst from the earth, grabbing at Zeke's ankles. Superhuman reflexes allowed Zeke to react the moment he heard the strange noise below him. He immediately kicked off the ground and jumped up, narrowly grazing the rotting arms and dodging the attack. In midair, Zeke twisted his head to look at the ground. 2 creatures sewn fat, one thin were struggling to crawl out of the earth. They looked strikingly similar to the zombies in MC, the same rotting skin, the same bloated eyes. Judging by the tattered uniforms fused to their flesh, they had likely been human once, but were now infected by something and transformed into walking dead. Can't let them touch me. The thought flashed through his mind. Zeke gripped his stone sword tight and twisted his body in midair. Using the momentum of his fall, he slashed the stone sword downwards, cutting through the air. A screech rang out as a line of blood bloomed on the thin zombie's head. Critical hit. Unique particle effects burst from the zombie's body. Zeke's stone sword embedded itself into the thin zombie's scalp without resistance, only stopping when it hit hard bone. Clearly, the jump crit mechanic from MC worked in the Warhammer world too. -7.5. Zeke mentally calculated the thin zombie's health. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the stone sword from the wound, drawing out a stream of thick, yellow-green pus. As his feet touched the ground, Zeke pressed the attack. While the thin zombie was knocked back, he gripped the hilt with both hands, engaged his core to rotate his entire body, and delivered a sweeping strike. The attack cooldown bar below his vision had just refilled. The stone sword slashed into the thin zombie's head again. The already damaged skull couldn't withstand the blow and shattered. So weak. Its health was visually below 20, even weaker than a standard MC zombie. Zeke made a quick judgment. He immediately raised his foot and kicked the zombie in the chest, sending the twitching corpse flying and ending it for good. The battle flowed like water. The zombie's corpse rolled on the ground a few times before vanishing into thin air. Colorful experience orbs and 2 pieces of rotten flesh popped out, floating toward Zeke. Rotten flesh? These things look like zombies, and they even drop the same loot as MC zombies? First mob killed. Mod, Jade, loaded. Jade, an incredibly useful utility mod. It had many functions, including but not limited to displaying mob health and basic info, or the name and mining level of the block you were looking at. Zeke shook the blood off his sword and turned to look at the fat zombie nearby. Perhaps due to its obesity, the fat zombie moved sluggishly, lagging a beat behind when crawling out of the ground. This gave Zeke the chance to finish off the thin zombie quickly. The fat zombie had a health bar of 25 HP above its head. The name displayed was, Soldier Infected with Zombie Plague. Zombie Plague. Zeke knew what this was. It was a virus. In the novels, Typhus's plague fleet had served as the vanguard for a Black Crusade, conquering and spreading viruses extensively across the segmentum obscurus, including the zombie plague. The fat zombie roared in anger, its massive, greasy belly emitting a gurgling, squelching sound. A wave of intense stench, born of fermented corpses and filth, rushed toward Zeke first. Following close behind was a stream of turbid, green, unidentified liquid. Zeke's stone sword struck first, chopping toward the enemy's head, while his body dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the stream of mystery liquid. But the intense stench emitted by the liquid still drilled into Zeke's nose. Just one whiff made Zeke's head spin with dizziness. His buff bar lit up: nausea, 10s, weakness I, 30s, and hunger, 60s. His hunger bar, already depleted by mining and with only 6 units left, began to shake. It was in critical danger. The fat zombie didn't dodge. It used its massive belly to meet the stone sword. Under the effect of weakness, the stone sword struggled to cut through the skin, blocked by the thick layer of fat, unable to penetrate deeper. Zeke stumbled back, blowing his nose as a violent urge to vomit seized him. His vision began to wobble, expanding and contracting as if he were drunk on bad moonshine. With the level 1 weakness debuff, Zeke's stone sword had only dealt 1 point of damage. The fat zombie still had 24 HP left. What a pain in the ass, Zeke cursed silently, trying his best to steady his body and not collapse from the nausea. If only I had a bucket of milk. 4, Chapter 4, Absolute Defense. Die, Chaos Scum. A curse ground out through clenched teeth rang out. The voice drew the attention of both Zeke and the fat zombie. They saw the Whiteshield from before, trembling as he raised his lasgun, aiming it at the zombie. While Zeke had been fighting fiercely, this Whiteshield soldier had been struggling to reach the fallen lasgun. Nice assist, Zeke thought to himself, immediately backing away. Sensing something, the fat zombie roared in charge toward the Whiteshield. The Whiteshield soldier didn't fire blindly. He knew his physical condition, so he waited quietly as the fat zombie got closer and closer. Die! The Whiteshield growled low, using the last of his strength to squeeze the trigger. Firing from the hip meant the lasgun's accuracy was poor, the shots scattering wildly. But the close range made up for it perfectly. Several laser beams slammed into the fat zombie's torso. The sickening sizzle of burning grease filled the air. The fat zombie howled in pain, its body swaying. In the final moments of its life, its oily green eyes locked onto the dying Whiteshield in front of it. Its bloated body began to expand like an inflating balloon. It's going to explode. At this distance, if Zeke turned and ran, he would definitely survive. But that Whiteshield soldier was right next to the fat zombie. The Whiteshield obviously realized this too. A fleeting fear of death and a longing for life crossed his eyes. But soon, those emotions were burned away by a fire within, leaving only grim determination. Grandfather, father, brother, I'm coming to join you. He clenched one hand into a fist, hammered it heavily against his chest, and shouted with all his might. Kadaya stands. Just as the word stands left his mouth, a figure charged into his field of vision against the flow, sprinting madly toward him. The Whiteshield's pupils constricted in shock. Damn it, get out of here. The Whiteshield shouted at Zeke. The next second, he saw a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. Facing that rapidly expanding body, the newcomer simply pulled out a cube. Clack 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 clack. Square stone blocks were placed on the ground, snapping together seamlessly, stacking layer upon layer. In the blink of an eye, a rough stone wall rose up, forming a barricade. This scene, which defied all common sense, made the Whiteshield soldier's mind go blank for a moment. In the shadow cast by the stone wall, the only sounds were his own heavy panting and the calm breathing of the man beside him. Boom! The massive sound of the explosion came from the other side of the wall. Chunks of flesh and gore slapped against the stone but were completely blocked. The Whiteshield soldier turned his head in a daze, looking at the calm profile of the man beside him composed, as if everything was under control. That was close. Zeke faced the stone wall, cold sweat pouring down his back. Thank God I mined enough blocks underground. Coupled with the hand speed I practiced from years of PvP, that was a close call but safe. Zeke turned around and looked at the Whiteshield. The Whiteshield's lips were trembling. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile for Zeke, but combined with his horrific infected wounds, it looked terrifyingly grotesque. Up close, Zeke realized this Whiteshield was very young, likely only around 16 years old, fitting the Kadayan policy of training them from childhood. His irises were purple, bearing a striking resemblance to the Eye of Terror. The mod displayed that his 20 HP bar had only 5 HP left. He also had a debuff called Zombie Plague, with a duration of 72 minutes. 72 minutes likely represented the time until the plague fully transformed him. Zeke felt a wave of regret. Even if he wanted to save him, he didn't have the means. This was the work of Nurgle, after all. What could a blockman do? Wait a minute. Maybe I actually do have a way. Zeke's eyes lit up. Since the so-called zombie plague was displayed in the buff bar, that meant it was treated as a status effect. Did this mean milk could clear the state? The more Zeke thought about it, the more possible it seemed. But soon, a bucket of cold water was poured over his hope. Cows have been extinct in Warhammer for ages. Where am I going to find one? Seeing the strange man in front of him remain silent for so long, the Whiteshield's eyes suddenly swept over the stone sword in Zeke's hand, flashing with suspicion. A strange man, holding a primitive weapon, yet his movements are agile, comparable to the Kashyyykan. Was that weird trick he just used the power of the warp? The Whiteshield was very conflicted. On one hand, this man was arguably his savior. But on the other hand, he had heard stories from the Kashyyykan veterans. Some chaos demons love to play the savior, giving hope first, extracting intelligence, and then torturing you to death. The Whiteshield unconsciously shifted his body toward the lasgun on the ground. I'm Zeke Mason. You. Zeke looked at the Whiteshield. The response was tight lips and a guarded stare. You look alert on the surface, but your heart has already betrayed you. Zeke had already seen through the rookie soldier's disguise. Why? Because the bright discount on the trading interface exposed everything. Villager, novice weaponsmith. 15 coal-1 emerald. 16 emeralds-iron sword, fire aspect. But why a weaponsmith? In Minecraft, a villager's profession is determined by their workstation. But in Warhammer, what determined the profession? Zeke first guessed it might be related to personal experience. He cleared his throat and asked, "Do you have experience forging weapons?" The muscles on the Whiteshield's face tensed for a split second before he forcibly suppressed it, but Zeke caught that fleeting look of shock. That's an opening. Zeke immediately threw out a few irrelevant questions, today's date, where they were located. The Whiteshield opened his mouth, almost speaking several times. Until Zeke's third question, why are you here? The Whiteshield's Adam's apple bobbed, and he finally spoke. Damn it, it was that ship. It forced its way into Kadayan airspace without permission. Multiple warnings were ignored. Plagues have been rampant in the sector recently, so command ordered it to be shot down directly. The Whiteshield continued, under the density of anti-air fire, it actually managed to crash land successfully. Our squad was ordered to investigate. His voice suddenly choked up as his gaze swept over the scattered limbs around them. Inside were infected zombies. Those sluggish zombies were no threat, it was something else. Fast. It broke our formation. The Whiteshield gritted his teeth and punched the ground weakly. After the Whiteshield's rapid breathing calmed down slightly, Zeke fell silent for a moment, then tried to change the subject to distract him. Do you know where I can find a cow around here? Cow. The jump between topics was too large for the Whiteshield. He looked up, confusion written all over his face. Yeah, a type of livestock. Zeke gestured as best he could. Produces a milky white liquid, smells creamy, drinkable. Never heard of it. The Whiteshield shook his head. Seeing the Whiteshield was so weak that even speaking was difficult, Zeke didn't want to press further. After confirming the area was safe via the minimap, he settled the Whiteshield there temporarily, placed a torch next to him as a marker, and walked toward the spot where the zombie had exploded. Chapter 5, The Figurine King Obsessed with Collecting. Besides the usual experience orb and 3 pieces of rotten flesh, this fat zombie actually dropped a potato. This wasn't scientific, but it was very Minecraft. Zeke remembered that in Minecraft, zombies dropped rotten flesh most of the time, but there was also a tiny chance they would drop potatoes, carrots, or iron ingots, 2.5%. Plague-infected zombies. Minecraft zombies. The Whiteshield soldier. Minecraft villager. There was a mysterious connection here. In Warhammer, some creatures similar to Minecraft counterparts seem to be endowed with Minecraft characteristics. Zeke stored the potato in his inventory. Next, as long as he found suitable dirt and a water source, he could try farming to secure a stable food source. But for now, he checked his buff bar. The hunger debuff inflicted by the fat zombie still had 30 seconds remaining. His hunger bar had already dropped to 2 units, a very dangerous level. Scanning his inventory, Zeke took out the bread, then the apples, and finally switched to the rotten flesh. He currently had the hunger debuff anyway. 2 negatives make a positive. Eating it now meant no extra penalty. Let's do this. Zeke stared at the rotten flesh in his hand. The sour stench of rot wafted from it. Compared to this, even corpse starch suddenly seemed appetizing. Zeke steeled his heart, pinched his nose, shoved the rotten flesh directly into his mouth, and began to chew vigorously. Ugh! An indescribable taste exploded in his mouth. Veins popped out on Zeke's forehead as he fought back the urge to retch. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. In one go, he ate all 5 pieces of rotten flesh in his backpack, filling his hunger bar completely. He suppressed the churning in his stomach and waited quietly for the hunger status effect to fade. As soon as his physical functions recovered, he set off toward the damaged merchant ship embedded diagonally in the earth. The main airlock was severely deformed from the impact and couldn't be opened at all. Airlock door. Composition, 80% plasteel. Mining level, iron. Zeke didn't have an iron pickaxe, so he had to brute force it with his stone pickaxe. Its hardness was comparable to iron ore. About 3 seconds later, the deformed door shattered and vanished, revealing a pitch-black corridor behind it. He raised his torch. The light dispelled the darkness at the entrance, and air mixed with the smell of machine oil rushed out from inside. Zeke took a deep breath. He remembered how he used to love adding adventure mods to his mod packs, which would always generate special structures, and his favorite thing to do was explore those randomly generated dungeons. As a merchant ship, there should be some good loot, right? Zeke gripped the torch tighter and stepped into the darkness ahead. Meanwhile, back among the ruins, the torch stuck in the ground next to the Whiteshield burned steadily, illuminating the immediate area. An ominous hum tore through the silence as reality let out a struggling wail. Space rippled, tearing open like silk. Accompanied by eerie green lightning shooting from the rift, a mechanical hand reached out from the void. So cold. The young Whiteshield soldier curled up, pressing himself tightly against the torch, only thing providing him warmth. Whoosh! The flame of the torch Zeke left behind flared up, its gentle halo turning blazing hot. A sound of confusion came from within the rift. Then, all anomalies were wiped away, leaving only a deathly silence, as if nothing had just happened. The Whiteshield lay on the cold ground. As his body temperature and life force drained away bit by bit, his thoughts began to sink into eternal chaos. Just before his consciousness was completely cut off, faint footsteps approached from the distance. The sound of cold mechanical whirring drilled into his ears. Functions similar to a blackstone obelisk, capable of suppressing the warp. No, not quite. It feels more like a rule. Incredible. Its material composition is mundane, and its combustion principle is merely the most common oxidation reaction. Theoretically, it should only be a temporary, disposable light source. How is this achieved? And this: length, width, height precise to exactly 1 meter. A cube that ignores gravity and structural mechanics. I didn't expect such a delightful surprise on this trip. Worthy of the collection. The White's heel jolted, straining to open his heavy eyelids. The ruins before him were still empty. However, the life-saving stone wall Zeke had built was now missing a corner, and the torch had vanished. Walking inside the merchant ship, aside from the torch in Zeke's hand, the only light came from the red emergency lights flickering in the darkness, signals of machine failure. Zeke stared at the minimap. The structure of this merchant ship was simple. There was a main corridor in the center, with small rooms distributed on both sides. Zeke moved forward, trying his best to ignore the severed limbs and corpses scattered in the hallway. He arrived at the first door. Peering through the twisted gap, it looked like a mess hall. Zeke mined the door open with his pickaxe and stepped inside. The scene that greeted him was total chaos. The floor was littered with various cans and jars. In the center stood a metal dining table, and further in was a row of lockers, with piles of white objects underneath. Grok's can. Zeke bent down to pick up an iron can that had rolled to his feet. He remembered a joke circulating in the Warhammer community. How do you tell a recruit from a veteran? Answer: a recruit covers his nose while opening a can, while a veteran stabs the can violently with a dagger. The reason was simple. The raw material of Grok's can. Grox was a creature with such potent vitality that even when processed into canned food, its meat still carried larvae known as flesh-boring worms. If you didn't want them bursting out of your stomach, it was best to process the food first. Methods included hacking it with a knife or axe, or roasting it with a flamer. Unfortunately, Zeke wouldn't get to taste this delicacy. The can in his hand had already been sliced open, its contents missing. Looking at the cut on the can, it didn't look like it had been opened by a human, but rather by some kind of beast. He picked up the cans on the ground one by one, but they were all empty. Zeke could only sigh with regret. Dropping the empty can, Zeke rummaged through the garbage on the floor. Finding nothing else of value, he turned toward the row of lockers deep in the dining hall. Only when he got close did he realize the white objects under the lockers were bones. There were even scraps of meat on them. As Zeke approached, the bones floated up and were sucked into his inventory. Bones X18. Looking at the lockers, they were covered in claw marks. The first few had been pried open, their contents scattered everywhere. Only the very last locker remained tightly shut. Faint claw marks on its surface told the story of the intruder's fury at failing to open it. Strange. Zeke's gaze shifted between the last locker and the others. They were all lockers, but the last one had obviously been reinforced. Custom locker door. Material: 15% adamantium, 80% plasteel. Mining level: diamond. Adamantium was one of the strongest materials used by the Imperium of Man. Most ordinary weapons couldn't penetrate it. It was often used to make the Eternity Gate or combined with ceramite to craft Terminator armor. Zeke couldn't understand why such precious metal would be used for a locker door. But that's my gain. Zeke circled around it and found that all 6 sides were made of the same material. He picked a side at random and prepared to brute force it. 6. Chapter 6, Minceraft's strongest single target control. The cracks spread at the speed of a tortoise. A minute passed, and it was only halfway done. When the mining progress bar hit 90%, just about to finish, a red dot suddenly flashed across the minimap. It was so fast that if Zeke hadn't been focusing most of his attention on the minimap, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Zeke's movement faltered, and the locker door, which he had painstakingly mined halfway, reverted to its original state. Do you know the despair of mining obsidian with your bare hands, only to be ambushed at 99%? Zeke cursed inwardly but raised his guard. This must be the creature the White's Heel mentioned. Sure enough, it was still on the ship. The quality of Kadayan soldiers was a cut above the average planetary PDF. Whatever could wipe out their squad was definitely no ordinary opponent. Need to make some preparations. Zeke took out the crafting table and placed it on the floor. From the 3 logs obtained from the bonus chest, he had crafted 12 planks. 4 went into the crafting table, 2 into sticks, leaving 6 planks remaining. Enough. Zeke took 5 of the planks and arranged them on the crafting table. Fast, are you? Let me show you Minecraft's strongest single-target crowd control. Zeke resumed mining the locker door. 2 minutes later, the door was finally smashed open, revealing the contents inside. Egg X3, Grok's Jerky X2, Recipe X1. The locker was messy with egg yolk and broken shells, but fortunately, 3 intact eggs remained. Further inside were 2 strips of Grok's Jerky, wrapped perfectly in waterproof cloth, with a note stuck on top. A true Warhammer gourmet. The items in the locker, whether the eggs or the Grok's Jerky, were ingredients not easily obtained. In Warhammer, chickens had long since gone extinct, so eggs were generally cloned. And Grok's Jerky, made from a large, farmed herbivore called the Groks, was far superior to Grok's meat in a can in both taste and safety. Zeke picked up the note next to the food. When his fingers touched the paper, text popped up in the chat box. Mod, Warhammer's Delight, Farmer's Delight Warhammer Edition, unlocked. Recipe learned, Grok's Sandwich. Grok's Sandwich restores 5 hunger, 6 saturation, grants regeneration I for 30 seconds. At the same time, the recipe information rushed into Zeke's mind. 3 wheat on top, 3 wheat on bottom. In the middle row, from left to right, egg, Grok's Jerky, egg. This recipe was similar to crafting a cake for a food item. It was considered complex. However, it provided powerful buffs, making it absolutely worth the cost. This trip to the merchant ship had already paid for itself. Zeke unfolded the note. It was the menu for this mess hall. Day 1, crew, Groxkin Captain, fried eggs plus bread. Day 2, crew, Groxkin Captain, sandwich plus recaf. Crew eats cans every day, while you keep all the good stuff for yourself, huh? After clearing out the locker, Zeke glanced at the adamantium lock, one side broken, 5 sides remaining gone, stored the whole thing in his inventory. It contains high-grade metal, after all. Once I unlock Tinker's Construct or similar mods later, it'll definitely be useful. After confirming there was nothing else of value in this room, Zeke returned to the main corridor and continued exploring. Stepping out of the mess hall, Zeke habitually scanned the minimap. A red dot appeared at the edge. Zeke didn't stop walking. He continued down the corridor, keeping the red dot in his peripheral vision. The red dot was moving with him. Its goal was clear, it was coming for him. Zeke's muscles tensed. He naturally angled his body slightly, glancing behind him. Up on the pipes, a pair of eyes glowing yellow hid in the darkness, spying on him. Its senses were extremely sharp. Zeke had tried his best to hide his movements, but it had still noticed. The torch in his hand flickered as a cold draft rose out of nowhere behind him. The red dot on the map shot from the edge to right in front of Zeke in less than a heartbeat. So fast. There was no time to think. Relying entirely on instinct, Zeke immediately placed the item he had just crafted behind him. It was a crude wooden boat. Thud. A dull sound of impact and violent shaking followed, and a gust of wind brushed past the back of Zeke's neck. Gotcha. Zeke's heart pounded wildly. He turned around to see that the simple wooden boat now had a passenger. A cat-like creature, face full of shock. It bared its teeth at Zeke, claws waving frantically, but was powerless against the prey right in front of its nose. It couldn't even stand, forced into a comical semi-squat inside the boat. Zeke chuckled unkindly. The pose was just too funny. Zeke circled the boat, observing the creature carefully. HP 20. The name displayed was PHYRR cat. Although it had cat in its name, it was closer to the creature in Zeke's memory called a saber-toothed tiger. Sharp claws, a pair of fangs protruding from its lower lip, and limbs packed with bulging muscles, full of power. This PHYRR cat was also infected by the plague. Its fur and skin had begun to rot. He had never heard of this creature, but that was normal. The Warhammer universe was so vast that no one could recognize every species. Around the PHYRR cat's neck hung a collar engraved with 3 large words, Escher's beloved pet. Zeke took out his stone sword, positioned himself carefully, and struck. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. At first, the PHYRR cat aggressively tried to swat the stone sword away, but as its health dropped lower and lower, the beast felt the fear of death. Its aggression faded. It lowered its head, emitting a pitiful purr whine. In the end, it even exposed its fragile belly to Zeke like a tamed house cat. This action reminded Zeke of his dog, Dan, back home, and a wave of sadness hit him. Without me, I don't know if that dumb dog can survive. Zeke felt hope was slim. However, Zeke didn't stop his attack. Deep in the PHYRR cat's pupils, he saw wriggling maggots. It was parasitized. The empty Grox cans in the mess hall were probably eaten by this little glutton. What a pity. Zeke delivered the final blow. The PHYRR cat's body turned into a puff of white smoke. A toothacheing squeak sound came from the smoke. Flesh-boring worm, HP 8/8. 3 fat, white worms fell to the ground from the dissipating smoke, twisting their bodies frantically, trying to escape. Zeke cleanly executed 2 sweeping edge attacks, clearing out the worms. Colorful experience flowed into Zeke's body. Level up. Zeke reached level 2. PHYRR cat meat, X2, leather, X4. The drops from the cat were normal, but the flesh-boring worms dropped a novelty item. Parasitic egg, X1. Checking with mod, JEI, he found it was a throwable item that could inflict the parasite buff on the target for 30 seconds. The parasite buff existed in vanilla Minecraft, via commands/potions rarely, or mods. The effect, while under this status, every time the target takes damage, there is a 10% chance to spawn 1 to 2 silverfish. Nice weapon. Zeke pocketed it. The remaining cabins looked like crew quarters. Aside from some clothes, there were only a few bottles of unopened drinking water. Zeke took out the Prometheum buckets and filled 2 of them with water. 7, Chapter 7, 5th Generation Gene Stealer. At the end of the main corridor was the cockpit. Aside from a metal sliding door on the floor, the cockpit was filled with various screens and instruments that dazzled Zeke's eyes. However, Zeke still recognized the machine in the center, a cogitator. This thing was essentially a navigation system, capable of automatically planning navigation routes and recording information. Zeke looked at the darkened screen and banged it twice with his fist. Miracles happen with brute force. The cogitator sparked and miraculously lit up. Zeke leaned in close to the computer and browsed through the files until he found one named Navigation Log. Log 1, after this big job, I won't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of my life. That Hive Noble actually offered such a high price. I really don't get what's so special about a beastly cat. Maybe this is just the idle leisure of big shots. No wonder the PHYRR cat he killed earlier had a pet tag on its neck. Zeke continued reading down. Log 2, stuff keeps going missing from the mess hall. Crew members have been complaining recently about hearing strange noises from there at night. Whatever, let's just finish this job first. Log 3, there's definitely a thief on board. Did they sneak in when we docked last time? Such a huge appetite they cleared out the entire mess hall. Reinforce the food lockers for me. Wait, only reinforce my locker. The crew can figure it out themselves. Log 4, finally caught you, you damn thief. No wonder you ate so much, there are 2 of them. Dispose of the male for me. As for the female, lock her in the bottom cage for now. Log 5, it's over. It's all over. We just had to finish this one job, just this one job. How did it come to this? That was all the information recorded in the computer. The story wasn't complicated. It was a smuggling ship transporting exotic animals that encountered a plague, eventually crashing onto Kadaya with everyone on board dead. Zeke thought of the bones in his inventory and the corpses in the hallway. The fate of those people was easy to imagine. After carefully checking the cogitator one more time to ensure he hadn't missed anything, Zeke went to the metal sliding door on the floor. He pulled it open with force. It revealed a vertical shaft leading down, but the ladder was missing. He casually picked up a piece of debris and dropped it. He waited a moment before the sound of it landing echoed up. Zeke placed a water bucket at the edge. The water flowed just like in Minecraft, forming a downward water column. Jumping into the stream, Zeke rode the water down to the lower level. The lower level was far more spacious than the upper level, and unlike the upper deck, it hadn't been wrecked by the crash. There were almost no signs of damage. Huge glass display cases were arranged in neat rows. The first case had a large hole broken into it. The label on it read, "PHYRR cat, feed 3 times a day." The second case was also empty. The label warned, "Farulian viper, secretes deadly venom, keep distance when feeding." When the torchlight moved to the third case, Zeke stopped. There was a living creature inside. Thanks to the intact life support system on the lower level, this creature's status bar showed no plague marker. But one of its legs was bent at an odd angle, clearly broken, and its health bar was down to a pitiful 2 HP. The label noted, "Stegadon, secretes a milky white liquid when nursing young. The liquid tastes excellent, high purchase price offered." Secretes a milky white liquid? Zeke pressed his entire face against the glass to peer inside. 4 hooves, and udder on its abdomen similar to a cow. Wait, isn't this just a cow? Startled by the flattened human face on the glass, the Stegadon inside let out a low whinny. Dragging its crippled leg, it stubbornly shifted forward and then headbutted the glass with a thud. Such a fierce temperament? Zeke mined the glass open with his stone pickaxe, placed a wooden boat, and trapped the immobile Stegadon inside. This cow he had finally found absolutely could not die. Once the Stegadon settled down, Zeke switched to the Prometheum bucket in his inventory and clicked on it. According to the sign, the Stegadon should only produce milk when nursing. But in Minecraft, even bulls can be milked. Logic didn't matter here. Prometheum bucket turned into beast milk. Zeke filled 3 buckets in a row before stopping, no because he had enough, but because he ran out of empty buckets. The Stegadon slumped in the boat as if completely drained, looking at Zeke with a mixture of terror and confusion. This is an infinite milk source. Even if it doesn't cure poison, I can still drink it. The good days are still ahead. Zeke weighed the beast milk in his hand. Stegadon is too fancy a name. From now on, I'll just call you Cow. Zeke walked toward the final glass display case at the end of the corridor. The firelight dispelled the shadows, revealing 2 figures inside the caisson, large, one small, hugging each other tightly. 2. Didn't the navigation log say there was only 1 remaining? Zeke leaned closer. The larger figure was vaguely recognizable as a female. She was curled up on the ground, long devoid of life, her arms locked in a death grip around the small thing in her embrace. Zeke raised his stone pickaxe and smashed the glass. Stepping inside, his foot landed next to a pool of congealed blood. On the floor, scrawled in blackened blood, were a few crooked words, "Save my child." As if hearing the intruder's footsteps, the bundle in the woman's arms twitched, then erupted into a burst of ear-piercing crying. The sound was like the screech of a crow, grating on the nerves and making Zeke's scalp tingle. Zeke used his stone sword to pry open the woman's cold arms. The firelight fully illuminated the child she had sworn to protect with her life. It was a monster. Gray skin, several twisted limbs protruding from the sides of its torso, unconsciously clawing at the air. Its head was disproportionately large. There were no visible eyes, just 2 deep, sunken black pits. Its snout protruded forward, filled with dense rows of pale, needle-like teeth. What heresy! Scene after scene of extreme discomfort made Zeke feel a wave of nausea. The name on the health bar revealed the truth. The dead woman was a 4th-generation gene stealer. She looked almost indistinguishable from a human, able to hide perfectly within the populace. But her cursed bloodline had undergone a terrifying reversion in her offspring, giving birth to a 5th generation, a pure strain gene stealer. Even more tragic was that the broodmind's psychic influence had twisted her perception. Until the very last moment of her life, she likely believed that what she held in her arms was a normal human baby. Zeke looked at the bloody words on the floor, then at the pure strain gene stealer still emitting that piercing noise. Holding onto a sliver of unrealistic hope, Zeke took a bucket of beast milk from his inventory and placed it next to the pure strain. Even though its status bar clearly displayed that it had no abnormal statuses that could be cleared, the pure strain stopped tearing at its mother. After a brief pause, it buried its entire face in the bucket and began to feed frantically. Nothing happened. It was born this way, this was what it was. Zeke's heart sank, plunging into a cold void. As expected, it doesn't work. Maybe those infected later in life can be cured by milk, but natural-born monsters like this ultimately cannot. Zeke sighed silently, waiting quietly for the pure strain to finish all the milk in front of it. The dead mother had a faint smile on her lips, as if thanking Zeke for feeding her child. In the underground space, the torch suddenly extinguished. Darkness swallowed everything, including the ear-piercing crying. An instant, or perhaps longer. The darkness was dispelled by a freshly lit match. The firelight danced again, reflecting on Zeke's expressionless face. A pure strain gene stealer's combat power is no joke, even as an infant. Feeding it milk was partly to see if the infection could be cured, but mostly to lower its guard so he could launch a surprise attack. String X4, Spider Eye X1, Gene Stealer Claw X1. Part of the loot table was from spiders. Gene Stealers equals spiders, both are arthropods, in a sense, so it made sense. As for the Gene Stealer Claw, the JEI description was interesting. The claws of a pure strain Gene Stealer are covered in a biofield, allowing them to easily destroy hard metals. Upon death, the biofield vanishes. Perhaps you have some way to restore it and craft it into a weapon. Like this book? Please leave a review. Want more chapters daily? Every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. 8. Chapter 8, A Milk a Day Keeps Nurgle Away. As an ordinary person, killing Xenos with his own hands had somewhat changed his mindset. I am a technical player. I am a technical player. As everyone knows, technical players have no emotions. After chanting this self-comforting mantra, Zeke's mood improved significantly. He walked back to the wooden boat-trapping cow, the Stegadon, and dragged the boat to the water stream he had left earlier. Rowing the oars, the man and the cow returned the way they came, boating on dry land all the way out of the ship and back to the surface. Hey, where's my torch? From a distance, Zeke saw that a piece of the wall corner he had built was missing. What tightened his chest even more was that a torch planted on the wall was also gone. Zeke hadn't mined any coal yet, so he had to be sparing with every torch. He remembered clearly where he put them. Jogging over to the Whiteseal's side, he saw the soldier gasping for breath on the ground. Zeke suppressed his questions and put the issue of the missing torch aside for now. At this point, the Whiteseal's skin had turned pale, and his scalp was beginning to slough off. Zeke lifted the bucket size of a washbasin and poured the entire bucket of beast milk directly into the Whiteseal's mouth. The Whiteseal's consciousness was sinking into boundless darkness. In the blur, he saw his long-departed family, and a figure radiating golden light. He almost teared up. Is that you? A powerful force yanked him back. Hey, can you hear me? The Whiteseal looked around blankly, his gaze finally settling on Zeke, who was holding an empty bucket. The plague effect was gone. It really worked. Zeke watched with his own eyes as the zombie plague icon vanished from the Whiteseal's status bar. A wave of joy washed over him. So much for Nurgle's infection. A great entity is displeased with your actions. Attract the attention of the remaining 4 entities to unlock mod artifacts. Seeing the text appear in the chat box, Zeke's face froze instantly. Cough, cough, cough. The green hue on the Whiteseal's face faded, and color returned to his cheeks, though the corroded flesh did not regenerate. The Whiteseal felt something surging up his throat. Wretch! The beast milk gushed out from his throat like a dam bursting. I'm still alive. The infection is gone? Memories came flooding back like the tide. The Whiteseal looked at his hands in disbelief. It took a long time for him to digest everything that had just happened. Holding the empty bucket, Zeke took a deep breath. Offended is offended. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. He took it in stride and opened the Whiteseal's trading interface. Villager, Novice Weaponsmith. 15 coal-1 emerald. 11 emeralds-iron sword, fire aspect. The price dropped again. If he fully turned into a zombie villager and I cured him with a splash potion of weakness and a golden apple, maybe I could get it even lower. The thought flashed through Zeke's mind. Of course, he was just thinking about it. For one, golden apples were expensive. For another, the person in front of him wasn't a villager who only knew how to say oomph, but a living, breathing human being. Zeke crouched down and leaned in front of the Whiteseal. My reputation with him has increased so much I should be able to get answers to my earlier questions now. What's your name? Dance. He paused, looking at Zeke. My name is Dance. Zeke then asked for the time and location. He learned that it was currently the end of the 41st millennium, and the place he was in was the Tyrek Fields. While answering Zeke's questions, Dance crawled toward the nearby ruins, where a corpse, long devoid of vital signs, was buried. Seeing the grief on his face, Zeke chose to give the soldier some time alone. Passing by the Stegadon, Zeke refilled the milk buckets. The cow, with dull, lifeless eyes, shook its body twice, gave up struggling, and allowed itself to be milked. After saving Dance, Zeke trekked along the ruins, looking for wood. The logs he got from the bonus chest were all used up. Because of the ship's explosion, the few trees in this ruin had been ignited and burned into charcoal. Chopping them with the stone axe yielded a few pieces of charcoal. Charcoal. In Minecraft, Zeke rarely used this stuff. After all, mining coal usually yielded a huge stack, so there was no need to burn logs into charcoal. Zeke cleared the remains of the trees, pocketing the pieces of charcoal. A burnt tree dropped about 4 pieces of charcoal. In no time, he had collected 24 pieces in his inventory. At the edge of the ruins, trees gradually became more common. The trees on Kadaya were shorter than imagined, their gnarled branches reaching toward the sky. To get rich, first punch trees. Zeke walked to the nearest tree, raised his stone axe, and began what should have been the first step. A few chops later, the mine trunk shattered, turning into drops that flew to Zeke. Without support, the trunk sections above didn't fall according to gravity but remained suspended in midair. He chopped down 8 trees in one go, collecting 64 logs and 3 saplings. After finishing the logging, Zeke put the stone axe back in his inventory and looked at the weeds by the tree. The soil under the tree was compacted, with sparse grass stems crawling over it, perfect for getting wheat seeds. Zeke took out the one bone from his backpack, crafted it into bone meal, took a pinch, and sprinkled it on the nearest withered grass. The withered, curled grass stems came to life and stood upright. Not enough. Zeke continued to sprinkle bone meal. The second handful landed on the cracked, compacted soil nearby. Tender green shoots broke through the soil, poking their heads out to form a patch. Zeke took out the water bucket and placed it on the ground. Under the wash of the water current, the weeds were broken, and a wheat seed dropped. Mission accomplished. He collected the water. Looking at the last pinch of bone meal left in his backpack, Zeke thought about how keeping it would waste a slot, so he casually sprinkled it at his feet. Green grass surged up again, but this time, there was a splash of Rita poppy. Zeke's nose twitched, and he instinctively took a deep breath. The stench of Nurgle's creations didn't need further explanation since transmigrating, his nose had suffered quite a bit. Zeke leaned toward the poppy to pick the flower, but something beat him to it. It was a gust of wind. At first, it was just a breeze ruffling the hem of his clothes. Then, the wind intensified, kicking up dust and ash from the ground. The poppy was swept up, spinning as it flew toward the sky. My flower. Zeke looked up, his gaze following the rapidly shrinking red dot, and his whole body shuddered. He probably understood where the sudden gale came from. A shadow that blotted out the sun covered Zeke as a magnificent, colossal ship swept over the ruins. Should I add explanations next to words like wheat seeds to explain what they are or what they are used to? 9. Chapter 9, The Spice of Life. Armor plating formed its mountain-like silhouette, and the sacred Aquila carved on the hull reflected a cold, metallic gleam. Macro cannons and LOS batteries were deployed along the broadside, accompanied by combat escort craft. It even had a health bar. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Zeke counted. There were 3 zeros. From the distance came Dance's excited shout. It's the mark of the Volskani. Volskani? That regiment that defected to chaos? Zeke snapped out of his daze. The Volskani Cataphracts, a regiment famous in the Kadayan sector for their tenacity, resilience, and unparalleled loyalty. They had fought on the front lines for years, but few knew that this regiment had actually been corrupted long ago. High in the sky, the poppy carried by the air currents drifted toward the majestic ship. As it approached, the petals curled and blackened, withered and decayed, turning into a pinch of ash that scattered in the gale. No matter how beautiful or brilliant something was at birth, once fallen, all that remained was its ugly, rotting essence. Zeke withdrew his gaze and walked back quickly. He knew that time was running out. Everything was heralding the imminent 13th Black Crusade. Inside the Volskani Cataphract's massive ship, soldiers clad in artificer armor, holding custom-patterned lasguns, stood in neat rows, solemn and silent. They looked at each other, a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. In the front row, a soldier raised his hand and spoke slowly, "For chaos." Immediately, a second voice joined in, "For chaos." The third, the 10th, the 100th, more and more voices repeated the same short phrase. "For chaos. For Kadaya. May you have a safe journey." Dance wanted to chase after the massive ship, but his newly recovered body couldn't support such strenuous activity. He could only salute, watching the ship sail into the distance, offering his most sincere blessings to his comrades in arms. Zeke, who had hurried back, saw this scene. He stopped, opened his mouth, but ultimately made no sound. Should I tell this kid that the reinforcements he sees are actually already corrupted? No, forget it. Some truths are too cruel. Better to let this illusory hope linger a moment longer. The support you mentioned just now, who were they? Zeke feigned ignorance. It's an order from High Command. Dance withdrew his gaze. To deal with the increasingly complex situation in the sector, all available regiments are being recalled to defend Kadaya and assemble near the Tyrek fields. As Dance explained, he struggled to pull a corpse half buried under rubble out and placed it on the relatively flat clearing nearby. Only then did Zeke notice that while he was away looking for wood, Dance had been doing this work the whole time. Several bodies were already neatly arranged in the clearing. I intended to burn them. Dance wiped the sweat from his forehead. Otherwise, the plague might spread again through the corpses. Unfortunately, I can't find any promethium nearby. Zeke fell silent. He had forgotten that plagues could spread. After all, the monsters he killed left nothing behind except EXP and loot drops, let alone issues like spreading plagues. While Dance busied himself, Zeke turned and walked to the side, selecting a relatively flat piece of ground. He dug a 2x2 hole, 1 block deep, with his bare hands, and took out 2 buckets of water. He poured the first bucket into one corner of the pit. The water flowed out, filling that block and flowing toward the sides. Immediately after, Zeke poured the second bucket into the diagonally opposite corner. When the second stream was released, the other 2 empty blocks in the pit simultaneously filled with clear water. The 4 blocks of water reached equilibrium, forming an inexhaustible, infinite water source. Zeke took a bucket, scooped water from the pit, and splashed it outside. He repeated this cycle a dozen times, but the water in the pit didn't decrease. If anything, it looked like there was plenty. After concluding that infinite water was possible, Zeke placed down the crafting table. He had enough wood and charcoal now. First, he crafted 16 more torches, then made the remaining stone tools, a shovel and a hoe. He tilled a small patch of land next to the infinite water source, planted the wheat seeds, and took out the bone meal to force grow them. Moo! On the wooden boat, the listless cow raised its head, its eyes fixed on the golden wheat. Zeke picked a few stalks of freshly harvested wheat and moved them slowly in front of its eyes. With an attraction comparable to Slaanesh, cow's eyeballs followed the wheat, turning from left to right, up to down. After teasing it for a while, Zeke fed the wheat to cow. Parts bubbled up from cow's body, and its critical health bar began to slowly recover. Zeke patted its head and continued production. After consuming nearly half of his bone meal reserves, he harvested a total of 16 units of wheat and potatoes. And, thanks to his luck, he also got a useless poisonous potato. With the ingredients for the sandwich gathered, Zeke rubbed his hands together. He arranged the wheat, eggs, and Grok's jerky according to the recipe. Golden light burst forth. With an excited heart and trembling hands, after enduring untold hardships, Zeke finally created the Grok sandwich. It was the size of a whole hand. 2 slices of perfectly toasted bread sandwiched a golden, glistening fried egg and a piece of crispy, my yard reacted jerky. What a unique taste. Mod, Spice of Life, Carrot Edition, unlocked. You can now gain permanent max health increases by eating different types of food, every 5 types. Zeke stored the precious sandwich in his inventory, then put 1 piece of charcoal and 8 potatoes into the furnace. On the other side, Dance had managed to pile up a rough burial mound using rubble from the ruins. He knelt before it, hands clasped over his chest, whispering a prayer. May your souls return to the golden throne and enjoy eternal peace. That probably won't work. The Emperor is currently sitting on the golden throne half-dead, Zeke thought, roasting potatoes while mentally roasting the situation. A savory aroma wafted over. Dance looked up. He saw Zeke holding a potato with skin so roasted it had cracked open, tossing it between his hands to cool it down while hissing from the heat. Want one? Noticing Dance's gaze, Zeke took another one from the furnace and handed it over. Dance hesitated for a second, then took it. He blew on it and took a bite. The simple, pure sweetness of starch melted in his mouth. On the wooden boat, Cow's eyes widened, watching helplessly as the 2 humans cruelly stuffed themselves in front of it. The wheat in its mouth suddenly didn't seem so tasty anymore. It smells so good. Dance took another big bite, speaking indistinctly. I haven't eaten anything this good since I left home to join the army. True. Zeke agreed. Much better than rotten flesh. Dance swallowed the food in his mouth, staring at the bonfire. The night before I enlisted, my father prepared a bottle of amasec, some stewed cabbage with pork, and grox meat at that old round table in our house. He paused. I don't know if you've ever had it, but I have to say, that was the best meat I've ever eaten in my life. Father got dead drunk. Dance's voice became drifting. He pointed with the bottle. Dance raised his head, looking toward the eternally leering eye of terror in the sky. You are my pride, son. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded. That was the last time I saw him. 100 Power Stones 1 Bonus Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Create, Blueprints. The sky gradually darkened. Night was coming. Dance knelt on the ground, fiddling with a device. Zeke saw that it was something Dance had scavenged from a soldier's corpse. It looked like a Voxcaster, radio. Please respond if received. Please respond if received. This is Dance, identity code. Dance knelt on one knee, holding the Voxcaster's receiver in one hand while carefully adjusting the knob with the other. Intermittent static crackled from the radio. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Under Dance's adjustment, a distorted voice finally came through. ZZZZT. This is 101st Regiment. A response. Dance stopped turning the dial, carefully moving it back to the position where he had just caught the signal. Zeke was also drawn in, crouching beside him. The fuzzy voice cut in and out. I am stationed at Colonel Benedict, heading to Tyrek Fields. Soldier, why are you? The radio died at the most critical moment. Except for the noisy static, there was no sound. Damn it. Dance punched the ground hard. Zeke was greatly disappointed. What kind of place is the Tyrek Fields exactly? Zeke asked. He had heard this name several times now. Dance straightened up, recalling. It's a miracle. An impregnable fortress. He paused. In Tyrek, you won't see ordinary streets. Instead, there are maze-like passages. Flanking the passages are the houses where residents live. I say houses, but, well, they are actually small bunkers. Rectangular slit windows, machine gun emplacements on the balconies. If war breaks out, Kazakin can be stationed there, using the favorable terrain to kill any enemy attempting to approach. Zeke imagined the scene. His focus was a bit different. He was concerned about the residents' living conditions. A whole family squeezed into a dark, damp room, constantly guarding against everything. Isn't that just a caveman? Zeke knew the feeling well. When he was a Minecraft newbie, he would usually find a hill, hollow it out, and use it as his home. Ugly and uncomfortable. Suffocating, really. Even a matchbox house is better. Living inside must be pretty tough, right? Zeke said. Dance was clearly stunned. He fell silent for a long while before whispering, just some necessary sacrifices. He didn't continue the topic, choosing instead to wipe the lasgun in his hands. Ripples of interest stirred in Zeke's heart. He had long been curious about this iconic standard-issue weapon of the Warhammer world. Can I try it? He asked. A clear hesitation crossed Dance's face. The gun was a soldier's second life. But the person in front of him had literally given him a second life. He looked at the lasgun in his hand, then up at Zeke. Solemnly, he lifted the lasgun with both hands and handed it over. Its name is Peak's Cry. It's been with me for 4 years. The gun showed obvious signs of use. The grip was wrapped in cloth, and there were clear traces of manual modification. My father taught me some forging knowledge. From casting iron swords to modifying firearms, he covered it all, Dance said. No wonder your profession is weaponsmith. Zeke took the weapon. Regrettably, no text popped up in the chat box. Having achieved his goal, Zeke played with it for a moment before returning the lasgun to Dance. Dance took the gun, slung it over his back, glanced at the sky, and warned. We need to find a safe place to spend the night before dark. Kadaya has many native nocturnal predators. Plus, with chaos forces infiltrating everywhere, the night is much more dangerous than usual. Night, a safe place? Zeke immediately switched to a stone shovel. Leave it to me. The shovel flew in Zeke's hands. Dance, gradually getting used to Zeke's endless tricks, stood aside. The stone shovel cut into the ground. As the digging went deeper, Zeke sank underground, soon leaving only a square hole on the surface. Dance peered down into the hole. Zeke dug down to about 7 or 8 meters. The depth was sufficient, so he began to expand the space horizontally to the sides, breaking and placing. I've never seen a psyker like this, Dance muttered to himself. Also, no matter how I look at it, this looks like a coffin. Done. Zeke's voice came from below. Zeke planted torches on the ground, looked at this underground matchbox he had built, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then he made some ladders out of wood to connect to the surface, and incidentally brought the cow underground as well. Where I'm from, at night, we usually just dig 3 down and plug one up. This counts as the deluxe edition. Dance looked around. As a native Kadayan born and raised on a fortress world, his professional instincts made him speak up. He squatted down, rubbing the dirt on the wall with his fingers. The wall structure is too loose, it lacks reinforcement. We usually use a mixture of plasticine clay and limestone powder to coat it. After drying, it's very hard and moisture-proof. He stood up and tapped the ground with his foot. Drainage ditches are also essential. They can guard against poison gas or corrosive liquids the enemy might use. As Dan spoke about these things, the look in his eyes changed. As the most important fortress world on the Imperium's front lines, Kadaya was in a state of perpetual war. For the locals, building fortifications was survival knowledge carved into their bones. Zeke listened, stunned. New text floated up in the chat box at the bottom left of his vision. Dance is teaching you basic fortification construction experience. Blueprint, Kadayan underground bunker, recorded. Create mod architectural blueprints. As long as you provide all the necessary materials, you can generate a specific building in an instant. A must-have artifact for lazy people. The crafting method was also simple, a piece of paper plus blue dye. A veritable blueprint. Actually, the biggest use of this blueprint was to popularize automation. Usually, when Redstone or tech experts built a complex device, they could upload the device directly to a blueprint. When building it again, it would save most of the effort. In front of him, Dance had finished explaining all the key points of the underground bunker. Zeke sat on the ground, sitting up straight. Master Dance, can you be a bit more detailed? Master. Dance was startled by the sudden title, a trace of embarrassment crossing his face. I'm no master. This is just the most basic knowledge from the Kadayan Whiteshield boot camps. Dance coughed lightly, squatted down, picked up a piece of gravel, and began to draw on the dirt floor. Regarding underground bunkers. Outside the hole, the Kadayan night had fallen. No stars, no moonlight. Occasionally, 1 or 2 flashes swept through the darkest pupils of some predator. Later on, Dance's voice became lower and lower until his head leaned against the wall, and he fell into a deep sleep. Zeke quietly digested the new blueprint information unlocked in his mind. Blueprint, Kadayan surface bunker, recorded. Blueprint, standard trench, recorded. The former was a surface firing point constructed using terrain and materials, while the latter was a defensive fortification utilizing the earth itself. 11, Chapter 11, A Very Waik Mine. Zeke sat down against the wall and closed his eyes. After working for half the day, both his body and mind needed rest. Half an hour passed. Zeke stared blankly at the ceiling. Can't sleep at all. Without a bed, he couldn't sleep at all. Zeke kicked up, flipping himself back onto his feet. On a dangerous night, with incomplete equipment, what would you choose to do at this moment? For a Minecraft player, the answer was almost instantaneous: go mining, of course. Before that, he sorted all the food in his inventory, counting the rotten flesh and baked potato he ate earlier. Zeke then ate the raw PHYRR cat meat, cooked PHYRR cat meat, raw potato, and the bread from the bonus chest, gathering a total of 5 types of food. What a unique taste. Your max health +1. Zeke walked to the crafting table, crafted 3 brand new stone pickaxes, and went to a section of the wall near the entrance. Instead of adopting the most aggressive vertical digging method, Zeke chose the classic staircase mining method: dig 2 blocks down, then 1 block forward, and repeat. This maximized exploration while leaving a path to return. The sound of mining echoed in the narrow passage. Every so often, Zeke would leave a torch behind him. Clack, 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 clack. Nothing but stone, stone, and more stone. To relieve the boredom, Zeke began to hum a tune. The tune shifted, gradually turning into a familiar melody: Sweden by C418. It was the background music that would play in Minecraft when it rained. A familiar sense of loneliness quietly wrapped around him. The world turned. There were winds, rains, dawn, and dusk. There were the low growls of monsters. But aside from himself, there was no response from any other living thing. All exploration, building, harvesting, and even danger were witnessed only by himself. This was the ending all single-player survival players eventually walked toward: being alone. Thinking of this, Zeke suddenly felt a bit fortunate that he hadn't transmigrated into vanilla Minecraft, but into Warhammer. At least in the Warhammer world, he still had people to communicate with, unlike Minecraft, which only had villagers who could go HRRRM. Although, sometimes the people he communicated with might not be so friendly. Inventory full. Mod, sophisticated backpacks, unlocked. Zeke had already mined 3 full stacks of stone, cobblestone, and his inventory slots were completely full. Checking the recipe for sophisticated backpacks with JEI, leather X4, string X4, chest X1. He happened to have exactly all of these materials. Zeke followed the recipe and crafted a standard sophisticated backpack. The main body of the backpack was made of tan dark brown leather, with silk threads stitched along the edges. The standard sophisticated backpack provided an extra 27 slots of space and 1 upgrade slot. Later, it could be upgraded further using copper, iron, gold, diamond, and netherite. Zeke continued digging downward. He didn't know how much time had passed. All he knew was that the backpack now held 6 full stacks of stone, half a stack of torches was gone, 3 stone pickaxes had broken, and he hadn't seen even a shadow of ore. The ore generation in the Warhammer world definitely couldn't compare to Minecraft. Searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He might not find a single ore all night. No, I can't go on like this. Zeke started to have second thoughts. I'll use up one more pickaxe. If I still don't find anything, I'm retreating. Just as the stone pickaxe durability was about to run out, the goddess of luck smiled upon him. A cave appeared at the edge of his minimap. There's hope. Zeke changed direction and dug toward the cave's location. Crash! The rock wall in front shattered, and the view opened up. A bottomless cavern. Water droplets dripped constantly from the ceiling, and the cave was permeated with a dim green phosphorescence. But none of that was the main point. The main point was in the center of the cave, iron ore. Hematite. Composition, 70% iron. Mining level, stone. A completely exposed vein of ore. Beside that cluster of hematite, there were obvious signs of chiseling. Someone has been here? Is this an abandoned man-made mine? Zeke didn't hesitate. Whoever it was, the iron was right in front of him. There was no reason not to take it. He raised his stone pickaxe and began to mine. This deposit of hematite was substantial, providing Zeke with 6 chunks of raw iron. Zeke placed down the furnace, filling it with charcoal and the ore. While waiting, he used the location of the hematite as the center and dug around to scout the surroundings, ensuring he hadn't missed any other veins. Achoo! Zeke sneezed. He felt a slight itch in his nose. Rubbing his nose, his gaze was drawn to another rock wall ahead. Another deposit of iron ore, followed immediately by a small patch of pitch-black coal ore. The harvest far exceeded expectations. After the final count, Zeke had obtained a total of 12 iron ingots and 16 pieces of coal. Zeke decided to solve his most basic protection problem first and crafted an iron chestplate. The chestplate was heavy in his hands. Just holding it required some effort. It was solid iron plating. An ordinary person might not even be able to walk wearing it. Zeke equipped the iron chestplate. The weight didn't burden his movement much. Instead, it made his body feel more grounded, adding a sense of security. In Minecraft, armor provided noble damage reduction. He wondered how it was calculated in the Warhammer world. Next, 3 iron ingots were crafted into an iron pickaxe, and the last ingot was combined with planks to make a shield. A simple wooden board inlaid with a layer of iron sheet. This was one of the few effective means in vanilla Minecraft to counter ranged attacks. In the Warhammer world, everyone had a ranged weapon. Space Marines had bolters, the Astra Militarum had standard-issue lasguns. Without protection, an individual in an open area would be instantly taken out by crossfire. Achoo! Zeke sneezed again. A debuff appeared in his status bar. Spore Infection Eye. The icon featured a humanoid creature with dark green skin and ferocious tusks. That was an orc, a Warhammer race whose survival philosophy was fighting is fun. One of their most headache-inducing characteristics was their bizarre method of reproduction. Like fungi, they multiplied by spreading spores. Places where orcs had been active were often filled with these spores, which were extremely difficult to clean up. This meant that this mine was an orc excavation site. Zeke's itchy nose earlier was because he had inhaled orc spores. The fate of humans who inhaled orc spores was generally miserable. The spores would take root in the host's body, absorbing nutrients. Eventually, the human would likely die in madness, turning into fertilizer. Fortunately, Zeke had milk. He took out a bucket of beast milk from his backpack, tipped his head back, and drank it down. The spore infection buff disappeared. As long as it can be cured, it's fine. Zeke put away the empty bucket, raising his vigilance to the maximum. Even if this cave was dangerous, he was prepared to explore it. This was his best chance to obtain iron ore. 5 reviews, 1 bonus chapter. 100 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. 12, Chapter 12, Sneaking In, Bagging Iron. The green light source came from clusters of fungi spread across the rock walls. Orc mushroom. Combined with a wooden bowl, it could be crafted into mushroom stew on the crafting table. Although, it was the orc version. Its appearance was worrying, glowing with an unhealthy gray-green hue. With an adventurous spirit, Zeke tried eating some. The texture was like a mouthful of old phlegm. He couldn't exactly call it good. Similar to suspicious stew, consuming it granted a random status effect. After the first bowl, his vision was plunged into darkness, blindness. After the second bowl, his limbs felt like they were filled with lead, slowness. Seeing the negative effects appearing one after another in his status bar, Zeke abandoned the idea of trying further. Along the path, the minerals in the rock walls increased significantly. He could see some abandoned mining tools scattered about. The design of these tools was wild, looking like scraps of metal and rough wooden sticks tied together haphazardly, embodying the style of "if it works, it works." This fit perfectly with the Greenskin Orc's galaxy-renowned talent, the power of Waik. Simply put, this ability allowed orcs to ignore certain laws of physics in reality. If they believed something would work, then it would work. Suddenly a question arose in Zeke's mind. Why are these greenskins, whose brains contain nothing but fighting is fun, mining so much iron ore? Soon, his question was drowned out by the massive shock of the scene before him. The tunnel ended in a gigantic underground cavern, and in the center of the cavern stood a mountain. A mountain composed entirely of various ores piled high. Iron ore, coal ore, and some unknown minerals he couldn't name. Zeke's eyes went straight. Forget this life. Even in his past life, he had never seen so much ore. Jackpot. As long as he could get his hands on this mountain of ore, building a house out of iron blocks would no longer be a dream. Zeke suppressed his excitement and scanned the entire cavern. Besides the conspicuous mountain of ore, giant umbrella-shaped mushrooms grew in the cave. The caps of the largest ones cast shadows covering hundreds of square meters. Under these mushroom caps, countless orc boys were playing. Of course, playing here meant punching each other until heads bled and bodies hit the floor, then collecting the loser's teeth. Among green-skin orcs, teeth were currency. Zeke also spotted a meat boy inventors among the orcs. Most of their vehicles and weapons were born from their hands. It was scrawnier than the average meat boy, draped in various scraps, with one hand replaced by a mechanical claw. At this moment, it was taking a gun broken in two from a gleeful orc boy, along with a large bag of clinking teeth. The meat boy cocked its head, looked at the broken gun, then casually pried a piece of roughly similarly shaped iron ore from the mountain. It swung a massive hammer near by clang clang clan Gan smashed it onto the gun. After a shower of sparks and some unintelligible roaring, the gun was actually fixed. Or rather, forcibly mashed back into one piece. The orc boy took the brand new gun, dancing with excitement and howling wildly. Zeke didn't see a warboss. The strongest orc he observed so far was a runt herd. It held a giant warhammer, with a Gretchen standing on its shoulder. Honestly, facing such a quantity of greenskins, even a squad of asteroids would likely find themselves in a tough battle. But the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Let's do it. Zeke measured the distance from the ore mountain to his hiding spot and marked it on the minimap. His plan was simple: dig a secret tunnel from underground leading directly to the underside of the ore mountain. This tunnel had to be deep enough to absolutely avoid alerting the orc boys above. No sooner said than done. He retreated a sufficient distance, took out his iron pickaxe, and began digging vertically downward. He dug 20 blocks down. Feeling that wasn't safe enough, he continued digging another 20 blocks before stopping. After setting up ladders, he began to dig horizontally, straight toward the ore mountain. The underground world was silent. A depth of 40 blocks effectively insulated sound. This should be about right. Zeke stopped, judging that he had arrived directly beneath the ore mountain. He placed a pool of water on the bottom floor, then began digging upward while placing ladders. Zeke intentionally widened the upward shaft by 1 block. 35 blocks, 36 blocks. He stopped just a few blocks away from the surface and dug out a small platform to stand on. Then, he gently poked the final layer of rock and dirt above his head. Whoosh! Like poking a hole in a sack full of rice, or poured down. Zeke scrambled to plug the hole with cobblestone, terrified that the noise would alert the greenskins above. In less than 3 seconds, his inventory had gained over 40 pieces of raw iron and a stack of coal. This was way faster than stupidly mining block by block. Zeke set up a row of furnaces, filled them with coal, lit the fires, and began smelting iron ingots. These ores had already been mined, so they could be sucked directly into his inventory. Zeke thought for a moment and came up with an idea: hoppers. This might solve the issue of making too much noise. Zeke crafted hoppers and chests. He connected a hopper beneath the temporarily plugged hole and placed a chest at the hopper's output. He dug a small opening again. The raw iron flowed into the chest through the hopper, the entire process silent and smooth. Before long, the output speed of the hopper couldn't keep up with the input speed. Zeke simply built another identical setup right next to it. So satisfying. Watching the endless stream of iron ore flow through the hoppers into the chests, then into the furnaces to become iron ingots. Zeke felt an unprecedented satisfaction. As iron ingots accumulated at a visible rate, Zeke waved his hand extravagantly. He crafted a full set of iron tools, including an iron hoe that he might never use, and a full set of iron armor. He also upgraded the sophisticated backpack on his back into an iron sophisticated backpack. On the surface, west side of the ore mountain, the meat boy was burying its head in work, tinkering with a metal wheelchair strapped with several things that looked like rockets. An orc shoulda boy tilted his head, looked confusedly at the ore mountain behind him, and scratched his bald green head with a claw. "Oi, why's I feelin' like the mountain got a little bit shorter?" His mumbling caught the meat boy's attention. The meat boy stopped his work, sized up the ore mountain, and frowned. Maybe a little bit? Who cares?" He waved his hand rudely, his attention immediately pulled back to his great creation. "The important thing right now is perfecting me new masterpiece, the fly-in wheelchair." "Fly-in wheelchair? What's that good fare?" Another orc watching the excitement nearby leaned in curiously. "Good question." The meat boy perked up, pointing at the bomb-like thing strapped to the side of the wheelchair. "You just sits on it, then take your boomstick, aim at these shush cans, and bam, it blasts you straight into the sky." And then what?" The questioning orc boy pressed. "Den? What den?" The meat boy's face dropped instantly. "It blasts you straight into the sky. Don't you think that's dead wack? Dead cool." The surrounding orc boys froze for a few seconds, then erupted. "Dead cool. Wack. Make one fair me too." 100 Power Stones 1 Bonus Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The jig is up, time to run. Zeke, who was stealing or right below them, heard the entire conversation. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he struggled to keep a straight face. Can't be helped. That's greenskins for you. Their brain circuitry is just wired that way. By now, he had obtained a full 6 stacks of raw iron. Because the smelting speed of the furnaces was too slow, he only had 2 stacks of iron ingots. To save inventory space, he had specially compressed these 2 stacks into iron blocks. Logically speaking, Zeke had enough iron. His best course of action now was to retreat. Honestly, Zeke was getting a little carried away. This feeling of a full inventory was just too satisfying. Moreover, the ore mountain above wasn't just filtering out iron, or there was also a lot of coal. If he waited a bit longer, maybe he could even filter out diamonds. Since I'm already here, I can't leave empty-handed. With this mindset, Zeke continued to stay below, stealing ore. Don't run, you damn grot. Catch I'm. Extra rations tonight. Two orc boys were shouting and chasing after a Gretchen. The Gretchen let out high-pitched wails, scrambling on all fours in panic. Seeing the distance closing, it recklessly dived headfirst into a crack at the bottom of the ore mountain. Damn it, where'd dat little runt go? The two orc boys circled the crack. Quit your yappin', let me fish, I'm out. One orc boy lay down and reached his arm into the crack. I got I'm. Just as he was about to succeed, a massive shadow loomed over the two of them. It was the burly runt herd. You two useless gits, what you muckin' about fair instead of workin'? The two orc boys froze, silent as cicadas in winter. The Gretchen in the crack seized the opportunity to wiggle out and hugged the runt herd's thick mechanical leg. Boss, they tried to eat me. The runt herd narrowed his beady eyes. Before the two orc boys could explain, casserole-sized fists smashed ruthlessly into their faces. The two orc boys screamed as they rolled on the ground, blood and broken teeth flying together. Sigh, useless. Completely useless. The runt herd looked at them with disappointment. All day long, just chasing grots. You'll never amount to nothin'. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. A proper orc needs a proper opponent. Only by smashing your muscles against the hardest bones can you get stronger, bigger, harder, and more whack. But, didn't we get killed by dat man and end up hidin' underground? One of the orcs on the ground covered his swollen face and said timidly, Hidin', how many times I gotta tell ya? Dis ain't hidin', orcs ain't never afraid. Dis is fair to plan, a great plan. Rage rose from the runt herd's heart, and he swung his massive warhammer, taller than a man. Lemme teach ya a lesson. The warhammer smashed down. The two orc boys were scared out of their wits and rolled away to dodge. The hammer missed its target. Following its immense inertia, it slammed solidly into the ore mountain beside them. Rumble. The ground shook and the mountain trembled. Dust shot into the sky. Under the gaze of the runt herd and all the nearby orc boys, the ore mountain, which should have been incredibly solid, collapsed inward. The runt herd's eyes nearly popped out of his head. I thought this mountain was solid. How could one hammer smash it flat? Wrong. Something's very wrong. There's a thief. They hollowed out our mountain. The entire underground cavern ignited. Roars, the clash of weapons, and chaotic footsteps merged into a din. Thief. Feeling the vibrations from above, Zeke, underground, knew the jig was up. He swept everything in the chest into his backpack, not even bothering to retrieve the hoppers. A crash came from overhead. Brute force smashed a large hole through the tunnel opening, and many green faces peered in. What's down there? Tell me what's down there. The runt herd yelled furiously. It's a humie. There's a little runt down there. Scrawny arms and legs. Grab I'm. Countless orc boys squeezed through the breach like dumplings dropping into a pot, scrambling over each other. Zeke's face was green literally. He didn't know if it was the reflection from the orc's skin or just pure terror. He turned and jumped into the hole beside him, landing precisely in the pre-placed water pool to break his fall. Without pausing, he immediately collected the water source and sprinted down the escape tunnel he had come from. Behind him came toothaking sounds of impact. Splat! Splat! Several orc boys, completely disregarding the height, jumped straight down. The distance turned them directly into meat paste. More orcs survived by landing on the remains of their comrades, shaking their heads as they stood up and surged toward the direction Zeke fled. It was called a charge, but there were so many orc boys that they jammed the tunnel. The so-called charge was more like squeezing toothpaste, forcing themselves along the tunnel toward Zeke. Damn legs! Faster! Faster! Move faster! Zeke hated that he only had 2 legs. He ran for his life while placing cobblestone behind him to create obstacles. Ahead, the ladder finally appeared. Zeke grabbed the ladder and shot up, his legs pumping so fast they blurred. The exit was right above. I made it. Zeke poked his head out and saw a giant warhammer blocking his entire field of view. Die, runt. A trace of boredom flashed in the runt herd's eyes. He could already see this little shrimp turning into a pile of meat paste. Sigh, so boring. What's the point of an opponent like this? Block. The shield was raised in front of Zeke's face. The warhammer slammed solidly into the wooden shield, and then, it stopped. The expected muffled sound of flesh and bone turning to mud did not come. The scene before them was too shocking. A hammer bigger than Zeke himself. Not only did he block it, but he didn't even take a step back. All the orcs present, whether the runt herd swinging the hammer or the boys squeezing up from below, paused their movements and roars for a moment. Blocked it. Blocked it. Bwahahaha. Interestin' runt. Again. The boredom in the runt herd's eyes was replaced by a long-lost excitement. Ever since the warboss died in battle and he was forced to lead these boys to lurk here for that long and boring plan, it had been too long, far too long, since he had met an opponent that let him experience the joy of battle. The dull digging and waiting had almost worn down his warrior nerves. But now, this human who blocked his strike. He opened his blood-red maw and let out a wild laugh. His muscle-bound green arms swung the warhammer again. Full power strike. Bad news. The runt herd's attack just now had too much force. It directly caused a shield break effect. The shield in Zeke's offhand went into a white cooldown and was temporarily unusable. Too fast. The speed of the runt herd's full power swing was far beyond before. Can't dodge. The warhammer solidly hit Zeke's body. Zeke felt like he had been hit head-on by a heavy truck. His first injury in the warhammer world. He was blasted backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the solid rock wall behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Different, all right. The runt herd narrowed his beady eyes. He didn't pursue immediately but shook his wrist, carefully savoring the feedback from that hammer strike. The impact felt completely different. An ordinary runt would have been turned into a puddle on the ground under such a full-power blow. Still in the process, but you can expect 5+ chapters almost daily here. Patreon.com/AhumanMadeMofo. 14, Chapter 14, Anvil. You want to see whose head is harder? Maybe, it doesn't hurt that much. Zeke's health bar dropped from 21 to 13. The runt herd's full-power strike dealt 8 points of damage. The damage was lower than Zeke had imagined. The iron armor was doing its job. He had thought this move would be like a Vindicator's Axe strike, crippling him instantly. Zeke quickly compared the stats of both sides in his mind. Runt herd, 50 HP, 12 defense, equivalent to chainmail armor, 8 damage per hit, slow attack speed. Zeke, 21 HP, 15 defense, weapon switch to iron axe, sacrificing some attack speed for 9 damage. Except for the relatively large gap in health, everything else was manageable. And for health, he happened to have a way to make up for it. Zeke took out the grok sandwich, feeling a twinge of heartache at the cost, and stuffed it into his mouth. Regeneration 2, 30s. The red heart icons began to throb rhythmically. Every beat was accompanied by a small recovery of his health bar. Combined with the saturation recovery provided by the sandwich itself, within a few breaths, Zeke's health climbed back from 13 to 21. As the dust settled, the surrounding orc boys stared wide-eyed at the unharmed Zeke. They spontaneously stepped back, leaving enough space in the center for the runt herd and Zeke. Then, they cheered deafeningly. Crump I'm good. To Zeke's surprise, this group of greenskins didn't choose to mob him, they simply cut off his escape route. Zeke saw a strength I buff appear in the runt herd's status bar. Looking at himself, he saw he had the same buff. The cheers of the orc boys showed no bias. This was the way of the orcs. In their minds, race, stance, and grudges didn't matter at this moment. What mattered was the fight itself. You're in Reston, daring to barge into our cave alone and stealin' our stuff. First time I seen a Humie like you. The runt herd pointed his hammer at Zeke, changing his address from runt to Humie. Name: Zeke. As Zeke answered, he took out a crafting table and started fiddling with it. Grug, the runt herd announced his name, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth. The greenskin who's gonna be warboss. The runt herd disdained a sneak attack and waited quietly for Zeke to finish his preparations. Ready. Ready. 2 figures exploded into motion simultaneously, charging at each other. Grug displayed agility disproportionate to his size. The warhammer, light as a feather in his hands, swept toward Zeke. Zeke didn't retreat. Same tactic, different time, he chose to block with his shield. Grug grunted, forced to stumble back a step by the recoil of his own strength. His posture broke. An opening. Zeke jumped, his poised iron axe moving into action. He used the iron axe because high damage, slow attack speed weapons were perfect for battles with few attack opportunities. Borrowing the inertia of his fall, the iron axe slashed down viciously at Grug. Minus 10.5. The iron axe's high base damage of 9, plus the extra 50% from the critical hit, and after accounting for the armor's damage reduction, finally dealt a high damage of 10.5. Blood slowly trickled down Grug's rough green skin. Grug winced in pain but didn't retreat. He wiped the blood from his face with his other hand, a cunning look in his eyes. Same trick won't work on Grug twice. Dat shield of yours is weird, but you can't use it in a row, right? Whoosh. A chill came from below. Grug's mechanical leg kicked straight up at Zeke's solar plexus. Zeke didn't dodge. With regeneration 2, any health trade was in his favor. The mechanical leg smashed into Zeke. His health bar shook but quickly recovered. A flash of surprise crossed Grug's eyes. He obviously hadn't expected his opponent to be so ferocious. As the mechanical leg retracted, Zeke stepped forward again, delivering another slash. Minus 7. Grug retreated hastily, trying to open the distance. Zeke pursued relentlessly, jumping up for another jump crit. Grug was a battle-hardened runt herd. After all, his combat intelligence wasn't low. He soon figured out the pattern. This human loved to jump when attacking. Did he not know that in the air, with no leverage to change direction, one is a sitting duck? When Zeke jumped high again to repeat the trick, Grug's eyes shone fiercely. His body exploded with astonishing strength as he swung his warhammer in a vicious uppercut, aiming at the airborne Zeke who couldn't change course. Zeke looked at the shield in his inventory, which had finished cooling down, but chose not to block. Everything is going according to plan. From the first time Grug attacked him, Zeke had noticed that the knockback from this hammer was incredibly powerful, often sending him flying. So throughout the fight, he had been intentionally or unintentionally jump attacking, partly to deal critical damage, but partly to bait Grug into knocking him upwards. What he wanted was the knockback from this hammer. The surrounding scenery plummeted, and wind roared in his ears. Zeke flew toward the high vaulted ceiling of the cave. Zeke reached the highest point of his trajectory, just close enough to touch the rock ceiling above. In the split second before he started to fall, Zeke waved his arm. Aiming at the block directly above Grug's head, and the surrounding area, he placed several anvils in quick succession. Under the ruthless summons of gravity, the anvils detached from the ceiling. Turning into black meteors of death, they fell straight toward the crown of Grug's head, who had just swung his hammer and was in a brief state of exhaustion. Watch your head. The watching orc boys roared. Grug just looked up and saw only a rapidly expanding shadow. Must run. Grug's instincts screamed alarms. He summoned all his strength to lunge to the side. Zeke landed before the anvils, performing a perfect MLG water bucket clutch to return safely to the ground. Want to run? No way. Zeke waved his arm, and a wooden boat appeared out of thin air. What kind of trick is this? Grug roared in anger, smashing his sandbag-sized fist onto the boat. The wooden boat shook and shattered instantly. As expected, for a creature with some intelligence like Grug, the boat's trapping effect was very limited. But that moment of delay was enough. Clang! The sound of an anvil colliding with a skull echoed throughout the entire cave. The orc boys gaped, watching their incredibly tough runt herd get smashed square on the forehead by a weird block falling from the sky. Grug's massive body stiffened for a moment, his beady eyes squeezed out of shape. A vague gurgle came from his throat. His massive frame swayed, then with a crash, he collapsed face-first onto the ground. He turned into a scatter of experience orbs and a weapon drop. Grug's Warhammer, attack damage 8, attack speed very slow. Special ability, can be charged. Damage increases during charging, reaching a maximum of 13 after 3 seconds, and deals immense knockback. Zeke scooped up Grug's Warhammer from the ground. While the cave full of greenskins was still immersed in the shock of the runt herd being killed, he turned and ran without a shred of hesitation. He wasn't going to bet on the orc's sense of honor. Running away first was the respectful thing to do. He rushed toward the cave wall. A stone pillar rose beneath his feet, lifting him high. Before the orcs could react, he used both hands and feet to continuously place blocks on the protrusions of the rock wall. In a few leaps, agile as a mountain goat, he vaulted out of the encirclement and dove headfirst into a mining tunnel. On the way, reflecting on his battle plan, he could only say his luck was pretty good this time. Nothing went wrong. If the knockback from Grug's hammer had been a little weaker and hadn't sent him high enough, or if he hadn't adjusted in time midair to place the anvils precisely, the plan would have failed. But so what? Even without the anvils, Zeke felt that by fighting steadily, he could have defeated Grug eventually. It just wouldn't have been this easy. Just a pity about those anvils. Didn't have time to mine them back. That was all iron blocks. Zeke thought regretfully, looking at his backpack full of iron ore. 100 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. Only 30 left, let's complete the goal tonight. 15, Chapter 15, Departure, towards Tyrek Bastion. Zeke retraced his steps along the mining tunnel back to the opening he had originally excavated. He pulled cobblestone from his backpack. Stone matching the color of the surrounding rock layer sand sealed the entrance from the inside. Zeke quickly ascended the stairs he had cut. Along the way, he knocked down and collected the torches from the walls, doing his best to seal off sections of the path behind him. He returned to the crude base. It was empty. Climbing out via the ladder, he found it was already early morning. He hadn't realized he'd spent the entire night mining. Please respond, over. Please respond. This is Dance. The static-filled noise of a radio drifted from nearby. Zeke walked over briskly. Dance was still there, relentlessly trying to tune the equipment. Zeke offered no explanation for his disappearance the previous night, and Dance, sensing the mood, didn't ask. He simply gave Zeke's iron armor a lingering glance. No time to explain. We need to move, Dance. Zeke spoke rapidly. He pulled a sheaf of wheat from his backpack and waved it before the lethargic cow's eyes. The cow's nose twitched, its spirit instantly lifted, and it began to trot after the wheat. What's going on? Dance followed without wasting words. It's too much to explain right now, Zeke said, guiding the cow with the wheat while frequently checking behind him. He needed to ensure the greenskins weren't on their tail. By the way, do you know a good place we can head to? Preferably somewhere far from this area. A destination. Dance thought for a moment, then raised his hand to point toward the east. Zeke gazed into the distance in that direction. Beyond the rolling hills before them, a patch of green emerged at the edge of his vision, a jungle of considerable size. Beyond the jungle stood a peak towering into the clouds, its upper half capped in pristine white snow. If we cross the Axel Sea of trees, then traverse Mount Lesra, we can reach Tyrek Bastion, Dance said, his voice tinged with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Zeke withdrew his gaze and patted the cow's neck. Let's move out. The distance between the hills and the forest wasn't great. Half an hour later, low-growing ferns appeared, and the air grew humid. The group formally stepped into the fringes of the Axel Sea of trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting coin-shaped spots of light on the ground. It felt a bit like a jungle biome. Zeke held the wheat in his left hand, leading the pack animal, while Dance brought up the rear with his lasgun. As they walked, Zeke idly toyed with a freshly obtained emerald in his right hand. He had traded 15 lumps of coal with Dance to get it. Unfortunately, he only got one. The option to trade coal for emeralds had turned gray, preventing further transactions, a far lower limit than what standard villagers offered. In the dappled light, the emerald sparkled, radiating an almost surreal beauty. Zeke subconsciously weighted in his hand. The gem lifted slightly from his palm, defying gravity for a moment before slowly settling back down. Zeke was certain Dance didn't actually carry any gems on him, so where did the trade come from? Zeke pocketed the emerald. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Moo-oo. The cow behind him let out a long, pained cry. Zeke turned to see a gray shadow flash past the pack animal's ankle. Blood spurted from the side of the cow's hoof. A chunk of flesh was missing. Careful, it's a wild rat. Dance reacted instantly, training his gun on the target. The rat dove straight into a burrow, vanishing without a trace. One isn't a problem, but if they swarm, they can strip a man to the bone in minutes. Dance lowered his voice. Zeke finally noticed that the roots of the trees on either side were riddled with bull-sized holes. Several heads popped out, eyeing the group. The rats of Kadaya were much larger than the ones Zeke had seen in his previous life, with the characteristic incisors of rodents looking far sharper. One of them held a bloody chunk of fresh meat in its front paws, torn from the cow, and gnawed on it nonchalantly. Noticing Zeke's gaze, most of the rats zipped back into their holes. A few bold ones stood their ground, emitting threatening noises from their throats. Another gray figure burst from the flank, aiming straight for the lumbering cow, clearly marking it as an easy target. Again, Zeke drew his iron sword and slashed horizontally. The gray shadow twisted mid-air with surprising agility, dodging the blade. It even turned to squeak at Zeke upon landing, a sound that felt like mockery before diving into another hole without looking back. "Little punk, think I can't handle you?" Zeke walked straight to one of the larger holes. Under Dance's confused gaze, he casually pulled out a water bucket. "You, what are you?" Dance started. Zeke placed the water source at the entrance. A torrent surged into the depths of the burrow. Moments later, bubbles gurgled up, followed by 2 or 3 soaking wet rats, gasping for air as they floated to the surface. "Rat meat, X4, rat hide, X6. Zeke repeated the process, flooding every hole within his line of sight. The final harvest was bountiful, 16 units of rat meat and 32 rat hides. The hides felt tough, similar to rabbit hide 4 could be crafted into one piece of leather. Leather was incredibly useful, whether for the books needed for an enchanting table or for a saddle. Speaking of saddles, Zeke glanced at the cow. He hadn't observed it closely before, but looking now, it had a broad back and sturdy, connective tissue around its limbs. It would likely make a decent mount. Taking out 2 iron ingots and some leather, Zeke crafted a saddle on the crafting table and threw it over the cow. It was a long road ahead, having a mount would save a lot of trouble. Zeke climbed up and sat down heavily. The cow froze for a moment, then twisted uneasily, snorting rough breaths from its nose. Zeke stroked its neck to soothe it, but the beast was unappreciative. Abandoning its previous docility, it tilted its massive body violently from side to side, trying to buck the intruder off its back. Caught off guard, Zeke clamped his arms tightly around the cow's thick neck. "Dance, lend a hand." Seeing the struggle, Dance braced his body against the cow's flank. Under their combined force, the cow's struggles gradually weakened until it finally let out a grunt of resignation. TL/N, remember it's a Stegadon, not a normal cow. I am just using cow everywhere because our MC thinks it's too fancy of a name for it. Zeke steadied himself. Even though he had never truly ridden an animal before, his body seemed to trigger some built-in riding memory. "Forward," he commanded, lightly nudging the cow's belly with his legs. Reluctantly, the cow began to move. However, the speed was agonizingly steady. It felt like leading a pig would be faster than this. Once the novelty wore off, Zeke looked at the cow's leisurely pace and couldn't resist slapping its rump. The cow simply flicked its tail, its pace remaining unhurried. Zeke scratched his head in frustration, then had a flash of inspiration. He took out a unit of wheat, leaned forward, and dangled it right in front of the cow's eyes. Snort, it huffed, its pace unconsciously quickening. It stretched out its tongue, trying to wrap it around the delicious treat so close at hand. But as the cow moved, the wheat moved with it, the distance remaining constant. The cow got desperate. It surged forward, craned its neck, and managed to snatch the wheat into its mouth. The first attempt ended in failure. His arm was too short. He needed a fishing rod to make a wheat on a stick variant. But then, Zeke had a better idea. Patreon.com/AhuManMadeMofo to read till chapter 28. 16, chapter 16, Warlord Class Titan, Entering Tyruk, bonus. Bonus chapter for 100 Power Stones. I have to say, having a local in the squad really pays off. Under Dance's guidance, Zeke soon spotted a massive web-like structure stretched between 2 trees. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, but judging by the size, its previous owner was likely not something to be trifled with. Zeke used his iron sword to tear down the spider web, looting 5 string. Adding 2 sticks to the mix, Zeke crafted a fishing rod at the crafting table. He then took out a unit of wheat, tied it to the fishing rod's line, and voila, wheat on a stick was complete. Signaling Dance, Zeke mounted the cow again and dangled the bait right in front of the beast's eyes. It was positioned perfectly just where the cow could almost reach it if it stretched its neck, yet always remaining just out of reach. Driven by the illusion that it was mere inches away from a meal, the cow ran faster and faster. Not bad speed at all. Zeke crouched low. Fuel consumption, 1 unit of wheat per 100 kilometers. What a bargain. The mount shortened their journey significantly. About 2 hours later, the trees began to thin, and they reached the edge of the forest. Mount Lesra. That's what we locals call it. It's the final barrier before Tyruk Bastion. A rare smile appeared on Dance's face. Zeke looked up. It hadn't seemed so imposing from a distance, but standing at the foot of the mountain, he finally felt the sheer majesty of the range. Mountains always look closer than they are. Zeke muttered, pulling out 2 units of wheat to reward the cow. From here on out, they were counting on it. The mountain path was far more rugged than the forest trails. The cow lurched and swayed with every step. Sitting on its back, Zeke felt like a popcorn kernel in a popper, constantly thrown up and down. As their altitude climbed, the temperature dropped noticeably. White frost appeared on the rock surfaces, and the snow on the ground grew thicker. Zeke used a stone shovel to scoop up a pile of snow from the roadside. Snowball, X4. The icy touch sparked a bit of playfulness in him. He molded a snowball and tossed it at a nearby rock. The snowball smashed against the stone, shattering into powder. In most cases, snowballs dealt no direct damage, their only utility was knockback. Blazes were the exception. Against those fire elemental creatures, snowballs could deal a respectable 3 points of damage. Zeke collected the snowballs. That little piece of trivia might come in handy someday. The higher they went, the colder it got. The freezing wind cut like a knife. The cow beneath him had thick fur to keep warm, and Dance behind him wore standard combat fatigues designed to withstand the elements. Only Zeke, wearing a full set of iron armor which had excellent thermal conductivity, was freezing until his teeth chattered and his whole body shivered. He quickly took out 4 pieces of leather, crafted, leather boots, and hurriedly swapped them on. Any leather armor prevents a biological entity from entering the freezing state. As his body began to warm up again, Zeke exhaled a breath of white mist in relief. He realized more clearly than ever that mastering the modules and mechanics of Minecraft was his greatest asset in the Warhammer universe. The Eye of Terror hung high in the center of the sky. It was already noon. Protected by the leather boots and carried by the tireless cow, Zeke's group successfully reached the summit around midday. Atop the snowy peak, the wind roared. Zeke reined in the cow and gazed into the distance. His mouth fell open involuntarily, forming a perfect O. The Tyrek fields unfurled slowly before his eyes. The visual impact hammered Zeke's brain. He stood there, stunned into silence. It was hard to imagine using the word crowded to describe such a vast plain. There were boundless tents, countless armored personnel carriers. Military supplies and logistical stockpiles were stacked in layers upon layers. The people walking in the aisles looked like ants. How many soldiers were stationed on this plain? 100,000? 1,000,000? 10 million? Further away, in the hazy mist, a slowly moving silhouette emerged. It was a warlord-class titan, a genuine god machine. With every step it took, a low resonance echoed through the earth. Flanking it was a Leviathan aircraft. The Leviathan sounded a siren in salute to the Titan, and the Titan returned the gesture with a series of high-pitched, deafening warhorn blasts. "This is Tyrek Field's navigation channel," a clear voice crackled over the radio on Dance's back. "Welcome home, soldiers. I repeat, welcome home. Transport Shuttle 4532, please proceed to landing pad 3 on the left to clear the berth for incoming ships." Dance pressed his hand tightly against the radio. This Kadayan soldier, who hadn't broken down despite facing death multiple times, now lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. Dance looked up, his eyes red. "We're home. I never thought I'd actually make it back alive. Thank you, Zeke. Villager, weaponsmith. 1 emerald iron sword, fire aspect. A fracture price. Forget 21, just 1 emerald." Zeke snapped out of his shock. Fire aspect was pretty tempting. However, he had just obtained a decent weapon, Grug's Warhammer. That thing had a base damage of 8, reaching 13 on a fully charged hit, plus powerful knockback. It felt solid in the hand. In comparison, the iron sword only had a base damage of 6. Even with the enchantment, it seemed a bit lacking. Trade it. The hesitation lasted only a split second. Zeke was too curious to see what a Minecraft enchantment would look like in Warhammer. Besides, completing this trade would further increase Dance's trading level, unlocking even better goods. Zeke placed the single emerald from his backpack into the trade slot and clicked confirm. Pop. The emerald shattered, turning into countless motes of light that flowed into Dance's body. Simultaneously, a shimmering iron sword appeared in Zeke's hand. Zeke gave the blade a tentative swing. The trajectory left a trail of flame in the air. "Cool. We should head down," Dance's voice broke in. Zeke nodded and stowed the fire aspect sword. They say it's easy to go up a mountain but hard to go down. For Zeke, it was the exact opposite. He had 100 ways to descend quickly. He could place a water stream and slide down, or sit in a wooden boat to fly down, utilizing the immunity to fall damage. Zeke decided to combine the two for a rapid rapids adventure. He switched to his iron pickaxe, dug a 4-block hole in the frozen earth beneath his feet, and created an infinite water source. Then, transforming into a human water pump, he used his bucket to scoop and pour repeatedly. Column after column of water was placed, the liquid rushing down the steep rock face, merging to form a water slide that ran straight from the summit to the valley below. "Do you know how to row, Dance?" Dance turned to see Zeke placing yet another wooden boat on the ground. Looking at the crude wooden vessel equipped with only 2 oars, Dance felt a pang of apprehension. Zeke noticed it and reassured him, "Don't worry. As long as your technique is good enough to not smash into the cliffs, it won't break." Usually. Dance silently mulled over that word, then nodded. He trusted Zeke. This mysterious partner always had all sorts of bizarre methods, and surprisingly, they worked. Next goal, 200 power stones. Only 3 days left before the power stone reset, but it's possible, I think. 17, Chapter 17, Sprint, Sprint, and Sprint. An untimely purple progress bar appeared in Zeke's field of vision. At first, Zeke thought it was the health bar of the Warlord Titan. That was until the word, raid, appeared in bold letters above the bar. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to appear when illagers attack a village? Why would this thing show up here? On the distant Tyrek fields, a blinding crimson fireball bloomed. Looking down from the snowy peak, countless debris spiraled upward from the point of the explosion. It wasn't just Zeke who was confused, the Kadayan soldiers were equally stunned. The radio traffic dissolved into chaos. What happened? Damn it, can someone tell me what's going on? It's traitors. The Volskani have betrayed us. They've been corrupted by chaos. Damn it. Protect the planetary governor. Priority 1, protect the governor. All mobile units, rally to headquarters. The tears and smile that had just appeared on Dance's face vanished, replaced by an expression of utter bewilderment and helplessness. But that wasn't even the worst of it. In the sky, beneath the Eye of Terror, countless meteors lit up. They were drop pods, numbering beyond count, tearing through the Kadayan atmosphere and hurtling toward the planet. Zeke's memory was triggered. If he remembered correctly, this betrayal raid launched by the Volskani regiments directly led to the death of the acting Kadayan planetary governor. It also paved the way for the legendary Lord Castellan, Ursarker Creed. It was cruel, but it was an opportunity, a precious chance to make contact with the future supreme commander of Kadaya. Suddenly, a drop pod seemed to grow eyes, aiming straight for him. Zeke grabbed the stupefied Dance. There were 2 wooden boats. Zeke squeezed into the lead boat with the cow, while Dance jumped into the other. Boom! The drop pod, glowing red-hot from atmospheric friction, slammed into the snowy slope just 10 meters behind them. The intense heat instantly melted a massive amount of snow, sending up a dense cloud of white steam. One of the pod doors was kicked open from the inside with brutal force clang. A terrifying figure stepped out slowly from the hatch with heavy, thudding steps. Death Guard, Harbinger. HP 150/150, Defense 30. A plague marine. He belonged to the Death Guard Legion, specifically the 1st Company Harbingers under Typhus. His physique was even bulkier than a standard space marine. Swollen flesh squeezed out from the joints of his armor in some places, the meat had fused with the ceramite, dripping pus continuously. The Death Guard insignia on his pauldron, once a symbol of honor, was now completely covered by a writhing, proliferating fungal mat. I'm fighting a Chaos Space Marine? For real? Zeke sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't even have enchanted diamond armor yet. How is this any different from fighting a warden naked? Vile beast. An existence that denies the grandfather's grace. By the grandfather's will, kill it. The Death Guard looked at Zeke, or rather, at Cow behind Zeke. Oh, he's not after me. Zeke turned his head to look at Cow sitting behind him. They stared at each other. He called you a vile beast. Do you have any thoughts on that? Cow responded with a long, confused moo. Right, considering your brain is filled only with thoughts of wheat, you wouldn't have an opinion. Zeke turned back to the Chaos Space Marine. Go, Dance. Zeke shouted. He pushed hard against the rock wall and managed to scoop up some of the water source blocks, preventing the enemy from using his water slide. You want to kill my cow? Not a chance. The 2 wooden boats, caught by the turbulent current, shot off the edge of the cliff and plunged into the rapids below. Weightlessness seized Zeke. Water sprayed over his face, and the rock walls on either side turned into blurred gray shadows rushing upward. Moo. From the boat behind, Cow's cry was stretched by the fall, turning into a comical tremolo. At the edge of the cliff above, the Death Guard watched his targets fleeing below. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and jumped. No way, he can keep up with this. Zeke looked up, his face distorted by the rushing wind. After falling for a distance, the Death Guard jammed his hand directly into the cliff face. Under his immense strength, the solid rock was penetrated as easily as tofu. Using his hand anchored in the rock as a pivot, he kicked off the cliff wall with his legs, launching himself further down. Stab, kick, drop, repeat. Seeming to find this too slow, after a few repetitions, the Death Guard adjusted his posture. Feet planted on the cliff face, he began to sprint down the near 60-degree slope in a display that defied physics. Seeing the Death Guard getting closer, Zeke rummaged through his backpack for something useful and pulled out snowballs. Let's try this. He grabbed a snowball, turned around, and hurled it at the Death Guard above. 3 snowballs smashed into the Death Guard's chest plate in rapid succession, exploding into small patches of white. Both of them paused for a second. The Death Guard's ceramite power armor has knockback resistance similar to netherite armor. The snowballs not only failed to knock him back but actually enraged him. The Death Guard raised a hand, brushed off the bits of snow, and let out a low growl of offense. His descent speed increased. Mid-sprint, he raised a massive gun and aimed it at Zeke, or rather, at Cow behind him. A large glob of bubbling, dark green slime hit the wooden boat. A searing, burning pain washed over them. Zeke looked down to see his status bar flooding with notifications. Zombie Plague Eye, Poison 3, Slowness 2, Weakness Eye, Nausea Eye. Over a dozen negative status icons lit up at once. Ah, is that it? Zeke pulled out a bucket of milk, threw his head back, and chugged it down glug, glug, glug. He then poured a large mouthful into the terrified cow's mouth, clearing the bit of venom that had splashed onto it. Zeke smacked his lips. Looking at his now clean status bar, he felt a ridiculous sense of relief. One must understand that the Death Guard's most prized tactic is relying on the power of plagues to imperceptibly infiltrate the enemy and disintegrate them from within. Pervasive, incurable, and utterly terrifying. But Zeke's action completely ignited the Death Guard's fury. To blaspheme the grandfather's gift. Unforgivable. The Death Guard reached behind his back and drew a man-reaper scythe. More angry, more insane, disregarding everything, he vowed to cut down the person before him. Seeing the Death Guard blinded by rage and charging headlong, Zeke reached into his backpack. He placed cobblestone on the sliding path just behind him. A block of rock appeared out of thin air. The Death Guard, eyes fixed only on his prey, didn't anticipate this move at all. Bam! He slammed face first into the cobblestone block. His momentum arrested, he stumbled. Though uninjured, his speed dropped drastically. He swung the man-reaper, cleaving the obstruction. The stone shattered into powder, but immediately, more blocks of cobblestone appeared in his path. The Death Guard hacked furiously. Zeke placed blocks frantically. I have 6 stacks of cobblestone. I don't believe you can chop faster than I can place. The cobblestone was continuously reduced to dust under the scythe. But new obstacles always appeared at the critical moment, perfectly blocking the path, disrupting the Death Guard's rhythm, and forcing him to constantly decelerate. The Death Guard possessed terrifying strength and speed, yet he was rendered inch-perfectly slow by the endless supply of cobblestone. Accelerated by the water current, the wooden boat moved faster and faster, gradually leaving the roaring monster behind. Zeke found a moment to look back. The terrifying figure that had been in hot pursuit was now just a small dot. Phew! Zeke exhaled a long breath and patted the still trembling cow. Safe for now. Chapter 18, The War Begins. Zeke, riding the wooden boat, smoothly arrived at the foot of the mountain. The plains lay directly before him, and Tyrek Bastion stood in the center. Tyrek Bastion was not a castle in the traditional sense. It lacked the towering spires of a nether fortress. Instead, it was much lower and stockier, built for durability. Reaching it would be no easy feat. Zeke's gaze slowly withdrew from the fortress and settled on the intervening plains. The area had turned into a boiling inferno. The fires of war raged, with the sounds of gunfire and explosions rising and falling incessantly. The warlord titan he had seen earlier had crashed to the ground, with parts continuously peeling off its hull. Cal was terrified by this apocalyptic scene and docilely followed Zeke, not daring to stray a single step. From a distance, Zeke saw Dance fighting a Volscani trader beside the wreckage of a transport ship. The trader tried to raise his gun to shoot Dance, but Dance executed a clean slide tackle, followed by a smash to the trader's head with the butt of his gun. As the trader recoiled in pain, Dance sprang up like a leopard, jamming the muzzle of his gun under the man's chin. 2 short, searing blasts later, the trader slumped to the ground. It was far more efficient and decisive than an average soldier. It was no wonder that when Zeke first met Dance, his entire squad had been wiped out, yet he alone had survived. That fact spoke volumes about his skill. "Those bastards must have struck during the welcome ceremony," Dance said, kicking the corpse aside and looking at the smoke rising from the bastion. "Otherwise, the defensive line couldn't have collapsed so quickly." Zeke took out a few baked potatoes and filled his saturation bar completely, preparing for the battle ahead. With a shield in his left hand, Zeke deliberated for a moment between the Warhammer and the enchanted iron sword for his right. He ultimately chose the iron sword. When dealing with small units, the Warhammer tended to knock enemies back too far, which could sometimes be counterproductive for dealing damage. Dance and Zeke exchanged a look, nodded, and began to advance. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A trader flashed out from behind a cargo container, muzzle flashing. Zeke raised his shield and blocked every shot. The shield was truly the bane of ranged weapons. Its only drawback was that against fully automatic fire, its durability dropped a bit fast. The gunfire stopped as the magazine clicked empty. Panic flashed across the trader's face, and he instinctively ducked back behind the container to reload. Zeke stepped forward. As he charged, he swapped his right hand to the fishing rod and cast the line in an arc. TL/N. In Minecraft, players have a hotbar, which is a row of items they can use quickly, which means he can put away his iron sword, or shield, and instantly equip any other item. The hook sank accurately into the trader's body. Yank! With a startled cry, the trader was dragged out from behind cover, stumbling toward Zeke. The distance closed instantly. Zeke pressed down with his shield. Parrying the gun the trader frantically tried to raise, Zeke slashed with the enchanted iron sword in his right hand. Flames engulfed the enemy's body. The trader convulsed as he burned, and Zeke finished him off with 2 strikes. Aside from experience points, nothing dropped. Stingy. Zeke's level had reached 15, though most of that experience had come from smelting iron ore. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the ground in front of him. Sniper, Zeke realized. The enemy wasn't aiming for his head but at the ground. A warning shot. Zeke looked in the direction of the red dot. About 200 meters away, several Chimera armored transports and transport shuttles had been arranged into a crude circular defensive line, enclosing a small camp. The camp gate was a sheet of metal torn from a vehicle. Atop one of the armored vehicles serving as a watchtower, a short, thin figure was prone, aiming a sniper rifle right at him. "Friendlies." Dance lowered his gun first and shouted toward the camp. 111th Regiment Whiteshield, Dance. The person on the other side lowered the sniper rifle, and a shout came back. "What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak up." Dance. 111th Regiment. Friendlies. The person heard clearly this time, moved the gun aside, and stood up, waving at Zeke and Dance to signal them to approach. As the two walked closer, they noticed the camp was set up with some skill. The wreckage on the perimeter was staggered to create firing ports, and heavy stubbers and searchlights were mounted on the vehicle roofs. The metal gate was pulled open a crack, and the sniper from before squeezed out. He was only half Zeke's height and looked remarkably like a halfling from Western fantasy. "Whoa, sorry about pointing the gun at you earlier," the sniper said in a high-pitched voice, speaking incredibly fast. "You can't really blame me. You lot look too weird." The sniper's gaze lingered on Zeke's iron armor for a moment. A weirdo wearing tin sheets. His eyes then shifted to the gruesome scars on Dance's face. A disfigured Whiteshield. Seemingly realizing his words were a bit harsh, he scratched his head, his gaze finally shifting to Cal. What kind of animal is that? Never seen one before." "Forget it. It's all weird anyway. You guys come in first." The dwarf-like man stepped aside to make room. "By the way, you can call me Bella. I'm a ratling." Ratlings, an abhuman subspecies officially sanctioned by the Imperium. They possessed near-perfect sniping skills, innate superb culinary talent, and extremely high business acumen. Despite their penchant for petty theft, these talents ensured their frequent presence in various regiments. Ever since he ate his only sandwich in that greenskin cave, Zeke had been yearning for more special recipes. He made a mental note to discuss cooking with this ratling later to see if he could get his hands on some recipes. Stepping into the camp, the strong smell of blood mixed with disinfectant hit them in the face. Several canvas sheets were laid simply on the ground, upon which lay 7 or 8 wounded soldiers. Groans and wails were incessant. Some had broken arms, others had lost their legs entirely. A female soldier with a short ponytail, carrying a medical kit, was deftly bandaging their wounds, trying her best to comfort them. "Deep breath. Relax. I'm going to start bandaging. It might hurt a little." The female soldier took a roll of bandages and wrapped it quickly. Ah. The soldier being treated screamed. "Humph, look at you being a wimp, screaming like that over a bandage." "Ah." Gently. Zeke's gaze swept over the corner, where he saw several bodies already covered with cloth. After making the rounds and stabilizing the wounded as best she could, the medic carried her kit to the center of the camp. There, a temporary table had been set up using ammo crates. A military map was spread out on it, illuminated by the dim yellow light of a battery-powered lamp. An old soldier with graying hair was hunched over the map, his finger moving slowly across it. "Sergeant Victor, we have to move soon. Some of the patients can't hold on much longer." The medic's eyes were slightly red. She seemed to be reaching her limit. Victor, the old veteran she addressed, sighed. "I know. Calm down. We've all lost a lot. Like you, I don't want to lose anyone else. It is precisely because of this that we must be even more cautious. If we make another mistake, even a tiny one, it could bring a fatal blow. Victor, even a trapped beast fights. What are you doing? Waiting for death?" The medic was unsatisfied with Victor's reply. She turned her face away and stormed off to the side angrily. Victor looked helpless, but he quickly composed himself and turned his gaze to Zeke. Power Stone's Goal 219, Chapter 19, on Tunnel Warfare. Zeke felt a sense of solemnity. He noticed the deep wrinkles on Victor's face. The old man was definitely at least 70 or 80 years old. To survive to such an age on Kadaya, one was absolutely no ordinary person. "Stranger, I could tell at a glance that you are definitely not a soldier." Victor walked over, scrutinizing Zeke unabashedly from head to toe. "Normally, I would never let someone like you in, but now." He looked around at the groaning wounded in the camp. "The situation is critical. I can't be picky. I must gather every bit of strength available." Dan stepped forward and saluted. "Sergeant, what exactly happened at Tyrek Bastion? Is it really that bad?" "Bad." Victor looked at Dance. "Kid, it's not bad. It's likely the most dangerous moment in Kadaya's history. You know about the Volskani Cataphract's betrayal, right?" Dance nodded. "They picked a good time," Victor said with bitter irony. "They struck right during the welcome banquet held in their honor inside the Bastion. That banquet gathered 80% of the Bastion's high-ranking commanders and staff, along with 30% of the off-duty Kashyyyk elites." Victor clenched his fists. "They're all dead. The traitors were smart after the strike. They immediately seized control of most of the defense systems and key nodes. Now, that steel fortress meant to protect us has become a cage that protects the traitors and keeps us locked out." Victor paused, taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger. "Fortunately, there are still some tough bones they haven't chewed through." Some Kashyyyk and guardsmen reacted quickly, retaking several sectors and putting up a stubborn resistance from the inside. "The bastards haven't completely controlled the Bastion yet." Victor's gaze returned to them. "We need to break into the Bastion to help them, but it's too hard. Far too hard. Tyrek Bastion is too solid." Victor was an old veteran. He knew the impregnability of Tyrek Bastion better than anyone, which was why he felt despair, why he felt there was no way in. "Perhaps we could dig a tunnel," Dance suggested. "Dig a tunnel?" Victor clearly froze for a moment, then a look of displeasure crossed his face. "Are all new recruits this delusional nowadays?" Leaving aside the manpower and time required to dig a tunnel, Tyrek Bastion was designed with the threat of subterranean attacks in mind. The foundation uses specially treated soil. Digging through it is practically impossible. Victor waved his hand dismissively. He assumed Dance was just grasping at straws out of desperation to even suggest tunneling. Even the Iron Warriors, the Space Marines most adept at siege warfare, would find taking such a bastion to be no easy task. "But what if the person digging the tunnel possesses power beyond your imagination?" Dance persisted, undeterred by Victor's mockery. "Power beyond imagination?" Following Dance's gaze, Victor looked at Zeke. Zeke had tuned out Victor halfway through the lecture and was now wandering around, familiarizing himself with the camp. He felt this camp was actually quite nice. If he encountered a naturally generated structure like this in Minecraft, Zeke would sometimes just claim it as his home to save the trouble of building one himself. Food reserves are running low, Zeke thought as he walked to the edge of the camp. He took out an iron hoe, tilled a small patch of farmland, and placed a single block of water. He then crafted some wooden fences to enclose the farmland and prevent trampling. Finally, he sowed wheat seeds and potatoes. This time, he didn't use bone meal to speed up the process, letting them grow naturally. "Are you planting vegetables?" Bella, the abhuman sniper, stood on a high crate, watching Zeke's actions with curiosity. "I have to warn you, the soil here is notoriously poor. Wait, it's sprouting already." His eyes went wide as he watched a sapling break through the soil the moment Zeke scattered the seeds. Bella leaped down from the crate in shock, landing nimbly, and leaned in to carefully pinch a leaf. "Thrown alive, are you a psyker? Is this your power? Hey, does this mean you have fresh vegetables to eat every day?" Zeke realized then and there that Bella was a complete chatterbox. Through his conversation with Bella, Zeke learned that Kadayan soldiers lived on rations. Food was collected uniformly from distribution centers. It was hardly delicious, let alone fresh or hot. This had driven Bella crazy for a long time. "I complained to those tall commissars ages ago," Bella said. "I told them, you have no idea how important a fresh, tasty meal is. Once, on a field mission, I picked up a few rats that had been blown apart in a raw cabbage, and I boiled a pot of stew." Bella's eyes drifted, lost in memory. You should have seen the looks on those soldiers' faces when they saw that steaming pot of soup after fighting all day. They actually smiled. "We sang songs, used our spoons to tap rhythms on our mess tins, and ate our fill happily. Everyone ate. Everyone smiled. That night, no one mentioned the dead brothers, and no one thought about tomorrow's mission." Bella's thoughts returned to reality, and he sighed. "It's a pity that tall commissar just gave me a lecture about supply chains not keeping up and all that nonsense." After a few seconds of silence, Bella seemed to remember something. He looked left and right furtively. Carefully, he took out a small, meticulously folded square from an inner pocket close to his chest. He unfolded it layer by layer, revealing a few plump seeds inside. Here, cabbage seeds. He looked a little smug. Stolo borrowed them from a tech priest. You plant them for me, and afterward, I'll give you 10%. How about it? 10%. Zeke almost laughed out of anger. The thickness of your skin is directly proportional to your accuracy. Bella scratched his stubbly chin sheepishly. Okay, but you have to teach me some cooking techniques. Zeke countered, stating his own terms. Cooking techniques. Bella scratched his beard again. That's nothing, but I also want this much. His hand circled over the farmland Zeke had just tilled, claiming half of it. If your height was half the size of your greed, you'd probably be the tallest person on Kadaya. Zeke mocked Bella in his head but agreed to the demand. He wasn't short on crops anyway. Besides, he could tell that Bella wanted so much food not just for himself. It's a deal then. Bella clapped his hands, sealing the agreement, and handed the cabbage seeds to Zeke, who helped him plant them. A friendly gift, something delicious I just made. Bella seemed in a good mood, handing a steaming pot to Zeke. Inside the pot was a slightly viscous liquid with some suspicious dark specks floating on the surface. Bella's mold soup. Bella's mold soup restores 0 hunger, 2 saturation. Zeke was surprised. 0 hunger meant he could eat it continuously without getting full, and 2 saturation likely meant it restored about 2 health points, 1 heart. It didn't look like much, but this was soup. The system display likely referred to the value restored per sip. Zeke took the mold soup and took a sip. The texture was unexpectedly decent, warm, a bit like oatmeal porridge, and the taste was actually okay. Gurgle. A rumble sounded from Zeke's abdomen, followed by a sharp cramp in his lower belly. Oh, right, I forgot to warn you. This soup gives you the runs a bit. Bella's warning came one step too late. You couldn't say that earlier. Zeke's face changed color. Clutching his stomach with one hand, he sprinted toward an unnoticed corner of the camp. Zeke finally understood why it restored 0 hunger. If it goes out as fast as it comes in, it'd be a miracle if it filled you up. Chapter 20, The Beginning of Cooperation. After resolving the emergency, Zeke walked back to Bella, supporting himself against the wall, his face twisted in pain. Are you okay? Bella muttered in a low voice. I don't remember having such a strong reaction when I drank it. What do you think? Zeke shot Bella a look sharp enough to cut glass and snatched the mold soup from his hand. One thing was one thing, but Zeke was still greedy for the healing effects of the mold soup. He'd just treat the side effects as training for his stomach. Well, I won't disturb you then. Bella, sensing the mood, shrank his neck and pointed to a dark green tent in the camp. Piles of pots and pans were stacked around the tent, along with several crates containing common military canned beans and compressed rations. Remember to come by when I'm cooking tonight. I'll show you my true skills. With that, he scrambled up to the lookout point in a few swift moves to resume his sentry duty. With the recipe matter settled, Zeke wandered around and eventually arrived at the area where the wounded were gathered. Bleeding eye, weakness eye, frostbite eye. Most of these wounded soldiers were suffering from various debuffs. Zeke looked down at Cal, who was following closely at his heels, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a kind smile. Your turn, buddy. Cal instantly felt a chill run down its spine, a familiar sense of dread welling up in its heart. Moo-oo. It let out a long, accusatory cry, but Zeke ignored its protest completely. He switched to an empty bucket and began the collection work. Moments later, carrying a bucket of milk, he walked over to the wounded soldier with the most debuffs. The soldier's face was a deathly gray, beads of sweat rolling continuously from his forehead. It hurts. The words were squeezed out from deep in his throat, exhausting all his remaining strength. Zeke squatted down, moving gently, and tilted the bucket to the man's parched lips. As the warm liquid touched his lips, the soldier opened his mouth unconsciously and began to swallow instinctively. After a few gulps of milk, every single negative status effect vanished. The soldier's brow unfurrowed, and within a mere dozen seconds, he fell into a deep sleep. Hey, brother. A soldier nearby, who had been watching them with his head tilted, saw his wariness turn into surprise. He wore a slightly deformed helmet with the number 3 scrawled on it in white paint. Propping himself up on his elbows, he leaned toward Zeke. What's that good stuff? Give me a couple of sips, too. This wound hurts so much I'm twitching. Zeke handed the bucket over. Soldier number 3 took a tentative sip, and his eyes immediately widened. Whoa, it actually works. The pain isn't as bad anymore. And it tastes great. It's sweet. He smacked his lips and raised the bucket to drink more, but his movement froze in midair. He hesitated for a few seconds, looking at the dwindling milk in the bucket, then glanced around at the other wounded soldiers. Finally, he swallowed his saliva and handed the bucket back to Zeke. My injury isn't too heavy. I can endure it. Give it to those who need it more. Number 3. How many times have I told you? Do you want your wound to burst open? A soprano voice shrieked, approaching rapidly from a distance. Carmine is here. Soldier number 3 shuddered, gave Zeke a thumbs up, and immediately lay back down, closing his eyes and feigning unconsciousness. Hurried footsteps stopped beside number 3. Squatting on the ground, the first thing Zeke saw was a pair of mud-caked combat boots with tightly bound gaiters. Looking up, he saw army trousers worn white at the knees, and a belt hung with rolls of bandages and small glass vials. It was the female medic who had argued with Sergeant Victor earlier. According to number 3, her name was Carmine. Carmine wasn't wearing a jacket, just a shirt with sleeves roughly rolled up above her elbows. She had a fair face, the long-term exposure to harsh environments had made her skin slightly rough. She quickly checked number 3's bandages. After confirming he was fine, she turned her gaze to Zeke. "What are you doing here?" Her eyes darted between Cal and Zeke. "And what is this?" "Seems to be some kind of analgesic." Number 3, lying on the ground, spoke up. "Oh, so you weren't unconscious." Staring into Carmine's eyes, number 3 rolled his eyes back and went limp again. "Analgesic." Carmine's gaze sharpened. "Those things are usually highly addictive." She looked at the wounded in critical condition and swallowed the rest of her doubts. Zeke offered no explanation. He simply pulled the reluctant cow over and performed a live demonstration. Carmine watched the entire process, the wariness on her face turning into bewilderment. What did she just see? A plain, empty bucket was simply brought next to the livestock, a simple contact motion was made, and then it was full? Frowning, she walked up to Cow and examined it. "Is this a Stegaden?" She muttered uncertainly, reaching out to gently touch Cow's fur. "I saw similar livestock on Flavius in the Segmentum Obscurus, though the breed there seemed much more aggressive." Carmine pulled a notebook from her pocket, flipped to a specific page, and held it up in front of Cow's eyes. Cow, who had been lying on the ground sulking, glanced at it casually. "Moo-oo!" It shrieked, its limbs going weak as it collapsed to the ground. Then, wriggling its body, it scrambled and crawled behind Zeke, burying its massive head behind Zeke's calves. Zeke looked at the terrified cow, then leaned over to see what was in Carmine's notebook. On that page, sketched with skilled and precise strokes, was a venomous snake rearing its head and flicking its tongue. "Sure enough, this is a Stegaden." Carmine nodded and closed the notebook, unable to suppress a smile at the cow's reaction. "The drawing is a Flavius viper, one of the main natural predators of the Stegaden on its native planet. Though if we're being technical, it's not strictly a natural predator," she added. "Adult Flavius vipers aren't large, so they pose a limited threat to adult Stegadens. They mainly prey on Stegaden calves. Logically speaking, yours as an adult it shouldn't be this timid." Carmine looked at Cow, which was still shivering behind Zeke, with a peculiar expression. "So that's it." Zeke looked at Cow behind his legs, caught between laughter and tears, and nudged it gently with his foot. "Hey, you're this big, and you're scared of such a small snake." Cow only buried its head deeper, its whimpering growing louder. "I recall that Stegaden milk is indeed drinkable." Carmine returned to the main topic. "But as far as I know, it's just a common beverage. It definitely doesn't have analgesic effects." "It's not an analgesic, it clears all negative buffs," Zeke retorted in his mind. He shrugged, having no intention of explaining. The fact that the wounded before them were improving trumped all theory. Carmine made a request to Zeke. "Can you give me some of the milk?" Zeke nodded and handed over the milk in his hand. Carmine went to work. She took the glass vials from her waist and divided the bucket of milk into several portions. She fed them one by one to the surrounding wounded and took out a notebook to record the situation. The effect was immediate. The wounded who drank the milk saw their pain rapidly diminish, regardless of the severity of their injuries. Power Stones goal, 200, only 50 remaining. Donate and you get extra chapter before the next day. 21, Chapter 21, laying cards on the table, no more pretenses, bonus. Thanks for the Power Stones. Never expected to reach 200 Power Stones in the first week. Hope we can reach the ranking next week. Carmine looked at the empty vial in her hand, then at the visibly improved wounded soldier. Her gaze changed. "Can I take some more?" she asked, turning to Zeke with an earnest tone. "I won't take it for free." Zeke shook his head, but before the medic could feel disappointed, he nodded again. "You can try collecting it yourself." He gestured for Carmine to do it. Carmine fetched a tin bucket and walked over to Cow, who had calmed down slightly. She didn't hesitate. Squatting down, she steadied the bucket under Cow's belly. Her fingers found the correct position skillfully and precisely, and she began to squeeze rhythmically. Her movements were practiced and accurate. It was clear she understood the relevant physiological structure. "I couldn't tell. You know how to do this." Zeke was a bit surprised. "Are you surprised?" Carmine didn't even look up, focusing on her task, her voice calm and unwavering. "As a qualified combat medic, I understand and have mastered the physiology of most common biological organisms. Not just humans, but also ratlings, ogrins. Back in the Medici Academy, my grades in related courses never dropped out of the top 3. "Then you're a bit overqualified for being here," Zeke remarked. Hearing this, Carmine paused. She let out a short, self-deprecating laugh. "When I first met Sergeant Victor, he praised me in almost the exact same way." She looked up, glancing at the straight-backed veteran talking to Dance in the center of the camp. A complex look flashed through her eyes. Unconsciously, the force of Carmine's hands on Cow increased a few notches. Cow let out a startled yelp. "That stubborn old coot said I was just here to gild my resume," Carmine cursed under her breath. She mimicked Victor's tone. "My name is Victor. I'm an old soldier. I'm a straightforward man who likes to speak the truth. In the end, people like you come to the front lines just to add another mark to your service record." The more Carmine spoke, the angrier she got, and the strength in her hands grew. Cow began to shift its hooves uneasily, snorting in protest. Realizing she had lost her composure, she took a breath and calmed down. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Fine sweat appeared on Carmine's forehead. She tried various pressures and angles, but the bucket remained empty. Not a single drop of milk appeared. Zeke stood with his arms crossed, wearing an expression that said, "I knew it." His ability to obtain milk relied on Minecraft rules. "Let me do it." Zeke waved his hand grandly. Bring every bucket in your base. I'll fill them all up for you in one go. Carmine was still immersed in self-doubt regarding her milking technique when she heard Zeke. She brought over a dozen massive iron drums, each as tall as a person. These are drums for transporting purified water, Carmine explained. Looking at the setup, Zeke rolled his wrists and cracked his neck. His gaze fell once again on Cal, who had a very bad feeling about this. When the last giant drum was filled, Carmine straightened her back, clenched her fist over her chest, and gave Zeke a solemn military salute. Mr. Zeke, on behalf of all the wounded, I thank you for your selfless assistance. This milk is precious, I will not take it for nothing. I will settle this with you at the price of medical supplies, converted into Imperial credits. Imperial credits? What use do I have for that? Zeke quickly interjected, can we exchange it for something else? What do you mean, Mr. Zeke? Carmine paused. Precious metals. For example, gold. Zeke wasn't entirely confident when he said this. He wasn't sure if the value of his milk was high enough to be exchanged for gold. Gold. Carmine thought for a moment, then nodded. Specific details will have to wait until we meet up with the main force to discuss. However, I promise you, Mr. Zeke, I will do my best to fight for it on your behalf. That's good. Zeke nodded. It seemed his golden apple was finally within reach. Dance and Sergeant Victor finally finished their conversation and walked toward Zeke, one behind the other. Finally getting down to business? Zeke perked up. Before Zeke could speak, Sergeant Victor's booming voice rang out, clearly audible across half the camp. My name is Victor. I'm an old soldier. I'm a straightforward man who likes to speak his mind, so I won't beat around the bush. Carmine, who was preparing to leave, looked up. Hearing those familiar words, an ominous premonition instantly clouded her heart. Victor stopped a few steps in front of Zeke, his hawk-like gaze locking onto him. Your name is Zeke, right? I want to ask you one thing, what exactly is your objective? His tone was aggressive and pressing. Hey, is there a need to be so hostile? Bella, on lookout duty above, couldn't help but poke his head out. Sergeant Victor, what do you mean by that? Mr. Zeke has been helping us treat the wounded all this time. Carmine shouted angrily. Dance, standing next to Victor, suddenly distanced himself from the sergeant. His eyes asked a silent question, this isn't what we discussed just now, is it? Victor ignored the reactions around him. His posture remained as straight as a pine tree, unwavering. I hate politicians, he said slowly, every word hitting the ground with weight. Because those people always speak in riddles. They act one way to your face and another behind your back, always hiding ulterior motives. He shifted his focus, thrusting his words at Zeke again. So what about you? You possess powers. His gaze swept over the lush green farmland nearby, then landed on the milk Carmine had just collected. From the moment you stepped into this camp, you've been helping us for free. What are you plotting? Victor took off his heavily worn military cap, revealing gray but neatly trimmed short hair. Those eyes, tempered by countless fires of war, were clear and piercing as they stared dead at Zeke. The entire camp fell silent. Zeke met Victor's scrutinizing gaze without a hint of panic. He paused, seemingly giving serious thought to his wording. Who told you I was helping you for free? Sergeant Victor froze. Zeke followed up immediately, his voice clear, everything I do has a very specific purpose. He raised his hand and pointed at Victor, but his gaze seemed to look past him, toward something further away. I want to cooperate with you. No, to be precise, not with you personally, but with the power of Kadaya that you represent. To be honest, Zeke actually appreciated Victor's attitude. Before starting a real partnership, it was better to put all doubts on the table and clear them up. It was far better than falling apart halfway through due to suspicion or hidden conflicts. This was also why he chose to head to Tyrek Bastion, hoping to make contact with Lord Castellan Creed. Dealing with pure soldiers or commanders might be uncomfortably direct at times, but it was far more reliable than maneuvering around calculating politicians. Even in the precarious 41st millennium of the Imperium of Man, there was no shortage of greedy, short-sighted parasites. Zeke didn't fear godlike opponents, he feared pig-like teammates. TL/N, me too. Dance should have briefly mentioned some of my abilities to you, right? As he spoke, Zeke casually pulled out a crafting table and placed it on the open ground between them. Victor nodded. Materials, Zeke got straight to the point. I need a lot. A vast variety of materials. Gold, diamonds, obsidian, redstone. Common ones, rare ones, precious ones. Zeke recalled the time in the Greenskin Cave. If he hadn't been lucky enough to find that mine, he didn't know how much time he would have wasted just to gather the basic resources for a set of iron armor. Leveraging the resource-gathering capabilities of a massive faction was obviously the more efficient choice. Also, he added, emphasizing this point, I need access to specific talents. For example, tech priests. Zeke had long been thinking about the application of Minecraft automation and redstone technology in this world. In his previous life, he only had a shallow understanding of redstone and various tech mods. Hand-cranking an iron farm or a simple mob grinder was fine. But when it came to building complex, high-level automation systems, he was out of his depth. But the Warhammer world had tech priests. Those engineers who viewed machinery as divine and spent their lives studying mechanical principles and applications. Their understanding and application of machinery far exceeded his own. The extremely high freedom of Minecraft automation combined with those tech priests. Zeke couldn't even imagine the sparks that would fly. After saying so much in one breath, Zeke felt a bit parched. Naturally, he pulled another bucket of milk from his backpack, took a few swigs, and moistened his throat. 22, Chapter 22, Broadcast to the World. Sergeant Victor fell silent. He could sense that Zeke was not making empty promises. After a long while, Victor spoke slowly, asking the final and most core question. So, you want these materials, you seek these talents, but what is your ultimate goal? My goal. Zeke cast his gaze toward the Eye of Terror that hung eternally above Kadaya. Sergeant Victor followed his gaze. That thing was the eternal nightmare in the hearts of all Kadayans, of all warriors of the Imperium. Zeke withdrew his gaze and looked at Victor. That thing, he pointed at the sky, it's quite an eyesore, isn't it? Zeke extended his hand calmly towards Sergeant Victor. Well, do we have a deal? If everything you've said is true. Sergeant Victor's voice remained steady, losing some of its initial aggression. Why not? The two hands clasped together. Phew, Bella let out a sigh of relief. He almost thought the deal he had worked so hard to facilitate was going to fall through. Carmine clutched her head, muttering, that damn old man. Why does he have to make a negotiation feel like a heresy trial? Sergeant Victor coughed, signaling Zeke to follow him. The two arrived at the makeshift tactical table. On the table lay an aerial map of the entire Tyrek fields. We are here right now. Sergeant Victor took a fountain pen from his breast pocket. The nib landed on the bottom left corner of the map, drawing a red circle. The pen looked old but was extremely well maintained, with a gold-plated nib. Engraved in small, cursive script on the end of the pen were the words, to dear Victor, my eternal comrade and brother. And Tyrek Bastion is here. Victor moved his wrist, tapping the pen tip in the very center of the map. Straight line distance, roughly 20 kilometers. The area between us and it is crawling with rebel forces. He looked up at Zeke. Dance mentioned to me that you seem to have a way to dig underground tunnels quickly. There was a trace of suppressed hope in his tone. 20 kilometers. Zeke didn't answer immediately, performing a quick mental calculation. 1 standard block equals 1 cubic meter. Digging stone with an iron pickaxe takes about 0.5 seconds. 20 kilometers is 20,000 meters, which is equivalent to 20,000 blocks. Digging time 20,000 0.5 seconds 10,000 seconds 2.78 hours. If we consider the width of the tunnel to allow more people to pass, the time might multiply several times over. But even then, 5 or 6 times the duration is still only a dozen hours. Zeke himself was slightly startled by the result of this calculation. Is this the terrifying power of the block man? And it could be faster. Zeke thought of the blueprint mod he had unlocked a few days ago. Do you have paper? Paper? I have some. Carmine interjected, taking out her notebook. She tore out 1 page, thought it was too little, tore out 3 more, and handed them to Zeke. Zeke took the paper, pulled out bone meal, and used it on the ground to instantly grow a cornflower. He crafted the cornflower into blue dye, then combined it with the paper to create a blueprint. In the blueprint interface, several preset architectural template icons were displayed. These were the structures Dance had taught him just a few days ago. Kadayan surface bunker, Kadayan underground bunker, standard trench. Zeke selected the third option, standard trench. A translucent, ghostly model of a trench appeared in his vision. Controlled by his mind, he could move, rotate, scale, and stretch it at will. The blueprint interface simultaneously displayed the detailed material list required to construct this 20-kilometer standard trench. Cobblestone X1024, wood X256, iron pickaxe X10, iron shovel X10. After thoroughly understanding the requirements, Zeke nodded to Sergeant Victor. If we dig, it should only take about a day to get there. 1 day. Victor's voice pitched up a notch. Are you sure? 20 kilometers. In 1 day. Victor asked again. Positive, Zeke answered, brief and forceful. The stone-carved seriousness on Victor's face finally melted away, replaced by palpable joy. At this moment, a thought occurred to Zeke. Sergeant Victor, even if we successfully infiltrate, the number of traitors inside the bastion is likely significant. Instead of providing support, we might just get ourselves wiped out. Victor's brow furrowed. Zeke was right. Counting everyone in their camp, they had barely 5 combat-ready personnel. Victor looked at Zeke. Do you have any ideas? I have a plan. The sky over Kadaya was gloomier than usual. War had burned many things to ash, and these ashes were swept up into the atmosphere, plunging the entire plane into darkness. In this darkness, if anyone looked up, they would discover a single point of light. It was Zeke. He was currently pillar jumping with cobblestone, building step by step toward the sky. The cobblestone pillar was covered in torches, shining like starlight. This height should be about right. Zeke took out the radio antenna he was carrying on his back. Hope this works, he thought to himself as he switched on the antenna. Victor, it's ready up here. You can start. Fellow citizens of Kadaya, this is Sergeant Victor. Zeke listened to the voice coming from the radio as he looked down at the devastated land. The radio was broadcasting the signal to every corner of the plane. In a shell crater, a blood-soaked soldier curled up, his eyes unfocused as he stared at the sand trickling down the rim of the pit. He knew this place would become his grave. The mud-stained comms unit in his arms hissed with static. We are facing an unprecedented crisis. This was a premeditated plot. A conspiracy long planned by Abaddon the Despoiler. He inserted a traitor force into the bastion, leading to our current situation. Inside a wrecked armored vehicle, a driver was pinned to his seat by twisted metal, one leg having lost all sensation. He struggled to reach out and twist the radio knob to the correct channel. Many died in the sudden attack just now. We don't even know if we'll survive until tomorrow. In a cellar, 3 soldiers surrounded a medic whose breathing was weak. Only suppressed sobbing could be heard in the darkness. The situation is as bad as it gets, isn't it? So, I implore you all, look up. Look up. The soldier in the crater struggled to his knees. The driver in the wreckage forced his head around to look through the cracked window. The warriors in the cellar pushed aside the camouflage atop their hideout. It was light. On the horizon, a stone pillar stood between heaven and earth, its summit burning with fire. At Tyrek Bastion, the place besieged by traitors, a unit is still putting up a stubborn resistance. We must help them. We need to gather all remaining strength. I implore everyone, rally towards the light. The broadcast came to an abrupt halt. The planes fell into a brief silence, save for the wind and distant explosions. Sergeant Victor's finger remained pressed tight against the microphone. There was no response. Has the situation become that critical? Sergeant Victor trembled slightly. But in the next moment, voices exploded from the radio. 111th Armored Regiment, copy. We have one engine still turning, and that's enough. We're heading to the beacon ASAP. 23rd Regiment, 7 combat ready. Breaking out now. Also, gotta say, that pillar is cool. This is Guerrilla Squad. We're picking up stragglers along the way. Everyone, move toward the light. Then a fourth, a fifth. Sporadic, yet incredibly firm voices began to ring out over the radio. High in the air, Zeke watched the dust spiral up and into the Eye of Terror, swallowed by the abyss. Is there any point? The Eye of Terror seemed to mock the land below and the insignificant insects upon it. The raid progress bar in Zeke's vision had only just reached 1/10. This was destined to be a long war. 23, Chapter 23, I am a Minecraft master builder. Just before the darkness completely swallowed the last glimmer of twilight on the plains, the first wave of troops responding to the call arrived. The roar of engines and the grinding of treads vibrated the air around the camp. Good lord, is this a Lehman Russ battle tank? Zeke leaned in close to one of the steel behemoths, looking up at its heavy, sloped frontal armor and the short, thick barrel of its battle cannon. Curious, he reached out and knocked his knuckles against the metal side plating covering the tracks. Clang, clang. The tank hatch opened, and a middle-aged man with tired but sharp eyes jumped down, striding towards Sergeant Victor. The two began talking rapidly, using hand gestures, while the middle-aged man scanned the crude campsite. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zeke quietly slipped behind a tank. He pulled out the blueprint and aimed it at the majestic Lehman Russ. You can only copy devices you have built yourself or fully understand the principles of. Figures. Zeke realized he could copy the blueprints for the previous buildings because they were structurally simple, and Dance had explained them to him. Sergeant Victor and the armored captain were still speaking in low tones. Zeke saw Carmine directing others to carry out crates of the portioned milk, distributing them to the newly arrived tank crews. Bella was busy by the dark green tent, having set up a larger pot with a fire roaring beneath it. He even sneakily swiped a few freshly grown potatoes and wheat from Zeke's farm. He thought his movements were covert, unaware that Zeke saw everything clearly. The conversation between Victor and the armored captain drifted over. Your camp is too small and too primitive. The armored captain looked around, his tone blunt. My tanks need space to deploy for maneuvering and firing lines. As it stands, if the rebel artillery spots us, one barrage will wipe us out. Victor realized the problem as well. Zeke walked over and interjected, I can solve that. The armored captain turned his head, seeing a young man in strange iron armor, and looked puzzled. And you are? Sergeant Victor coughed dryly. This is a key figure in our next phase of operations. You don't have the clearance to know the specifics yet. You said you wanted to expand this base, right? Zeke confirmed, the builder's itch beginning to stir within him. The underground matchbox he showed Dance last time had too small an audience. It wasn't satisfying enough. Now that the camp was bustling with newcomers, it was time to show them some real technique. He reached out his hand directly to Sergeant Victor. Lend me your pen. Victor hesitated for a moment but handed over the gold-plated fountain pen. Zeke spread the paper out on a relatively flat crate and began sketching rapidly. First, we build a ring of walls, expanding the entire camp by 5 times. Zeke drew a large circle on the paper, then framed a grid in the upper left corner. This area will be converted into farmland. 1 block of water can hydrate an 8x8 area. We can dig 2 more layers underground to serve as planting levels, ensuring the food supply keeps up. Victor opened his mouth to say that there was no sunlight underground, but remembering the plants that had fully matured in less than an hour, he wisely shut it again. The pen nib scratched across the paper, moving to the bottom right corner to draw a small circle. We'll put an infinite water source here. Soldiers can fetch water, clean wounds, and bathe. You guys really need to do something about the smell. Next, Zeke drew a large area of neatly arranged rectangles in the middle right section of the circle. Residential area. What style do you guys prefer? The classic matchbox or the classical matchbox? Is there a difference? Sergeant Victor asked. Beside him, Dance seemed to recall some less than pleasant memories and gave Victor a meaningful look. The difference. Zeke looked up, his face dead serious. The basic matchbox is square and boxy. The classical matchbox is boxy and square. Victor and the armored captain. And here, Zeke ignored their reaction and continued marking the blueprint, defensive walls, watchtowers, a centralized medical bay. Zeke got more and more excited as he drew. He was practically planning a small fortress. Zeke, Sergeant Victor had to interrupt him, his tone somewhat helpless. There's no need to go to such lengths. The troops are only resting here temporarily. No, Zeke shook his head repeatedly, cutting Victor off. Soldiers need rest, and they need a relatively good environment to recover their stamina and morale. Besides, he paused, a confident smile appearing on his face. Building these things won't take me much time at all. He patted Victor on the shoulder, shoved the pen and the densely scribbled paper back into his hands, and gave him a look that said, "Relax, watch this. Let me show you a thing or two." Taking advantage of the fact that Carmine was busy attending to the newly arrived critically wounded, soldier number 3 sneakily scooted off his bed and slipped out of the medical area. His wounds were mostly healed thanks to the milk, but he had been ordered to rest quietly and was bored out of his mind. Ah, the scent of freedom. He excitedly lifted the canvas flap and stepped outside the camp zone. Then, he froze. Wait, where is this? Where was the messy, crude camp from before? Replacing it was a territory ringed by towering walls of cobblestone. The walls looked to be over 3 meters high, thick and solid, with protruding firing embrasures spaced at regular intervals. The internal space of the camp had clearly expanded several times over. Even more striking was that on one side of the camp, several matchboxes had already risen from the ground. A growing crowd of people and soldiers had already gathered at the scene. The newly arrived tank crews and the original camp soldiers had all put down their work. Holding their distributed portions of milk, they stood nearby, watching this inconceivable scene. Soldier number 3 squeezed into the crowd in a daze and whispered, "What's the situation?" The tanker he asked didn't even turn his head, muttering, "I don't know. I swear I've never seen psyker powers like this." He built a house in 32 seconds. Emperor above, did you see that? 32 seconds. You call that a house? That's just a matchbox, another soldier chimed in. So what if it's a matchbox? It's 100 times better than huddling under wreckage or lying in a mud pit freezing to death. The crowd buzzed with eager discussion, their eyes following Zeke's figure. Zeke's vanity was greatly satisfied. "Hey, Master Builder." A bolder young soldier shouted, scratching his head. If it's possible, could you use some wooden planks or something to partition a small space inside that big room? My comrade snores like an earthquake at night. I really can't stand it." "You're lying. I do not." The accused soldier immediately retorted, drawing a wave of good-natured laughter. "Of course," Zeke answered crisply. He walked up to the newly built matchbox. In 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, he dismantled a section of the wall facing the crowd, making the internal structure clearly visible. Then, he took out oak planks and a crafting table, crafting a wooden door on the spot. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he deftly divided the originally spacious open room in 2 using wood, installing the door in the middle. "Is this okay? 1 on each side, no disturbances." "That's perfect. Thank you." The soldier who made the request was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. This action was like opening the floodgates. Every 101 bonus chapter, we have to rank this week. Please support. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 24, Chapter 24, Bellis Grand Banquet, bonus. 24, Chapter 24, Bellis Grand Banquet, bonus. Bonus chapter for getting 5 reviews. Thanks for the support everyone, we reached top 100 in Power Stone ranking. Another soldier raised his hand. "I want to live on the 2nd floor." "No problem," Zeke said without hesitation. He selected a house and directly built a 2nd story, connecting the levels with a wooden ladder. "Is it going to collapse?" The soldiers looked at the unscientific construction with a mix of concern and fascination. A suspended one. "I want to live in a floating house, like a bird's nest." A younger-looking soldier shouted excitedly. Yes, whatever you want." Zeke built with gusto, and the soldiers' enthusiasm only grew. They chimed in with all sorts of ideas, some reasonable, some completely wild. Zeke accepted them all, and for a moment, the scene was almost festive. "What's all this racket?" A stern shout rang out. The middle-aged commander of the armored units walked over, his face grim. His gaze swept over the excited soldiers. "You're just increasing the engineering burden for no reason. Everyone, quiet down and return to your posts." "Don't be too hard on them, Commander," Zeke said, patting the man on the shoulder. "It's only the difference between 30 seconds and 40 seconds. It's no trouble at all. When building a house, the most important thing is that the people living there are happy." Zeke's eyes drifted over the group. These soldiers had just emerged from a life-or-death situation, having survived both betrayal and the threat of extinction. Moreover, many of them like Danke still had the lingering innocence of youth on their faces. The commander's lips twitched, but in the end, he said nothing more and stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Zeke looked back at his handiwork. It was orderly and practical, but he felt something was missing. Right, it lacks the colors of nature. Zeke pulled out several saplings. He walked to the front of each newly built house and placed a sapling in the dirt beside the door. He then took out some bone meal to force their growth. Trees shot up, and flowers burst from the soil. Vibrant red poppies, pale purple violets, and pristine white daisies appeared. Some soldiers looked on with expressions of utter confusion. Others recognized them. "Those look like flowers. I saw them once in an encyclopedia." "All right then." Zeke clapped his hands and spread his arms wide. "Don't just stand there staring. Go check out your new homes." Cheers erupted again, even louder than before. The soldiers shouted with joy as they swarmed toward the places they could finally call home. The commander's cold, hard expression softened slightly, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Standing to the side, Zeke listened to the endless stream of praise and watched those radiant faces. He tried his best to maintain the poise of a grand architect, but he couldn't stop his lips from curling into a grin. As expected, gold shines wherever it is. The fact that I'm a master builder is indisputable. Zeke proceeded to set up infinite water sources and farmlands, which took him about 2 hours. Once the construction was finished, Zeke took out a blueprint and fully copied the first structure he had completed on Kadaya. Please name the construction. Zeke's eyes rolled as he typed into the naming bar. Transcendent perfect balance of utility and aesthetics exemplar of battlefield living light of Kadaya Zeke Mason's prototype work number 1. Name is too long. Fine. Zeke tried again. Self-built fortress number 1. Naming successful. Hey, Zeke, over here. Bella poked his head out from the entrance of a dark green tent and waved at the idling Zeke. Outside the tent sat 2 large crates, one filled with potatoes, and the other with wheat and a few heads of cabbage. The way your crops grow is downright unnatural, Bella said, stepping out of the tent. Even the mutated weeds on an imperial agri-world don't have this kind of efficiency. Bella grunted as he started dragging the potato crate. Come on, give me a hand. Zeke lifted the heavier crate with a single hand. The 2 of them moved the harvest into the tent, one after the other. Thump, thump, the crates hit the floor with a heavy dull sound. With these, plus the fields you just expanded outside, I'll have enough to feed everyone in this camp, Bella said, turning around. To be honest, seeing everything you've done for our camp, I'm starting to feel a bit of regret. Oh. Zeke crossed his arms. You've realized you were a bit too greedy this morning? What, has your conscience kicked in? Planning to lower the profit-sharing ratio. Cough, cough. Bella cleared his throat. As the saying goes, a deal made is like water poured out, here's no taking it back. He winked at Zeke. However, if I didn't show some form of appreciation, it would make me look a bit heartless, wouldn't it? So? Zeke asked with interest. So, I plan to make it up to you in a different way, Bella said with a mysterious smile. He dragged over a stool that was taller than himself, wiped the seat vigorously with his sleeve, and made a pleased gesture. Zeke sat down. As if performing a magic trick, Bella produced a piece of linen, stood on his tiptoes, and tied it around Zeke's neck. You're treating me to a meal. Zeke looked at the neatly arranged dining table, which was actually just a thick wooden plank resting on 2 stacked crates. Bingo! Bella snapped his fingers. As he spoke, he turned and drew a specialized dagger from a leather sheath at his waist. Calling it a dagger was a stretch, it looked more like a cleaver that had been meticulously modified. He raised the custom cleaver and took a practice swing in the air, the blade letting out a faint whistle as it cut the wind. And now? Bella took a deep breath, his entire aura shifting. Wait a second. Zeke raised a hand, interrupting him. Seeing Bella's confused look, Zeke asked, I just need to be sure, this isn't going to give me diarrhea like that mold soup this morning, right? Only after receiving Bella's solemn assurance did Zeke breathe a sigh of relief and settle back into his seat. Bella whipped away a canvas sheet, revealing a variety of ingredients. Beyond the potatoes, wheat, and cabbage Zeke recognized, there were various cans, strange-looking mushrooms, and herbs emitting peculiar aromas. Bella lit a small stove nearby. In the next moment, he moved. His arm blurred as the cleaver slammed onto the cutting board piled with ingredients. Thump! The force of the strike caused all the ingredients on the board to bounce into the air. Like a player of Fruit Ninja, Bella's wrist flicked with precision in mid-air, prepping every side dish in seconds. First dish, creamy mushroom soup. Bella tossed the sliced mushrooms and animal fat into a small skillet, sautéing them rapidly over the flame. Then, he took some milk from cow and poured it into the pan, adding a pinch of crushed spices. Inspired by that miraculous milk of yours. The soup gradually thickened, turning an enticing creamy white. Give it a try. Zeke picked up a wooden spoon and took a sip. The temperature was perfect, the steam carried the rich scent of milk blended with the earthy freshness of the mushrooms. It's delicious. Zeke praised sincerely. Second dish, heavy hitter, fire-roasted Ent bull meat pie. Third dish, sautéed cabbage. Fourth dish, fifth dish. What a unique flavor. You have consumed 5 types of food. Max HP +1. What a unique flavor. You have consumed 5 types of food. Max HP +1. Zeke's max HP reached 23. There are 2 ways to get bonus chapters. Every 5 reviews 1 bonus chapter. Every 100 Power Stones 1 bonus chapter, only 30 more before the next bonus chapter. 25, Chapter 25, your final payment will be settled. Zeke, Sergeant Victor is looking for you, a voice called out from outside the tent. Bella nodded towards Zeke, who struggled to stand up, patting his bulging stomach. Phew, thanks for the feast. Zeke bid Bella farewell. Bella watched with a smile as Zeke left the tent, then began sweeping the empty cans to the side. Truly, thanks to Zeke, I've finally cleared out some of this stockpiled food. It would have gone bad if we didn't eat it soon. Though night had fallen, the camp remained buzzing with activity. Thanks to Zeke, Sergeant Victor's office had been upgraded from a battered field table to a proper, respectable office building. Zeke knocked on the door. From inside came Victor's voice, enter. Zeke pushed the door open. Sergeant Victor wasn't sitting behind his desk. Instead, he stood by a glassless window with his hands behind his back, looking out at the camp that had been completely transformed. We have all seen your sincerity. He turned to face Zeke. Now, it is our turn to show you some of ours. Zeke followed Victor over to the desk. First, regarding the tech priest, Victor began. I've received word that a Titan Legion of the Adeptus Mechanicus is stationed in the Agrippina sector. I will find a way to help you contact them. Zeke nodded, though he didn't hold much hope. Agrippina was the strategic base for Typhus's fleet. Victor likely didn't know that the Titan Legion he mentioned was already in over its head, barely surviving itself. But it didn't matter. Soon enough, Archmago's call would arrive on Kadaya. Zeke was confident Call would be more than willing to help him. After all, Zeke held something no cogboy could refuse, knowledge that could bring about true change. Next, the materials. Victor picked up a pen. List what you need. The more detailed, the better. First, gold. As much as possible. Golden apples. Maybe even enchanted golden apples. The 2 apples Zeke had in his backpack from the reward chests were almost starting to rot. Gold? That won't be a problem, Victor replied. Carmine has already given me a detailed report. We will use gold to trade for that miraculous milk of yours. Victor's gaze turned deep. Speaking of which, your milk isn't just a simple painkiller, is it? Correct, Zeke admitted. It can clear certain, you can think of them as abnormal statuses from the body. Clearing abnormal statuses. Victor repeated the phrase, lowering his voice. Then, can it clear the corruption of chaos? The air in the room seemed to freeze. The torchlight cast flickering shadows against the walls in the unseen darkness. It felt as though several pairs of eyes had suddenly appeared, peering in. Corruption of chaos? How should I know? Zeke remained silent. He had never encountered someone currently undergoing the process of corruption, so he had no way of knowing. Zeke looked at Victor. Sergeant Victor, if you can find a sample, perhaps we can test it. This time, it was Victor who fell silent. What was the difference between that and playing with fire? The corruption of chaos was silent, stealthy, and spread with terrifying speed. Understood. Victor neither confirmed nor denied the possibility. Diamonds, Zeke stated his second objective. Again, the more, the better. Diamonds. Victor noted it down. Industrial grade or gemstone quality. Doesn't matter, Zeke shook his head. As long as it's diamond. Victor didn't ask further questions, simply nodding and writing, diamonds, any quality, large quantities. Also, lapis lazuli and lava. Zeke continued his list. Lapis was essential for enchanting, and lava was needed for obsidian and, eventually, a nether portal. Lapis lazuli, lava. Victor looked up. It seems most of what you need are minerals. You could say that, Zeke acknowledged. If minerals are your primary need, we might be able to provide some very soon. How so? Remember the radio responses you got when you were broadcasting from that stone pillar in the plains? Victor prompted. One of them claimed to be from the 23rd Regiment. The 23rd. I remember. Zeke recalled them. They were the ones who commented that his pillar was cool. The 23rd Regiment is actually stationed in a system on the outskirts of Kadaya, on a planet called Solar Meriatis. That planet has a harsh environment, covered in active volcanoes, but it is also incredibly rich in minerals. It's no exaggeration to say there are more minerals than stones there. Kadaya established several ore refineries there. The 23RD's mission was to garrison those facilities. Victor sighed. After Kadaya issued the high-level recall order, part of the 23rd was ordered to take transport ships back to the homeworld as reinforcements. You know what happened after that. The remnants of the 23rd are expected to arrive here tomorrow, Victor continued. If they have the materials on them, I will provide them to you immediately. This was an unexpected windfall. Zeke hadn't expected to settle the final payment so quickly. Sergeant Victor was proving to be quite reliable. In that case, Zeke didn't see the need to hold back. I also need pumpkins for building iron golems, wool for beds, some adamantium would be nice, and maybe one of the Empire's ultimate weapons, a cyclonic torpedo. Stop. What on earth? Even a cyclonic torpedo? That was an exterminatus weapon capable of destroying an entire planet. Was that something you could just get? Sergeant Victor quickly called a halt to the list and handed the pen to Zeke to write everything down in detail. Zeke wrote furiously, filling the page with his requirements. Not satisfied, he flipped the paper over and filled the back before handing it back to Victor. Victor took a quick glance, closed his eyes in a moment of despair, and tucked the paper away. Let's leave it at that for now. Next are the specifics regarding the tunnel. During this time, I've gathered everyone in the camp with surveying experience to analyze and calculate based on your abilities. We found that your ability has even more room to be utilized. He walked to the table and pulled out a blueprint covered in lines and annotations, handing it to Zeke. We have decided to expand the scale of the tunnel several times over. Zeke took the blueprint. It showed a cross-section of an underground passage. It could no longer be called a secret path, it was a full-blown tunnel. Inside the tunnel, something Zeke had recently seen was drawn. You plan to send Lehman Russ tanks through. It's not impossible. The blueprint detailed a ramp design for the entrance and exit, showing exactly how the tanks would enter and emerge. Yes, we are going to give those traitors in the bastion. Victor's voice turned ice-cold. A massive surprise they will never see coming. Zeke could already imagine the look on the traitors' faces when a tank suddenly emerged from their rear. To allow the units arriving later enough time to muster, and to ensure we are fully prepared for the sortie, Victor said, his finger tracing a line from the camp to the bastion on the map before slamming down on the icon. TL/N, sortie is an attack made by troops coming out from a position of defense. We have decided to officially begin work tomorrow morning. The tunnel is scheduled for completion by the day after tomorrow. Then, we retake the bastion. His words were firm and final, leaving no room for doubt. 26, Chapter 26, Cow takes flight. The next day, dawn still did not arrive. The sky over Kadaya remained a canvas of gloom. Everyone in the camp suddenly was jolted awake by a deafening boom and a blinding flash of white light striking down from the heavens above. No one knew what it was. Soldiers could only whisper amongst themselves, offering guesses. Zeke saw more drop pods falling from the sky. They were scattering, landing across every corner of the planet. Chaos Space Marines were joining the fray with increasing frequency. The word-bearers were plotting to destroy the Blackstone pylons on Kadaya. The Iron Warriors were bringing their siege engines to assault other bastions and the Noise Marines of Slaanesh. Chaos was appearing more and more often on this land. In the soldier rest area Zeke had built, 2 soldiers climbed on top of a matchbox house and sat side by side. "Hey, did you see that thing this morning?" "Yeah, the noise was massive. Half the camp got scared awake. The direction where the pillar of light appeared seemed to be near Kasp Partox. I heard it's some terrifying weapon from the arch-traitor's side. Can they survive it?" Neither answered, for they both knew the grim reality. "At least we have good food. What's this called again? Baked potato, right?" One soldier picked up a baked potato he had received from Bella that morning. "Right, and this milk." The other soldier took a large gulp of the beast milk to calm his nerves. 500 meters below the camp, engineering was progressing smoothly. With the power of the blueprint, such ease was only natural. Zeke just had to build a small section of the massive tunnel according to the surveyor's requirements. Then, it was copy and paste, with only minor adjustments remaining. Unfortunately, the space cleared by the blueprint didn't drop any blocks, so Zeke's plan to use it for mining fell through. How many times do I have to say it? It won't collapse. It is absolutely impossible for it to collapse. This was the 102nd time Zeke had said this to the surveying team since the morning. The surveyors were relentless. Holding paper blueprints and rulers, they kept muttering professional terms about stress analysis and geological cross-sections. Zeke rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear a thing. He paused his blueprint usage, finally yielding to the surveyor's wishes. This team was professional, almost too professional. Every kilometer the tunnel extended, they would record every inch of data on their charts to ensure the direction didn't deviate in the slightest. According to them, this tunnel would play a huge role in future battles, so there was no room for error. They also set up defensive positions every 500 meters inside the tunnel and assigned soldiers to stand guard. This was to prevent enemies from seizing the tunnel, and if a retreat became necessary, the soldiers could mount a resistance to buy time. Zeke felt they made a good point, so he didn't argue further. Fine, if they want to check, let them check. It won't delay things much anyway. It just so happened that Sergeant Victor mentioned the 23rd Regiment had arrived. Zeke decided to use this time to go see them. "I'm going up first. You guys take your time drawing." "All right, Mr. Zeke." The surveyors didn't even look up, continuing their heated, chattering discussion. "Look here, we can lay subway tracks, build a massive underground support network. Kadaya's defense will truly become impregnable." "That won't be necessary," Zeke retorted upon hearing this. "The Nether Express is way faster than any subway." The surveyors wanted to ask what the Nether Express was, but Zeke had already walked to the side of the tunnel. His figure blurred as he flew straight forward. "Your mission is to proceed 1,500 meters ahead. There is a newly established outpost there." At the tunnel entrance, an officer was assigning tasks to soldiers who had just been transferred down. A new recruit walked down the slope, his jaw dropping in shock at the tunnel before him. The assigning officer patted his shoulder understandingly. "You'll get used to it." "Wait, sir," the recruit stammered. "Those things placed every so often along the side of the tunnel, the ones that look like small boats. What are they for?" Before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed onto a small boat at the far end of the tunnel. Then, the figure appeared on another boat a few meters ahead, then flashed again, moving further forward. In just a few blinks, the figure flew through the long tunnel and headed straight for the entrance. "What now? You look like you've seen a ghost." The officer, having just tied his shoelaces, looked up to see the recruit's dumbfounded expression. "Nothing. I think I might have actually just seen a ghost." That, of course, was not a ghost. It was Zeke. He had placed a boat at regular intervals in the tunnel. This way, he only needed to constantly fly out of the tunnel quickly, a time-saving measure. Soon, Zeke arrived at the start of the tunnel. Here, a massive slope led to the surface, designed to allow Lehman Russ battle tanks to pass through. People were scattered along the slope, walking up and down as they handed over work. Zeke didn't take the slope. Instead, he walked to a wooden door on the side, pushed it open, and entered a small cubicle. Looking up, there were several signs, and above them was water. It was a simple water elevator. TL/N, a Minecraft water elevator, uses bubble columns for fast vertical transport, created by building a water column in a tube, glass/solid blocks, and using kelp to turn all water into source blocks, then placing soul sand at the bottom for upward flow or magma blocks for downward flow, with signs or doors to contain the water. Zeke bent his knees slightly and jumped up. Buoyed by the water current, he shot upward. His vision brightened rapidly as he approached the surface. Thump! Zeke felt his head hit a furry, spherical object. Caught off guard, the opposing force pushed Zeke downward. He choked on some water and flailed a bit before stabilizing himself. Something is blocking the exit. Could there be trouble in the camp? Zeke switched to his shield and looked up. The unidentified spherical object above was also startled. It shifted to the side, and a familiar sound drifted down. "Moo-oo. Cow." Zeke was stunned, lowering his shield. "How did you get fat enough to become a ball?" Cow was twisting its head, its neck was barely visible. Ever since the miraculous effects of the beast milk became known, Cow's status in the camp had skyrocketed. Grateful for the life-saving milk, the soldiers couldn't resist feeding it any good food they had. Coupled with the fact that no one dared to work or disturb this hero, Cow did nothing but eat and sleep all day. The spherical cow seemed to recognize Zeke. It moved its short legs, which were encased in fat, and rolled toward him. Watching Cow rush toward him, Zeke resolutely raised his shield. Cow slammed into the shield. Its fat compressed, and then with a boing, it bounced away like a rubber ball, landing on the ground and bouncing a few times. Then, because it was too fat, it couldn't flip back over. Its forelimbs flailed wildly in the air, trying to right itself. Time for a diet, Zeke thought as he looked at the ball-shaped cow. I need to set up some high-intensity aerobic exercise for you. He went around the camp asking until he found a lead. Then, he placed a wooden fence on a floating block and used the lead to tie cow up in the air. That day, everyone in the camp saw a cow soaring in the sky. Thanks Dever, Hax and Victor for joining my Patreon yesterday. 27, Chapter 27, Tinkers Construct the Lehman Russ Edition Smeltery, Bonus. 27, Chapter 27, Tinkers Construct the Lehman Russ Edition Smeltery, Bonus. Thanks everyone for donating Power Stones. Hope we reach top 50 in the Power Stones ranking this week. By the way, this is the bonus chapter for reaching 100 Power Stones. Zeke arrived at the camp gate. Sergeant Victor was in the middle of a conversation with the soldiers of the 23rd Regiment. Just as they had said, only 7 members of the 23rd remained. Leading them was a burly man. His skin was dark and shiny at a natural complexion, but one that looked as if it had been scorched by fire after long-term exposure to high-temperature environments. My apologies, Sergeant Victor, the dark-skinned officer said. The transport ship we were on did indeed carry a significant amount of minerals. However, that ship has already been destroyed by the traitors. Zeke paused in his tracks as he approached. Damn it. I knew things wouldn't go that smoothly. Looks like it's a bust. Is this the man who needs the minerals you mentioned? The officer noticed Zeke approaching and turned his gaze toward him. Is the need urgent? Zeke nodded. The tunnel was nearly finished, and the assault on Tyrek Bastion was imminent. If he could upgrade his gear before then, it would be perfect. Is there really nothing left? Zeke asked with a sliver of hope. Even if it wasn't enough for a full set of tools and armor, just enough to make a decent sword would do. The officer and his squad members exchanged glances. I see. Since the situation is so critical, we actually have a backup plan. I am the acting commander of the 23rd Regiment. My call sign is Fire Anvil. It is a tradition in our regiment every commander inherits this title. As he spoke, he pulled a small, compact dagger from his tactical belt. Even covered in dust, it couldn't hide the deep, dark luster of the metal itself. This is forged from adamantium, Fire Anvil said. The 23rd Regiment is stationed at our refineries year-round. Almost every veteran knows a thing or two about forging. It's become a habit for us to use scrap material or spare time to craft little trinkets. As his words fell, the 6 squad members behind him also pulled out similar items, a ring, a bracelet, and even an entrenching tool charm. It is adamantium, alright, but these have already been forged into shapes. What Zeke needed was raw material. Fire Anvil nodded. So, we will smelt them back into metal right here. He looked around at his squad. Everyone in the 23rd is familiar with smelting and forging. Recasting small items like these is a piece of cake for us. Fire Anvil acted with lightning speed. The 7 veterans coordinated with camp personnel to gather metal plating scavenged from destroyed transport ships. Most of these are heat-resistant plating from the ship's hull, Fire Anvil explained. Excellent thermal resistance. What happened next was an eye-opener for Zeke. Without complex blueprints, relying solely on experience and visual estimation, the 23rd Regiment used the metal plates, rebar, and scrap they found to hand-build a smeltery right on the spot. Zeke circled the furnace twice. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. It looks just like the smeltery from the Tinkers Construct mod. Then again, all smelteries look somewhat similar. Tinkers Construct itself drew inspiration from real life. Captain Fire Anvil, Zeke asked, you have the furnace, but what do you plan to use for fuel? There was no lava here. Fire Anvil didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the Lehman Russ battle tank parked nearby and whispered a few words to the armored unit commander. The commander nodded and patted the tank. The steel beast roared to life, adjusting its position until its twin-linked cannon barrels were aimed directly at the intake of the makeshift smeltery. The Lehman Russ battle tank, Fire Anvil said as he walked back. Famous for its reliable structure and massive potential for modification. Worlds across the Imperium adapt it to their local environments. For example, this Lehman Russ incinerator right here has been fitted with a twin-linked Volkite demi-culverin. TL/N, a twin-linked Volkite demi-culverin is a powerful, ancient, vehicle-mounted energy weapon from the Warhammer 40,000/Horus Heresy universe. He raised his voice slightly, shouting toward the tank hatch, control the output. Don't flip my furnace over. Copy that, sir, a muffled voice replied from inside the tank. Fire. A condensed tongue of blinding white fire spewed from the Volkite cannon, pouring into the smeltery. Waves of heat rolled out. Even standing several meters away, Zeke felt his hair curling from the heat. The surface of the furnace glowed a dull red as the internal temperature climbed. In the corner of Zeke's vision, the long-absent system notification text popped up. Smeltery constructed. Mod, Tinkers Construct and Warhammer add-on unlocked. You can now smelt metals, cast tool parts, and assemble weapons and tools. Obtained, materials and you, Tinkers Construct Manual, X1. Tinkers Construct. A classic Minecraft mod. Simple and practical. TL/N Tinkers Construct is a mod about putting tools together in a wide variety of ways, then modifying them until they turn into something else. Fire Anvil had already tossed the collected items into the smeltery, where they gradually melted into liquid under the roaring flames. Seeing Zeke lean in, Fire Anvil asked, want to give it a try yourself? He stepped aside without saying much more. He was a man who detested unnecessary chatter both from others and himself. If you want to do it, just do it was his motto. Zeke checked the smeltery. 1.5 units of adamantium. That was it? What could he even make with this? Whatever. Let's get the patterns made first. I remember it goes like this, then that, and finally, wait, I got the order wrong. Zeke broke into a sweat. It had been a long time since he played with this mod. You are forging a weapon. Fire Anvil stared at Zeke's movements. Your technique is very rough. There is a lot of room for improvement. Zeke blushed. If there was someone who knew tinkers construct better than him, he certainly wouldn't be doing it himself. But there wasn't, right? This is bad. The hardest part of tinkers is the alloy mixing later on. If I can't even get this right, what am I going to do then? You can share manuals such as materials and your create manual with others. Those who receive the manual can also use the mod. That's great. It has an idiot-proof mode. It wasn't that Zeke couldn't build, it was just that the alloy section of Tinker's Construct involved mixing 2 or even 3 different metals to create new ones. If you added Warhammer materials like adamantium or plasteel into the mix, God only knew how many hundreds of combinations there would be. Having someone else's help would make things much simpler. He could commission them to do the work and then borrow, plagiarize, their recipes. Zeke decisively pulled out the materials and manual. Mr. Fire Anvil, I need your help. Fire Anvil took the book and flipped through it roughly. The method isn't difficult. It says here that depending on the material, the weapon can be imbued with various traits. Is this true? Zeke nodded. That was the fun of Tinker's Construct, forging unique weapons based on the materials used. For example, defensive gear made of cactus had a thorns effect, while weapons made of bone had armor-piercing capabilities. Fire Anvil finished reading the manual and began assisting Zeke. According to the usage rates in the book, this amount of adamantium won't make anything. Zeke remembered the adamantium cabinet in his backpack that he had found on the Gene Stealer ship. What if we add this? Zeke threw the cabinet into the furnace. Still not enough. What weapons do you have on you right now? Let me take a look for reference. Zeke took out the weapons he currently used. There were only 3, the shield, the iron sword, and Grug's heavy hammer. Some strange, primitive weapons. Again, Fire Anvil disliked judging others, so he kept his thoughts buried deep in his heart. Fire Anvil thought for a moment. Perhaps I can coat your shield with a layer of adamantium. Since there is very little, it will only be a thin plating. Also, that Gene Stealer claw you have, it would make excellent material for a blade edge. If he hadn't mentioned the Gene Stealer claw, Zeke would have almost forgotten about the item he scavenged from the bottom of the ship. Fire Anvil truly lived up to his experience in forging. Relying on the manual, he quickly devised the best crafting recipe for Zeke. Good, good, good. Zeke nodded repeatedly. Professionals really were different. It was a pity he couldn't make an adamantium pickaxe, but a shield would do. As Fire Anvil got busy, Zeke watched him and saw a familiar shadow. Back when he played mod packs, he also had a fixed group of friends for New World runs. Everyone had their role. Those good with tech mods handled automation, those good with forging mods made weapons, those good with magic handled spells. Since Zeke knew a little bit about everything but mastered nothing, he was responsible for general planning, slacking off, and distributing the supplies they made, freeloading. Those times were happy. No matter how perverted the monsters in the mod pack were, as long as they worked together, it was just a small level they could clear in a night or two. Until later, when they encountered a monster named Life. Zeke was utterly defeated and rarely had time to contact them again. Zeke looked at Fire Anvil. The world really is a circle. After wandering around, he had returned to the starting point. In his original world, he went from discovering Minecraft alone to having a group of friends, and then to being separated. And in this Warhammer world, he started alone, met Dance, then Carmine, and now Fire Anvil. What about the ending? Zeke wondered. What will the ending be this time? Forging complete, Fire Anvil's brief, powerful voice cut through his thoughts. Every 100 power stones 1 bonus chapter, next bonus at 200, so only 70 power stones before next bonus chapter. We also got 2 more reviews, so only 3 more needed before another bonus chapter. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 28, Chapter 28, Entering Tyrek Bastion, bonus. Bonus chapter for reaching 10 reviews, and with this we finally achieved a rating of 4.88. From now on, every 10 reviews 1 bonus chapter, though the power stone goal is still the same, every 100 PS 1 bonus. This furnace is truly magical, Fire Anvil said as he handed a shield and sword to Zeke. Adamantium items are generally extremely hard to reverse engineer. Recasting them is difficult work. Shield, adamantium plating. Trait, almost indestructible. This shield can withstand the vast majority of physical attacks. When the guard is broken, it will jar the opponent's weapon, effectively disarming them. The adamantium shield was a deep, dark purple all over, sharing a color scheme similar to the Warden from Minecraft. Iron sword, Gene Stealer blade. Trait, biofield. An iron sword fitted with a Gene Stealer claw, inheriting the original biological field. Every successful hit lowers the opponent's defense value until it reaches 0. Attack power, 7, attack speed, medium. The Gene Stealer sword used iron as a base, but the blade featured irregular, serrated patterns. Zeke fondled his new equipment, unable to put it down. Adamantium veins are very rare, Fire Anvil said while wiping his tools, lost in thought. If there were enough adamantium, Fire Anvil added, I could attempt to forge a set of heavy adamantium plate armor. However, adamantium is incredibly dense. I fear only an Ogren would be able to move in such armor. Zeke only heard the first half, adamantium plate armor. He gripped his newly acquired sword and shield, feeling his body surge with endless motivation. He took back the Tinker's Construct manual, materials and that Fire Anvil handed back. Fire Anvil, if you didn't have this book, could you still forge these? Fire Anvil subconsciously tried to recall. I just read the contents of the book. Wait, my memory is fading. Hearing this, Zeke actually breathed a sigh of relief and patted Fire Anvil on the shoulder. Not being able to remember is a good thing. In the Warhammer universe, knowledge was not always a benevolent force. Even books that carried knowledge were strictly controlled by specialized personnel. Reading a few lines and dropping dead was the best case scenario. The worst was having your mind silently altered, leading to betrayal. A great being is very interested in your Tinker's Construct manual. Attract the attention of 3 more beings to unlock mod Enigmatic Legacy. Again, Zeke looked at the notification, much calmer this time. First time's a shock, second time's a routine. Zeke picked up the manual and flipped through it, discovering many strange and bizarre materials. For example, nerdlings, Angren's butcher's nails, and an old friend, Blackstone. It was that same black rock Zeke couldn't dig through when he first spawned underground. His top priority now was to hurry up and get a higher tier pickaxe. Zeke set off immediately, heading back to the tunnel to push the engineering effort forward. We're almost there. We can start excavating upward now. Leave a ramp for the tanks to pass through. Night fell once again. At the end of the tunnel, the surveyor rubbed his bloodshot eyes, looking at the energetic Zeke in front of him. Is this guy made of iron? Us support staff are about to collapse from exhaustion, but he isn't sleepy at all. He muttered to his companion. Zeke paid no mind to their grumbling. He paused the blueprint in his hand and looked up at the ceiling. This was the final stretch. According to the plan, once they reached the designated position beneath the bastion, they couldn't breach the surface immediately. Firstly, they had to prevent the noise of excavation from alerting the guards above. Secondly, they needed to send a scout squad up to the surface first to assess the surroundings and find the most suitable position for the tanks to launch their assault. Go notify Sergeant Victor. Tell him we have arrived at the designated location, the surveyor ordered his companion. Zeke had already taken out his iron pickaxe and started digging upward. Seeing this, the surveyor emphasized again to the figures gradually emerging from the darkness behind him. You must prioritize safety. Your mission is reconnaissance. If anything seems wrong, retreat immediately. Received, Comrade Surveyor. Thank you for your hard work. Dance stepped out of the shadows. He had changed into a set of Kadayan carapace armor, the scar on his face looking as savage as ever. Beside him was a short, agile figure Bella. He cradled a sniper rifle in his arms. Finally, a mission. I've been tossing woks in the kitchen for so long, I've almost forgotten what a trigger feels like. Then, a third figure walked out, looking somewhat awkward. It was Carmine. She had clearly rushed over, her hair was a bit messy. Medic Carmine. The surveyor rubbed his eyes again. Zeke had reserved a spot in the reconnaissance squad, and to accommodate him, Sergeant Victor had assigned people Zeke was familiar with, but that list did not include Carmine. Carmine tossed her hair back. Carmine had long since developed a method for dealing with Sergeant Victor: act first, report later, or simply don't report at all. The surveyor opened his mouth, sighed helplessly, and chose to compromise. Fine. He nodded and saluted the group. On behalf of the survey team, I wish you a smooth operation and a safe return. Dance, Bella, and Carmine returned the salute. Hey, are you guys coming or what? I've almost dug to the top. The 3 exchanged glances and said no more. Dance took point, Bella followed, and Carmine brought up the rear. 29, Chapter 29, Do not waste your tears. Please comment if you see any mistakes, I will fix it as possible. In a tunnel barely wide enough for one person, the 4 of them walked in single file. Nervous. Dance, walking second, tilted his head to ask Bella and Carmine behind him. A little. Bella hugged the sniper rifle tighter to his chest. I'm all right. Carmine's voice sounded relatively calm. Walking at the front, Zeke looked up and tapped the layer of soil above his head twice. With a poof, air rushed down from above. Zeke put away his pickaxe, jumped straight up, grabbed the edge of the hole with both hands, and performed a clean pull-up. He scanned the surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he reached his hand down. Come on. Dance grabbed his hand, and Zeke pulled him up with some effort. Next came Bella and Carmine, who were much lighter and easier to pull up. They were inside a room, with a layer of dust covering the floor. Zeke squatted down and picked up a chunky object by his feet. He pinched it, and white powder showered down. Chalk. His gaze swept across the room. It was a classroom. Several rows of desks and chairs were askew, some were already broken. At the very front was a blackboard, broken in half and hanging limply on the wall. Do not waste your tears. I was not born to watch the world grow dim. Dance read the sentence on the blackboard aloud, his eyes glazing over in a trance. Scenes from the past floated before his eyes, young cadets sitting straight as ramrods, boys boasting in low voices by the wall, and the annoying drill instructors. Everything was gone. Only this classroom remained. This has been around for over a decade, right? I remember learning this sentence in boot camp when I was a kid. Carmine broke the heavy atmosphere. Tell me about it, Bella chimed in. When I was doing basic training at another bastion, this sentence was posted on the wall there too. So your textbooks are printed uniformly across the planet and haven't been updated in over 10 years. Zeke quipped. He walked over, pieced the 2 halves of the blackboard together, and set it upright. The conversation brought Dance back to reality. There's no blood around, and no signs of desks or chairs being overturned. Carmine began her observation. The children must have evacuated in an orderly manner according to plan. I hope they are all safe. Dance nodded heavily. By the way, Zeke, Carmine looked at Zeke, who was inspecting the outside through the window. Where exactly are you from? You're definitely not Kadayan born and bred. Me. Zeke turned around, leaned against the window, and thought for a moment. I'm an Earthling. Carmine reacted quickly. You mean Terra? The homeworld of the Imperium of Man, Holy Terra. Pretty much, Zeke replied vaguely, not intending to delve into the subtle differences between the two Earths. Terra in the second millennium was still Terra, after all. Looking out the window, Zeke could only see buildings and rooftops pressed close together. The visibility here is terrible, Zeke said. Let's go up and take a look. Zeke turned and walked out of the small classroom, climbing 2 more flights of stairs to reach the roof of the building. Here, the view finally opened up. They could see over the nearby buildings to points further away. Look over there. Zeke pointed to a distinct open area within the cluster of buildings in the distance. A heart-palpitating blood-red light was emanating from there. That's the Memorial Plaza in front of the banquet hall. Carmine got her bearings, took out a monocular telescope, and handed it to Zeke. Spyglass, X1. Zeke took it and brought it to his eye. It was indeed a relatively open plaza. In the center stood a statue with only half its pedestal remaining. Behind the statue was a large hall, likely the banquet hall where the welcome reception was held. The formerly magnificent doors of the hall were long gone, blocked tight from the inside with vehicles and debris. Between the statue and the hall doors was a pit. Due to the angle and distance, Zeke couldn't see exactly what was at the bottom of the pit, only the blood-red light shining up from it. The plaza was crawling with Volscani traitor troops. They had built simple fortifications with sandbags and set up heavy stubbers and mortars, with all firepower aimed at the banquet hall. The remaining resistance forces in the bastion are likely trapped behind that banquet hall. Even without the spyglass, Bella could see farther and clearer than ordinary people. They are resisting stubbornly. Pull the lens back a bit. Look inside the fortifications, Bella reminded Zeke. Zeke adjusted the focus of the spyglass slightly. He saw a person wearing a large black robe. Even across the distance and through the lens, Zeke could feel a jarring sense of wrongness. The robed figure appeared thin, with slender limbs, yet the black robe was stuffed full, bulging as if filled with something else. The distance was too great. The system did not display the name or information of that unit. What do you think? Zeke stood up, pointing toward the plaza, about opening our tunnel exit right there. He handed the spyglass to Dance and the others, letting everyone take a turn observing. Dance took a look. That plaza is open. There's enough space for our tanks to deploy and maneuver. It works. Bella nodded in agreement. Once we appear and clear out those traitors, we can immediately link up with the friendly forces trapped in the banquet hall. Carmine also agreed. I suggest getting a bit closer to get a better grasp of the specific situation. Having reached a consensus, the 4 began to descend and move toward the plaza. It wasn't until they truly stepped into the alleyways inside the bastion that Zeke fully understood what Dance meant by a maze. Looking down from above, it just seemed like dense construction, but once inside, he realized it was a 3-dimensional labyrinth meticulously constructed from countless houses. The paths wound and extended between buildings, with numerous forks. Often, a single turn would present several choices that looked almost identical. This is the internal defense philosophy of Tyrek Bastion. Using dense buildings and complex passages to cut up the space. People who don't know this place can't possibly get through. Before Dance could finish, he heard a soft clang from the side. Zeke had already taken out his iron pickaxe, dug a hole large enough for a person to pass through, and crawled in. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Easy. What were you saying, Dance? Zeke poked his head out of the hole and asked, puzzled. Dance. He looked at the passage and swallowed the rest of his sentence. By the way, Zeke's voice came from the other side of the wall. Does this count as destroying property? Your Kadayan residents won't mind, will they? Wartime regulations. All civilian structures can be requisitioned when necessary. Carmine followed him through the hole. Despite saying that, after everyone had entered the house, Zeke turned around and plugged the hole back up. The interior of a Kadayan residence was incredibly sparse. Listening to Dance's description wasn't enough. Seeing it with his own eyes was shocking. There were no decorations, only the most basic pieces of furniture. Zeke rummaged through a chest in the house and found a piece of flint. Flint, X1. Perfect for making flint and steel. Zeke pocketed it. TL/N in Minecraft, flint and steel is a tool made from an iron ingot and a flint used to start fires, activate nether portals, and ignite TNT. His gaze fell on the hard plank bed. He walked over and swiped his hand across the thin blanket spread over it. Bed, X1. Hey, a ready-made bed. Zeke pocketed it. Now, this house could truly be described as having bare walls. Zeke swung his pickaxe and began a straight-line demolition. His efficiency was extremely high. Soon, he had pierced through several houses, getting closer and closer to the plaza. From the other side of a wall, voices could be heard. Zeke stopped his movement and signaled the 3 behind him to be quiet. Hey, we have so many people surrounding them for so many days. Why haven't we cracked those hard nuts inside yet? A complaining voice asked. Idiot. Do you know who's leading them inside? Another voice trembled. It's Ursarker Creed. It's him. Then can we win? Fool, the advantage is ours. The second traitor tried to pump himself up, raising his voice again. We've trapped them in there for days. They have no supplies. We can starve them out. Besides, isn't the ritual ongoing? But I heard our numbers are dwindling, and we won't be able to hold out much longer. The voices gradually faded away. General Creed. It's him. Dance's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Carmine muttered, when I was a kid, the phrase I heard most often was look at Creed. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Zeke dug open the final wall. 30, Chapter 30, what do you mean a tank grew out of the ground? A small hole appeared in the wall, and the blood-red light from the plaza outside filtered in. Everyone could see the scene outside. A complex magic circle had been drawn over the pit in the ground. Inside the circle lay corpses, Kadayan guardsmen and civilians, all dead in gruesome ways. There were even some bodies of Volskani traders among them. The robed figure was currently standing in front of the circle. He raised both arms high, his sleeves sliding down to reveal limbs covered in scales and feathers. He began to chant loudly. "Oh, master of knowledge and fate, weaver of 1,000 possibilities, reflection of change and eternity. I, your humble servant, offer these souls and beg for your gaze." His prayers grew higher and higher in pitch, turning into shrieks. A trader commander walked over impatiently. He looked at the silent pit and demanded, "You've been babbling for half a day. Is it working or not?" Friction between the various chaos factions was constant. They were fighting together on the battlefields of Kadaya only because their superiors had reached an agreement. This did not mean they got along well. The robed figure stopped praying and turned around. "This is Kadaya. The entire planet is covered in blackstone. Do you think communing is as simple as you pulling a trigger?" With that, he resumed his chanting. It was a standard tactic of the Chaos Forces, a ritual of soul sacrifice. The word-bearers had once conducted a massive sacrifice in Gilliman's 500 worlds, generating a ruin storm that altered the course of the war. The faces of Zeke's squad were grim. They had all seen the bodies in the circle. Sacrifice on the battlefield was inevitable, but dying in such a manner was too humiliating. "Damn it," Bella cursed. Dance and Carmine began plotting specific coordinates on the map. "They will pay for this," Dance said. Zeke held the spyglass, his gaze never leaving the robed figure. Xianch cultist leader. HP, 50/50ths, armor, 11. Zeke saw a shadow of an old acquaintance in this robed figure. Tall, thin, entirely black, with purple glowing eyes under the hood. An Enderman? The mapping was complete. The squad returned to the underground tunnel to hand over the mission. Everything was ready. Several hours later, the Xianch cultist was still in the same spot, repeating his lengthy prayers over and over in that shrill voice. The traitor soldiers nearby were already annoyed to death. Their ears were practically calloused, and they were all staying far away. A bunch of foolish, short-sighted mortals. The cultist glimpsed the soldiers distancing themselves from the corner of his eye. Deep down, he knew the truth. On Kadaya, where Blackstone was everywhere, trying to summon any decent warp entity or power with a sacrifice and circle of this scale was essentially a pipe dream. But appearances had to be maintained. The Warmaster he served did not have a good temper. "Hear me, great lord of change." Thinking of this, the cultist waved his scaled arms and prayed even harder. The ground seemed to vibrate slightly. It wasn't just the cultist, the surrounding traitor soldiers felt it too. They stopped what they were doing and looked at each other in confusion. Finally, their gazes unanimously converged on the cultist. Their eyes held a mix of shock and a trace of "Did you actually do it?" The cultist's prayer stuck in his throat. "What's going on? I clearly didn't feel any response from the warp. Could it be that my piety moved? Impossible. What use is the piety of someone like me?" The great powers only noticed the important pawns. After a brief moment of astonishment, the feeling of being in the spotlight caused a surge of hope in his heart. "Heed my call." He raised his arms higher, his voice pitching up. The vibrations in the ground clearly intensified, and the frequency increased. Something massive wanted to come out. Now, all the traitors truly felt it. The disdain on their faces faded, and some began to slowly move closer to the cultist's position. "Reveal yourself, power from beyond the veil. Kill these stubborn enemies." The cultist was practically screaming his lungs out. The ground vibrations reached a peak, and the entire plaza seemed to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground collapsed downward, sending dust flying. A short, thick metal barrel was the first thing to emerge from the dust. It rose slowly, pointing directly at the cultist standing at the edge of the sinkhole. Staring at the barrel right in front of him, the cultist subconsciously reached out, wanting to touch the cold metal surface. "Is this a war machine granted to me by a machine spirit responding to my call?" The cultist's voice was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. "Excellent. With such a powerful creation of war, we will surely break through in one fell swoop. Wait, why are you backing away?" He realized that the traitor soldiers around him, who had been looking on with expectation, were now stepping back one by one. The cultist's gaze followed the barrel backward. A Lehman Russ battle tank, its tracks still slowly turning. In the tank's hatch, a middle-aged officer swept his gaze over the surroundings. Finally, he straightened his cap and looked at the group of traitors before him, flames of hatred erupting from his eyes. "Fire!" The entire Lehman Russ jerked backward as a torrent of fire spewed from the cannon, pouring over the cultist. The impact of the flames sent his entire body flying. The black robe turned to ash, revealing the twisted, abominable true form beneath. A beak-like mouthpart, dozens of eerie blue eyes covering his face, and bird-like claws at the ends of abnormally long, thin limbs. A being deeply corrupted by the power of Xianch. The tank's fire sounded the horn for the counterattack. For Kadaya, charge! Sergeant Victor took the lead, rushing onto the surface. The veteran's gray hair flew in the shockwave like a war banner. He wasted no words, simply waving his hand forward. From the massive underground breaches on either side of the tank, Kadayan soldiers who had been waiting for a long time roared as they surged out. The frustration of days past and the strength accumulated during their rest were all vented in this moment. "Who can tell me how a tank grew out of the ground?" The traitor commander's face was pale as a sheet. He screamed hysterically, grabbing a person in front of him at random. "You useless trash! How did a tank that big get in here?" Saliva flew onto the traitor's face. Looking at the traitor shaking like a leaf, the commander threw him aside and scrambled to grab his lasgun lying nearby. But several lost bolts hit the traitor commander simultaneously in the chest, head, and arms. He didn't even touch his gun before he was turned into a sieve by crossfire, collapsing to the ground in a heap. The tables had turned. A few days ago, the traitors had used despicable ambush and betrayal to slaughter their unprepared comrades and superiors. Today, it was their turn to taste the flavor of a surprise attack. The Volskani traitors also had excellent equipment. They had Lehman Russ battle tanks, Chimera transports, and other war machines. But the drivers were all outside. Under the artillery fire of the Kadayan warriors, no one dared to risk climbing into the vehicles. The traitors were like an ant colony poured with boiling water, scattering in panic and terror. Their formation collapsed completely. Kadayan soldiers, operating in squads, seized the high ground around the plaza. They took over the traitors' fortifications in various vehicles. Heavy stubbers and mortars were turned around, their muzzles aimed at their former masters. In the underground tunnel, "Move! Move! Faster!" urging shouts echoed. Soldiers ran forward in dense, orderly columns. Armored vehicles transporting ammunition and supplies shuttled through the gaps in the ranks. More forces were continuously converging on the battlefield. Every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Currently we are around top 90, if we reach top 50 I will upload one more bonus chapter, so please continue donating. It's not hard considering over 500 people are reading this daily. 31, Chapter 31, Ender Pearl, bonus. Bonus chapter for 200 Power Stones. In the center of the battlefield, the Tsianch cultist, having taken a direct hit from the Lehman Russ battle tank, was still alive. Zeke almost thought his kill had been stolen again. If someone else killed it, the Minecraft loot wouldn't drop. Zeke charged at the Tsianch cultist, who had only 14 HP left. The Gene Stealer sword in his hand slashed toward the cultist's slender neck. Flames still crackled on the cultist's body as it sensed the impending threat of death. Its bird-like head turned toward Zeke. Several eyeballs burst with light, and an unintelligible phrase erupted from its beak. The figure of the Tsianch cultist suddenly vanished, causing Zeke's sword to strike empty air. Teleportation. This Tsianch cultist is a psyker. The cultist's form rematerialized near a pile of rubble 10 meters away. The flames on its body had been suppressed and extinguished by the teleportation. It knelt on one knee, its feathers completely charred and curled, looking like a vulture in the most wretched state possible. Zeke missed his strike but didn't stop moving. He twisted his body and sprinted forward again. The Tsianch cultist's multiple eyes once again glowed with eerie blue light, and the space around its body began to distort and ripple. Splat! Something cold and icy smashed into the cultist's face. The cultist's body uncontrollably tipped backward. The slight knockback effect of the snowball perfectly interrupted its casting. The Gene Stealer's sword in Zeke's hand plunged viciously into the Tsianch cultist's chest. The blade tore through flesh. The biofield attached to the Gene Stealer blade ripped through the cultist's scales, feathers, and twisted chitinous structures. This single strike made its already meager HP even worse, conveniently reducing its defense value from 11 to 4. The Tsianch cultist let out a cry of horror, grabbing the blade piercing its chest with a claw to stop Zeke from twisting it further. Its multiple eyes stared at Zeke's face from close range, pupils reflecting Zeke's image. Are you a psyker? No, you are a blank. No, that's not right either. What exactly are you? A block. The Tsianch cultist's voice trembled. As a psyker, the cultist possessed powerful perception abilities, able to see through the physical body to a person's warp essence. TL/N in Warhammer 40,000 lore, a person's warp essence refers to their soul, a psychic signature that exists simultaneously in the material universe and the immaterium, the warp. This essence is not just a spiritual component, but a tangible reflection of a being's emotions, subconscious, and willpower. It had never seen such a bizarre warp essence before. What's wrong with blocks? Zeke exerted force with his hand, trying to pull the blade back, looking down on block people. Receiving no answer, the cultist knew it was a matter of life and death. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all fear. Whatever you are, die here. Summoning its last reserves of strength, the Tsianch cultist opened its beak to an exaggerated angle. Zeke raised his adamantium shield with his offhand and shoved it directly into the cultist's face. Gah! A sonic shriek erupted from its gaping beak, slamming into the face of the shield. The shield's surface vibrated, perfectly withstanding the sonic impact and reflecting a portion of the force back to its source. The Tsianch cultist hadn't expected the attack to rebound in this manner. It fell into a daze, the light in its eyes scattering. Zeke followed up instantly, taking a step forward and piercing the Tsianch cultist's bird head from top to bottom. I will not die. The Tsianch cultist whispered weakly, filled with unwillingness and spite. As its body slowly turned gray and decayed, massive amounts of experience orbs poured from its bodyton, maybe dozens of times more than Zeke had seen before, instantly leveling him up several times. So much XP? This is impossible, the souls. The Tsianch cultist's words were drowned out by the experience. In the end, only a couple of things resembling glass marbles dropped from its head. Ender Pearl, X2. Zeke picked up the two deep, dark Ender Pearls. Ender Pearls could be used for offense or defense, allowing for unexpected maneuvers in the hands of a skilled player. They felt cold to the touch, and he could faintly sense the fluctuations contained within. Out of habit, he checked JEI to see what they could craft. Eye of Ender, Ender Chest. Ender Chest. That was a good item. It allowed for long-distance transmission of items and information. If Magnus had an Ender Chest back in the day, he wouldn't have blown up the Emperor's webway with a single psychic phone call. TL/N. Zeke is joking that if Magnus had access to a Minecraft ender chest, he could have simply written a note saying that Horus is a traitor and put it in the chest. The Emperor could have opened his own chest on Terra, read the note, and the webway would never have been destroyed. The psychic phone call, the astral projection, was a destructive, brute force method that caused a catastrophe, whereas the ender chest would have been safe and efficient. Eye of Ender. That thing was used to find strongholds. Who knew where it would lead him in the Warhammer universe? TL/N. Strongholds housed the end portal to the end dimension. Zeke put away the ender pearls and turned his gaze back to the battlefield, where the fighting was becoming increasingly intense. Inside the hall, Creed sat behind a desk, his signature leather greatcoat draped over his shoulders. A coarse cigar hung from his mouth. His gaze was fixed on the Bastion defense map on the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm. Tap, tap, bang. The office door was slammed open, hitting the wall behind it with a loud crash. A figure stormed in like a whirlwind. It was Color Sergeant Jaran Kell, Creed's personal aide, as well as his closest friend and old partner who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood with him. In stark contrast to Creed's steadiness, Kell was a typical hot-blooded man, loud voice, fast movements, emotions always written on his face. Creed, quick, you have to come out and see this. Kell pointed outside the door. Allies. Our allies have broken through. They're here to support us. Creed bit down on his cigar, sending sparks flying. He stood up from his chair, the two hell pistols at his waist clanking against each other. Which unit? Which regiment? Creed looked at Kell. Many. I saw the insignia of the 23rd Regiment, and the 111th. The one leading them is a sergeant named Victor. I heard them say they gathered on the outskirts of the Bastion. Kell tried to describe the incredible scene, and then dug a tunnel straight to the soles of our feet. A tunnel. Creed's brow furrowed tighter. Now wasn't the time to discuss logistics. Creed made a judgment call and suppressed his doubts. If it's true as you say, and they've disrupted the traitors' encirclement, then now is the perfect time to counterattack. Let's go. Creed strode out of the office, his cape snapping behind him. Just as he reached the door, a figure blocked his path. It was a portly man with a big belly. Worry was piled high on his face. General Creed, what is the rush? What requires such exertion from you? Creed didn't stop walking, nor did he spare the fat man a second glance. He simply spat out a few concise words. Support has arrived. Support. The fat man shook his head like a rattled drum. Support? Pardon my bluntness, but how can you be sure it is truly support? What if this is a new trick by the traitors, staging a rescue just to lure us out? This logic, full of holes, didn't cause even a ripple in Creed's gaze. He walked straight past the fat man. A trace of annoyance at being ignored welled up in the fat man. Creed strode meteorically through the simple yet sturdy corridors, heading straight for the main hall. Once again, thank you for all the power stones everyone has donated. As we are currently around top 70, please continue donating so that we may reach top 50 this week. 32, Chapter 32, The Leviathan Super Heavy Assault Transport. Inside the hall, the 8th Kadayan stood ready. As the oldest regiment among the Kadayan shock troopers, they were an elite force bearing the title the Lord Castellan's own. Despite enduring a brutal siege, the soldiers of the 8th Regiment within the hall maintained an impressive spirit. When Creed's iconic greatcoat appeared, every soldier of the 8th Regiment looked up simultaneously. Lord Castellan Creed. Someone shouted first. Like a chain reaction, hundreds of voices merged into a torrent. Lord Castellan. No speech was needed, no encouragement required. Creed simply had to stand there. His very presence was like the most powerful war drum, enough to ignite the unquenchable fire of battle in the hearts of all his warriors. Creed's gaze swept over his soldiers, and he simply nodded. This simple gesture made every soldier stand even straighter. Brothers of the 8th Regiment, Creed began. We have just received word that a reinforcement force has broken through the traitors' blockade, arrived at the outskirts of the Bastion, and successfully engaged the external traitor forces. Now, Creed's voice rose, is our time to counterattack. Yes, Lord Castellan. As the orders were issued, the soldiers of the 8th Regiment were already moving spontaneously. At the entrance to the hall, the fat man narrowed his eyes, taking everything in. His power is growing greater and greater, the fat man murmured in a voice only he could hear, almost a whisper. On the main battlefield, defeat came like a collapsing mountain, and survival was a dead end. The morale of the Volskani traitors had utterly collapsed. Swept by the Kadayan soldiers, they were beaten into a steady retreat. Zeke saw that in the rear, Sergeant Victor was talking to a figure who must be Creed. As the Lord Castellan, Creed assumed all command authority from Sergeant Victor the moment he appeared. His aide, Kell, stood by his side, holding a power sword, constantly alert for any potential danger. With all due respect, General Creed, you should not be on the front lines. It is too dangerous. Creed did not speak, he simply held a voxcaster. Soldiers of Kadaya, this is Creed. Spread out. Use the alleys. Assault the traitors. Hold the line, do not overextend. TL/N Military Commands. The Kadayan soldiers were far more familiar with Tyrek Bastion than the traitor outsiders. They split the traitor forces and flanked them. Under Creed's efficient command, the Kadayan soldiers began to consciously tighten the encirclement. Advancing step by step, they gradually compressed the remaining traitors. A cornered beast will still fight, let alone traitors in a desperate situation. Creed ordered the troops to maintain a considerable distance, using long-range firepower to apply continuous pressure and prevent the traitors from launching a mad counterattack in their despair. Creed knew the traitors still held an unplayed ace. Zeke used blocks to climb onto a nearby high roof, building a path along the rooftops to follow the main force. In the distance, buildings shattered one after another. At the edge of the bastion complex, a behemoth was crushing everything in its path. A Leviathan Super Heavy Assault Transport, also known as a Leviathan Command Vehicle. 90 meters tall, like a moving fortress of steel. It was covered in meters of composite armor plating, its surface bristling with turrets of various sizes, truly 360-degree armed coverage. At the front of the vehicle was a massive doomsday cannon. A full-power shot from this main gun could severely damage even a Titan. Here it comes. Creed had expected this. This Leviathan command vehicle was originally intended for high-ranking officials to review troops and give speeches at the welcome banquet, but it had fallen into traitor hands when the rebellion broke out. Seeing this steel beast appear, many Kadayan soldiers instinctively aimed their weapons at it, but translucent shields unfolded layer by layer, enveloping the entire Leviathan command vehicle. All incoming fire, whether lost beams or solid projectiles, merely rippled across the shields upon impact. Void shields. Experienced veterans lowered their guns. Zeke lay on the roof, raising his spyglass to observe carefully. Void shields, a type of defensive shield capable of blocking most long-range firepower by absorbing attacks and displacing them into the warp. Methods to break the shield include either overloading it instantly with massive firepower exceeding its specifications, or use the most primitive method, boarding action. Send infantry to forcibly board the vehicle and destroy the power core supplying the shields from the inside. Creed's voice rang out again, cease fire. Prepare for boarding action. Use the buildings for cover to approach. Board the vehicle, find an entrance or weak point, and destroy the power core. The order was clear, concise, and devoid of emotion, exactly what soldiers needed on the battlefield. Kadayan soldiers holstered their long-range weapons and began to charge toward the Leviathan from multiple directions, using the complex, narrow alleys of the bastion. The traitors on the Leviathan opened fire with everything they had, raining destruction downwards. Void shields were one-way shields, those inside could shoot out, but those outside couldn't shoot in. Boarding actions were destined to be assaults paved with lives. Zeke put away his spyglass. He pried a small stone from the roof and threw it hard toward the distant void shield. The stone traced a parabola. Upon contacting the void shield, it caused almost invisible ripples and passed through without hindrance. As expected, there's a velocity threshold. Zeke felt reassured. Void shields had a velocity threshold low-speed objects could pass through, and only objects exceeding a certain speed would be intercepted. Zeke's gaze turned to the midsection of the Leviathan command vehicle. There was a heavily guarded hatch there, possibly leading to critical facilities. Same idea as breaking a bed in Bed Wars, Zeke muttered, pulling an ender pearl from his backpack. TL/N, breaking a bed in Bed Wars requires you to destroy the protective blocks surrounding the enemy's bed and then attack the bed itself. The most effective strategies involve rushing early, using explosives, or employing stealth. He estimated the distance, swung his arm back, and then threw the ender pearl with all his might. As the Kadayan soldiers continued to draw most of the attention from the traitors on the Leviathan, lying on the roof, Zeke began a countdown in his mind. 5. The ender pearl smoothly penetrated the outermost void shield. 4. Below, a Kadayan recruit had just charged past the void shield when he was locked onto by a broadside autocannon turret. A string of shells tore him apart along with the rubble beneath his feet, leaving only half a bloodstained military cap drifting down. 3. The pearl continued flying inward, effortlessly passing through the second and third layers of shields. 2. Zeke adjusted several stacks of iron blocks to the most accessible position. 1. Cherry blossom-colored particle effects appeared around Zeke, and his figure blurred. In the midsection of the Leviathan command vehicle, the air rippled, and Zeke appeared, becoming the first person to board the Leviathan. The strong smell of ozone rushed into his nose, emanating from the void shields. All around, traitors were pouring fire downwards. The continuous gunfire made the ears of the traitors operating on the platform ring, leaving them completely unaware that a guest had arrived behind them, until a traitor changing the ammo belt on a heavy stubber instinctively turned back to grab a spare ammo box. A face bearing no regimental insignia was looking at him calmly. Who or why? Before he could finish, Zeke stabbed his sword through the traitor's chest, piercing the heart. 33, Chapter 33, Sneak Attack. Before he could finish, Zeke stabbed his sword through the traitor's chest, piercing the heart. The fall of his comrade caught the attention of other nearby traitors. By the time the other soldiers reacted and fired at Zeke, but he was already encasing himself behind a barricade of iron blocks. Then Zeke began mining from the wall into the interior of the Leviathan, his eyes fixed on his minimap. He filtered the minimap for locations that looked like a control room or power core. Vibrations came from behind him. The traitors had switched to heavy weapons, attempting to blast through Zeke's iron blocks. Zeke placed 2 more iron blocks behind him, sealing the gap tightly. Each iron block was 9 iron ingots. Zeke's heart bled. Consuming resources like this, even if he had a mine at home, he couldn't sustain it. When we win this battle, I have to make Sergeant Victor reimburse me for my iron blocks. No, I should find that General Creed. Zeke added another block behind him. Should I report 70 blocks, or 700? Zeke glanced at the dense cluster of red dots on the map and decided to multiply it by 10 again. I'll just say I used 7,000 iron blocks. No one knows anyway. Turning his grief and indignation into motivation, he swung his iron pickaxe faster, the tunnel extending toward the heart of this steel beast. Zeke saw a location on the map that met his requirements and dug toward it. He chiseled through a metal plate, widened the hole, and peeked inside. A large holographic display was below, projecting a 3D map of the area surrounding the Leviathan. Not here. Zeke sealed the hole and continued forward. He dug through a wooden wall, and dim, ambiguous lighting shone in. This was a luxurious, extravagant room. In the center was a bed covered in wool and goose down, surrounded by mahogany furniture, all decorated very ornately. On a table, a few red fruits were placed on a plate with ice cubes. Apple peach, X3. A fruit only nobles could afford, requiring cold storage. Zeke had developed a habit: if he saw food, he tasted it first. He picked one up, popped it into his mouth, and crunched down. Tastes like an apple. Zeke turned back and continued forward. Finally, in the third room, he found the location he wanted. Instruments flashed inside the room. There was a secondary console on the left and right, and in the center was a larger, more complex main console. People were seated at all three consoles. Next to the main console stood a man with a handlebar mustache, looking at a screen in front of him. The screen displayed the image of a well-dressed man. The mustachioed officer spoke to the screen. "Commander, we're about to lose." "Shut up." A roar erupted from the screen. "We haven't lost yet. We still have this Leviathan." The mustachioed man braced himself and reported, "The Kadayan soldiers are very close to the Leviathan. Small units have even successfully boarded. Defeat is likely only a matter of time." "The main cannon. We still have the main cannon. That's a macro cannon weapon capable of shattering titans. Fire the main cannon. At this range, it will blow us up along with them. Even the void shields won't be able to withstand it." The mustachioed man tried to calm the lead officer down. "Your duty is to obey orders. Fire. Even if we lose, I won't let Creed have an easy time, not even a little." The mustachioed man took out a white handkerchief and wiped his forehead. "Understood." He walked to the main console and ordered, "Deflect the main cannon downward by 45 degrees. Prepare to fire." Suddenly an anvil dropped on his head. In Zeke's eyes, he was crushed to death by the anvil and turned into experience. But in the eyes of everyone else, the mustachioed man simply vanished into thin air. The traitor at the main console witnessed this bizarre scene with his own eyes. "Don't move," a voice said from behind him, "or you'll be the next one to disappear." Zeke pressed the tip of his sword against the back of the main control soldier's heart. Zeke's gaze swept over the equally terrified traitors at the left and right secondary consoles. "First, aim that cannon up. Point it at the sky." Zeke increased the pressure on his sword tip slightly. "Don't try anything funny." The color drained from the main control soldier's face. "I won't." His answer was a strike from Zeke's sword. Zeke shoved the corpse off the seat and curled his finger at the traitor at the left secondary console. "You, come here. You operate it." "I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say." The traitor scrambled off his seat, crawled over to the main console, and took control. Zeke stared at the image returning from the main screen, seeing that the main cannon was indeed starting to raise upward. "Next, turn off those void shields for me," Zeke continued. The traitor nodded hurriedly, his fingers working the controls. "No, you can't do that." The operator on the right secondary console couldn't sit still. The traitor at the main console winked frantically at his talkative companion, signaling him to shut up. Zeke raised his sword and walked toward the loose-lipped traitor. Halfway there, he switched to his shield and slammed it hard against the side of the traitor's head. Zeke was afraid that killing another one would cause the last remaining one to break down, so he didn't strike to kill. The traitor rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the floor without a sound. "Hurry up." Zeke's sword tip urged again. "Turn it off." The traitor dared not hesitate any longer. On the external monitor, the energy barrier enveloping the Leviathan command vehicle dimmed, flickered a few times like a loose light bulb, and then dissipated completely. Zeke could already see plenty of artillery fire incoming toward the Leviathan, and several green dots had appeared on the edge of his minimap. "Last request." Zeke's voice was close to the traitor's ear. "Where are the most valuable things kept in this iron turtle?" "I don't know," the traitor said with a sobbing tone. "The commander's room is on the upper level, behind the command room. It's the most luxurious cabin." Zeke gave an ambiguous humph. The traitor crawled away from the seat, not forgetting to help up his companion whom Zeke had knocked out. Their next actions, however, took Zeke completely by surprise. The traitor drew a standard-issue dagger from the unconscious companion's waist and stabbed him through the throat. Immediately after, he turned the bloodstained dagger around and aimed it at his own neck. He looked up at Zeke, a bitter smile uglier than crying on his face. "It's over. Kadayan soldiers won't spare any traitors. Rather than be captured by them, it's better to end it ourselves. At least it's quick." As his voice fell, he exerted force with his arm. The blade sliced through his carotid artery, and he fell together with his companion. Zeke looked at the two lying in a pool of blood, then switched to his pickaxe and smashed all the operating equipment to prevent anyone from using it again. Every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. 34, Chapter 34, Hold to Ponder, bonus. Bonus chapter for reaching 300 Power Stones. We have reached a 1,000 collections already. The faint shouts of Kadayan warriors echoed through the air as they began boarding the Leviathan command vehicle. On Zeke's HUD, the invasion progress bar was steadily depleting as the battle outside turned in their favor. Following the directions squeezed out of the traitor earlier, Zeke headed toward the command cabin. As he rounded a corridor, he ran headlong into a squad of Kadayan soldiers moving forward in a tactical search pattern. "Who goes there?" The lead soldier barked, his reflexes sharp as he instantly leveled his lasgun. Before Zeke could explain he was an ally, the sergeant caught sight of Zeke's iron armor set. A look of realization washed over his face. He raised his left hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. "He's one of us," the sergeant called out before turning to Zeke. "You must be the one Sergeant Victor mentioned over the Vox, right?" "I'm getting famous," Zeke thought, nodding as he got down to business. "That's me. By the way, do you have a way to contact Sergeant Victor?" The sergeant motioned for a Voxcaster specialist carrying a heavy radio backpack to step forward. The void shields are down, the radio signals are clear now. He tuned the frequency and handed the handset to Zeke. After a burst of static, Sergeant Victor's familiar, gravelly voice came through. "This is Victor. Sector C cleared. Pushing towards Sector D." "Sergeant Victor, it's Zeke," Zeke said, getting straight to the point. "You know me, I am a blunt man, so I'll say it plainly." He intentionally mimicked Victor's previous phrasing. "I'm the one who took out the void shields." No wonder, Victor's tone became solemn. "You've performed a great service, Zeke. On behalf of—" "Save the pleasantries, Sergeant," Zeke interrupted. "You know what I'm looking for." "I've already spoken with Lord Castellan Creed," Victor replied. "The warehouses at Tyrek Bastion were mostly pillaged by the traders, but there are still leftovers. We can clear out a portion of those supplies for you today." Finally, Zeke thought, Victor is being reliable for once. "Also," Victor continued, "Lord Castellan Creed wishes to meet with you personally." "Understood." Zeke ended the call and handed the handset back to the Voxman. Without another word, he turned and strode deeper into the Leviathan. The corridors behind him had already been swept by follow-up Kadayan squads. Aside from trader corpses and scorched bulkheads, the path was clear. Zeke went into sprinting mode, weaving through the complex internal structure. Soon, he reached a fork in the road. Before him was a staircase leading upward. According to the trader, the commander's luxury cabin lay above. However, next to those stairs was a set of steps leading downward. The entrance was cordoned off with striking yellow and black hazard tape. A metal sign was bolted to the wall. "Maintenance access. Strictly prohibited to all except certified tech priests/maintenance personnel. Heat-resistant suits mandatory. Strictly prohibited." Zeke's foot, which had been set toward the luxury cabin, paused. The more he was told to stay out, the more he wanted to see what was inside. Zeke stepped over the hazard tape and descended the stairs. At the bottom stood a heavy, airtight iron door reinforced with thick chains. Seeing how well guarded it was, Zeke pulled out his iron pickaxe and smashed through. A wave of blistering heat hit him instantly. Behind the door lay a different world. He stood on a suspended walkway made of welded steel plates, with no guardrails on either side. To his left and right were massive mechanical components, alloy gears as thick as tree trunks ground together with rhythmic clanks, hydraulic pistons hissed, venting white steam with every stroke. A chaotic web of cables, steam pipes, and cooling pumps filled the space. Zeke walked deeper along the narrow path. The temperature rose steadily, but compared to the nether, this was nothing he couldn't handle. Eventually, the walkway opened up into a spacious metal platform. Rows of storage lockers lined the platform, their surfaces covered in cryptic labels. Zeke pulled one open. It contained only a few metallic scraps that clattered against each other. He opened several more, but most were empty. In the center of the platform sat a heavy metal work table. Tools were scattered across its surface, and a maintenance worker lay face down across the bench, long dead. One of his hands was still stretched forward, as if trying to reach for something in his final moments. Zeke moved the cold corpse aside. Hidden beneath was an alloy gear. Surrounding it were various tools, giant wrenches, hydraulic hammers, and precision screwdrivers. Suddenly, floating text appeared over the gear. "Hold to ponder. This is create mod." Zeke took a step forward. A thinking progress bar appeared, and a sensation of his consciousness being accelerated and pulled away washed over him. 80%, 95%, 100%. The world changed. The metal gear on the table vanished, replaced by a void black space independent of reality. In the center, the gear stood upright, rotating silently. 1, 2, 3, more gears of various sizes materialized, interlocking with the central one. Basic mechanical components began to assemble themselves. Within seconds, a sophisticated speed controller gearbox was complete and running. Mod unlocked, create. You can now explore the mysteries of mechanics and assemble automated facilities. It didn't stop there. As Zeke's thoughts shifted, the gears in the black space morphed and expanded. Gears drove circular saw blades, forming the blueprint for an automated tree farm. Intricate sowers and harvesters formed a fully automated farm. A massive machine of drills and conveyor belts pushed forward, devouring rocket tunnel bore for high-efficiency mining. Zeke stood frozen before the maintenance bench, his hands still outstretched. He was stunned, his mind overwhelmed by the sudden influx of mechanical knowledge. Time ticked by. "Hey, look! Someone smashed the door open? Stay sharp." Two Kadayan soldiers tasked with mopping up stragglers entered the maintenance tunnel, weapons raised. They quickly spotted Zeke standing motionless at the end of the platform. "Is that someone at the end of the walkway?" The younger soldier whispered, aiming his lasgun. "That's him," the veteran behind him replied, recognizing Zeke. "He's the one whose milk saved my life earlier. Why is he just standing there like a statue? Who cares?" The veteran pulled his comrade's arm. "Every genius have their own way of thinking. Let's move." The two quietly retreated, leaving the sweltering room. "Gah!" Zeke let out a sharp gasp, finally catching the breath he'd been holding. He shook his head vigorously. After a long moment of pondering, he had come to a realization. The create mod looked difficult, and it was actually difficult to execute. He pocketed the gear inside. He wasn't exactly a master engineer yet. Better to leave the professional work to the professionals, he thought. Every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 35, Chapter 35, Everchosen of the Four Gods. Zeke Mason collected every component from the surrounding cabinets, regardless of whether he had an immediate use for them. While scavenging, he noticed a name repeatedly appearing on the labels, St. Jasmaine's Hope. This was a prison world, housing many of the most heinous criminals. The inmates' hard labor involved manufacturing components cheap and of high quality which were then exported to many surrounding planets. Zeke walked out of the maintenance tunnel. He had spent too much time thinking inside by now. The Leviathan command vehicle had already been secured by Kadayan soldiers. Zeke saw that the traitor commander had been captured and was being escorted away by a few soldiers to an unknown destination. As he headed up the stairs, he passed a steady stream of soldiers transporting supplies out of the Leviathan. Zeke glanced at the crates, mostly weapons and the specific ammunition the Leviathan required. By the time he reached the upper level, it was nearly stripped bare. Zeke continued up the stairs to the Leviathan's top deck. Outside, the artillery fire was gradually ceasing. With the Leviathan's hardest nut to crack broken, the remaining Volscani traitors were a spent force. In Zeke's vision, the raid progress bar was also on the verge of clearing. Looking out from his high vantage point, Tyrek Bastion appeared exceptionally desolate under the afterglow of the setting sun. Citizens of Kadaya, the Leviathan command vehicle has been completely captured by our brave warriors. Citizens of Kadaya, the remaining traitors have been compressed into their final strongholds. They have nowhere to run. Citizens of Kadaya. Zeke listened to the battle updates on the radio with a sense of boredom. He noticed that Castellan Creed really liked starting his speeches with citizens of Kadaya. After the impassioned speech came a melodious string PC, a radio program known as the Flower of Kadaya. Life was gradually returning to the alleyways. People were being rescued from cellars by the soldiers. They had hidden underground, lucky enough to evade the traitors, though the majority had unfortunately slept forever. Walking through the alleys, some looked bewildered, but most just felt a sense of rejoicing that they had survived. Zeke performed a water bucket clutch to jump down from the Leviathan. He needed to find Sergeant Victor to claim his supplies. Next, he had to hurry up and develop. The traitor attack was merely Abaddon's first wave. What followed would only be more violent. He didn't notice that from inside a room with a door left ajar, two cold gazes were watching through the crack, firmly locked onto his retreating figure. The room was dim, lit only by an emergency light that silhouetted two forms. That is him. You are certain? Her gaze was pinned on Zeke. Yes, Lord Inquisitor. The assistant beside her took out a photograph and presented it with both hands. In the photo, Zeke was crouching next to a wounded soldier, holding a cup of beast milk and feeding him. Preliminary observation records indicate the target appears to possess the ability to dispel negative status effects. A disguise trick of the plague god. The Inquisitor's voice in the shadows grew even colder. She took the photo, her fingertips nearly crushing it. The assistant swallowed hard and took a second photo from the bag. It showed Zeke communicating with Fire Anvil, holding the Tinker's manual. And this, my lord. We suspect he possesses the ability of knowledge inheritance, capable of granting others unconventional crafting techniques. What? The Inquisitor's voice rose a pitch. The corruption of the Changer of Ways has infiltrated as well. What else? Bring it all out at once. The assistant, sweating at the temples, dared not delay and produced a third photo. This one was clearly a battlefield snapshot. The image was blurry and shaky, showing Zeke charging with a sword amidst a hail of gunfire. His individual combat capabilities are very strong. Despite wearing seemingly crude equipment, he possesses extremely high defensive resilience. Even more eerie is that after being injured, he only needs to ingest ordinary food to rapidly recover his state. It is as if some primitive thirst for blood and battle is being satisfied. The blood god. The Inquisitor could no longer sit still. Smack! The tabletop before her caved in under her palm strike. The assistant's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. There is also this one. The final photo was handed over. It showed Zeke sitting in a circle with dance, smiles on both their faces, the atmosphere harmonious. He seems to easily gain the goodwill and trust of others. Those he has helped generally rate him extremely highly, even harboring an unusual sense of closeness. This kind of heart-bewitching charisma. Ha! The Inquisitor let out a short, cold laugh. Even the Prince of Pleasure is involved. Heretic. A heretic through and through. She could no longer suppress herself. Part of her robe slipped down, revealing the weapon at her waist. She slammed her palm down again, and the already overburdened table, along with the scattered photos, collapsed into a heap. I can already smell the filthy stench of the warp radiating from him, the Inquisitor's voice echoed through the room. As an Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, seeing such filth walking safely on the soil of Kadaya, what a disgrace. Calm down, Lord Inquisitor, please calm down. The assistant rushed forward and held the Inquisitor back. These observation reports are currently just indirect conjectures and cannot be fully verified. Since when does the Inquisition need evidence to act? Suspicion is proof, abnormality is heresy. The Inquisitor stated coldly. The assistant had a flash of wit in his desperation. If our conjectures are true, then he can only be the ever-chosen of the four gods. Can you defeat him, my lord? An Inquisitor never fears sacrifice. The Inquisitor showed no intention of changing her mind. The assistant continued to persuade her. The target played a key role in this battle. Many Kadayan soldiers saw with their own eyes how he helped us. If you move against him now, it will undoubtedly trigger dissatisfaction among the troops. Humph, just a bunch of Kadayan soldiers. Do you think I fear them? What about Castellan Creed? Castellan Creed certainly won't allow you to do this. The Inquisitor fell silent. She looked at the assistant beside her. Why do you keep speaking for him? Have you been influenced by him as well? The assistant shivered in fright, daring not speak another word, only lowering his head to look at the floor. After a long while, the Inquisitor finally broke the silence. His name is Zeke Mason, right? He will show his tail sooner or later. The Inquisitor slowly raised her head. When that time comes. She placed her right hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist. I, the Chief Inquisition Investigator of the Cadian Gate, shall personally judge him. 36, Chapter 36, Golden Apples, Diamonds, and Iron Golems. Zeke found Sergeant Victor at the temporary supply point that had just been erected next to the assembly hall. Soldiers were handing over various supplies seized from the traders to the quartermaster to be logged into the register, after which they would be redistributed. Amasek, 120 credits, the quartermaster, a meticulous veteran, said while pointing his finger at the dividing line in the ledger. 1 pound of pan-fried grok steak, genuine, 200 points. Dextrose, 5 points per bag. 5 points. A soldier queuing up voiced his confusion. Wasn't it 10? The troops found an entire unopened container of it on a trader's Leviathan command vehicle, so the price dropped. The soldier nodded and asked for 2 extra bags. Zeke looked at the long queue and nudged Victor with his elbow. For a sergeant of your rank, how many credits do you roughly make a month? TL/N, the author is using a single currency named Imperial credits that are not canon in 40k since there are too many different currencies in the Imperium. Me. Sergeant Victor replied. I hand over all my credits to the unit, for those who need them more. Zeke was a bit puzzled. Sergeant Victor's tone was flat. The unit issues basic supplies every month, enough to guarantee basic survival. Credits are more of a reward mechanism designed to encourage the soldiers. They can be exchanged for better rations or alcohol. I don't really need those things. Zeke looked Victor up and down, from the collar of his uniform, washed until it was faded white, to his heavily worn boots. Sergeant Victor, what did you think of the baked potatoes and bread I gave you earlier? How was the taste? Victor hadn't expected him to ask that, but he nodded. It was delicious food. On Kadaya, getting to eat food like that every day is not easy. Since Kadaya's warehouses have always been tight, Sergeant Victor explained. It's fine, they won't be tight soon, Zeke thought to himself. Just wait until I get the automated farm running. Zeke followed Sergeant Victor into the assembly hall. It had become a temporary command center, with countless soldiers and officers rushing about, exchanging documents. Victor led Zeke through a winding path, eventually arriving at a heavily guarded area in the side wing of the hall. It was isolated by an iron gate, leaving only a reception opening with an armored window. Sergeant Victor, here to collect designated supplies. Victor stated his identity and the command code. The receptionist checked the data slate, then looked carefully at Victor and Zeke through the window. After confirming everything was correct, he pressed a button. Go in. Pay attention to the warehouse regulations and do not touch unauthorized items at will. Walking into the warehouse interior revealed an extremely massive storage space. Zeke craned his neck, unable to even see the top of the highest shelves. Several automated forklifts shuttled back and forth, transporting cargo crates to different zones. Quite a lot of stuff, Zeke sighed. Don't let the apparent volume fool you, Sergeant Victor said from the side. This is the sum total of the combat reserves for the entire Tyrek Bastion. He shook his head. The forces of chaos are becoming more rampant by the day. Importing supplies will only get more difficult. Zeke didn't reply. On the surface, he looked shocked by the scale of the warehouse, but in reality, he was staring at the minimap in his vision, wondering if he should dig a tunnel here tonight. After looking at the soldiers patrolling round after round, he dismissed the thought. This is the gold you wanted. It's very heavy. Do you need me to call a forklift operator to help move it? No need. Zeke stepped forward and reached out toward the metal box. The entire box of gold went straight into his backpack. Zeke looked at the increased amount of gold in his inventory, straightened his face, turned to Victor, and spoke in a tone of deep grief. Sergeant Victor, to be honest with you, lately I have been feeling very sinful. Sinful? Why do you say that? Zeke sighed, his eyes gazing into the void. I keep having nightmares recently. I dream of Cow crying to me non-stop. He says he can hardly stand this day-after-day exploitation anymore, but for the welfare of the Kadayan people, for the warriors, he keeps holding on. Sergeant Victor listened, unsure how to respond. Zeke slapped his thigh with a heartbroken expression. So, Sergeant Victor, what I mean is, you give me this little bit of gold, how can I justify this to Cow? Little. Victor was genuinely surprised this time. He pointed at the now empty metal spot. By Imperial standards, the gold in there is enough to cover the gold plating requirements of a munitions factory for an entire month. Now Zeke couldn't really say much by weight, it was indeed a lot, but there was no helping it. In Minecraft, a single enchanted golden apple required 8 gold blocks. The amount Victor provided was only close to a stack of gold ingots. I'll hold off on the enchanted golden apples for now. I'll just make a few regular golden apples to make do. Sergeant Victor then pulled down a box from a nearby shelf and placed it in front of Zeke. Diamonds. Zeke's eyes lit up as he opened the box and collected them. This time, a genuine smile appeared on his face. There were actually quite a few diamonds, over 100 of them. They looked like they had been pried off jewelry and decorations. You know, the traders killed a large number of high-ranking officials at the banquet, Victor said. Zeke nodded. With this many diamonds, as long as he didn't make a beacon base, it was more than enough. And the other thing you wanted. I recall it's called a pumpkin, right? Sergeant Victor handed over a small packet wrapped in waterproof cloth. Zeke opened the package. Inside were a few seeds. Carmine helped get these, Victor added, handing over a picture at the same time. She said she saw this kind of orange, giant, edible plant when she was on an agri-world. Zeke took the picture, which showed a pumpkin of a size that was somewhat bafflingly large. A pumpkin this big. Zeke looked at the seeds in his hand, and the words, pumpkin seeds, floated in his vision. That's right, this is it. Zeke confirmed it was correct. He could finally build an iron golem. The iron golem in Minecraft, 100 HP, attacks by swinging its arms, deals 721 damage, and tosses the target high into the air. Zeke didn't know how the iron golem's strength would hold up in Warhammer, or if it could arm wrestle a space marine. However, the iron golem was never meant to benchmark against space marines, but rather against mass combat units like standard Kadians or Krieg clones. 4 iron blocks plus a pumpkin. At that cheap of a price, who needs a bike? Even as a meat shield to attract fire, Zeke would have to praise it. Well, Sergeant Victor led Zeke out of the assembly hall. Zeke gave Sergeant Victor a big thumbs up. As long as you're satisfied. The corners of Victor's mouth twitched slightly, the wrinkles on his face bunching together. Please continue donating Power Stones so that we may reach top 50 this week. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 37, Chapter 37, A Brief Respite in Spawning the Iron Golem, bonus. Thank you for the Power Stones. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 400 Power Stones. One more thing, Victor added as they parted ways. Creed wants to speak with you personally tomorrow morning regarding the details of our next collaboration. Zeke didn't look back, he simply raised his hand in an OK gesture as he merged into the crowds on the Bastion streets. Tyrek Bastion was slowly catching its breath, recovering from the agony of battle. Zeke even spotted a burst of colorful, albeit not particularly spectacular, light exploding over the Bastion, scattering motes of light. Some children were setting off fireworks. Fireworks. Zeke recalled the Flower of Kadaya broadcast he had heard earlier. It seemed to be a Kadayan tradition to celebrate victory. Suddenly, an emerald badge with a red ribbon floated past Zeke's eyes, spinning before merging into his status bar. Hero of the Village I. Time remaining, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It seemed that helping defend the Bastion was recognized by the system as saving a village in Minecraft. A mother by the roadside watched Zeke's figure, inexplicably feeling a surge of strong goodwill. How strange, she muttered to herself. We've clearly never met. Her younger child ran over crying, tugging at her hem. Mom, a weird guy in white armor just snatched the firework I lit. Firework rocket, X6. Zeke whistled a tune, his steps light, and soon arrived at the tunnel entrance in the plaza. The tunnel was vastly different from when he first arrived. It now had electricity and installed lighting. Some combat engineers were spraying a waterproof coating onto the rock surface. Fortunately, the wooden boat Zeke had placed was still there. He hopped into the boat and skillfully teleported to his construction camp. There were more unfamiliar faces now. Creed's troops had evidently taken over and begun construction here. How is this even possible? What about the conservation of energy? An old man, looking like a technician, was tearing at his sparse remaining hair in frustration, looking like he wanted to bury his head into the infinite water source. Zeke ignored the chaos and went to the barracks living quarters. He punched the leaves off the grown saplings, collected a few apples, entered his own hut, and closed the door. First, the golden apples. Zeke arranged gold ingots in a square shape on the crafting table, placing an apple in the center. Golden apple appeared in the crafting slot. The fruit glowed with a warm, golden hue throughout. Zeke scratched it with his finger, confirming it wasn't just gold plate, it was a real golden apple. It was one of the few precious supplies in Minecraft that provided resistance, offering noble percentage-based damage mitigation and decent health regeneration. Zeke turned all the gold ingots in his inventory into golden apples, making a total of 5, with some ingots left over. He had already figured out how to make golden apples beget more gold. He could sell them at a high price to wealthy individuals, like rogue traders or perhaps rich space marine legions. Selling one for the price of 5, given the golden apple's effects, demand would absolutely exceed supply. Next was the diamond armor set and tools. Zeke took off the iron set he had worn for a long time, which was running low on durability, and changed into a brand new set of diamond armor. 20 defense points, maxed out instantly. He then called over the fire anvil in the camp and plated his diamond armor with a layer of gold. In Tinker's Construct, gold increases magic defense. He also upgraded the Gene Stealer sword with diamond, adding 2 points of damage. With his equipment brand new and golden apples in hand, Zeke took out the few pumpkin seeds. Plant, bone meal, harvest. Phew, it's time. Zeke chose to set up the blocks on the floor inside his house. He arranged the iron blocks into a standard T-shape. He lifted the pumpkin. I choose you, Iron Golem. Like performing some sacred coronation ceremony, Zeke lifted the pumpkin with both hands and placed it atop the T-shape. Thud. The floor trembled, and soldiers outside the house cried out in alarm. Why is the commotion so big? Zeke looked at the setup and realized he had placed the pumpkin head crookedly. It was resting on the far left block. Wait, this wasn't a noise I made. Zeke walked out the door. Flames were rising not far from the camp. Several Kadayan soldiers were carrying a stretcher, sprinting toward the crash site. Damn it, that was a frigate from Kadaya's outer orbit that just came down. Any survivors? Yes, there seems to be one barely breathing. Moments later, Zeke saw a mangled figure on the medic's stretcher. His HP bar was empty. He was already a dead man. Yet, his hand tightly gripped a data slate with a blue casing. Blue represented Alpha Grade, top secret intelligence. No one is allowed to touch that data slate, or you'll be executed. 10 minutes later, Creed's aide, Kel, arrived at the camp. He took the data slate with a grim expression, then drove straight toward Tyrek Bastion without looking back. The camp returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Instructors ordered soldiers to swallow what happened today and never mention it again. Zeke went back into the house and mined the pumpkin backup. This time, he placed it correctly. The sharp-edged iron blocks merged together, green vines winding around the steel. A towering silhouette rose from the ground before Zeke, its cast shadow completely enveloping him. Two red lights ignited where the face should be as the iron golem turned its head slightly to look at Zeke. Staring up at the massive, 3-meter-tall hull before him, Zeke recalled the cruel acts he had committed against villagers in the game, including but not limited to iron farms and villager trading halls. He couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at the hero of the village, Buff and his status bar, Zeke quickly calmed down. Ahem. Zeke cleared his throat, deciding to test the big guy's intelligence level first. What is 1235 times 5324? The iron golem tilted its head, then took a step and walked straight out of Zeke's hut. Hey, wait. Crash. Zeke's door was smashed open by the iron golem. A massive white monster appeared in the camp, and countless pairs of eyes instantly focused on this sudden white behemoth. What is that? It looks dangerous. I don't know. Feels like something a tech priest would cobble together. After scanning the area, the iron golem began to patrol the camp along the line of houses. It was executing the task designed into its code, patrol and defense. Wherever the iron golem went, Kadayan soldiers backed away. But realizing the big guy had no hostile intent, and with Zeke's repeated assurances, they soon gathered around again. I bet this big guy could smash one of those chaos cultists to death with one punch. That's not exactly hard, his companion scoffed. Perhaps the sound of conversation attracted the iron golem. It turned toward the two soldiers who were speaking. The soldier being stared at felt his hair stand on end and retreated repeatedly. At that moment, the iron golem extended its hand. With a pop, it materialized a poppy and held it out to the Kadayan soldier. The Kadayan soldier's brain short-circuited a bit. It's giving you something, a bystander said, enjoying the show as he gave the soldier a shove. Haha, you kid. Who would have thought the first flower of your life would be from a hunk of iron? What do you mean, kid? She's a woman. And have you ever received flowers? The only flower you'll get is the one on your grave in the future. Grave? Come on. If we die and leave a whole corpse to be burned to ash, that's considered lucky. Where would we get a grave? The atmosphere in the camp changed from initial vigilance to wonder. The iron golem's unexpected gentleness, so contradictory to its massive frame, made many soldiers feel a strange sense of affection for it. The soldier who was offered the flower blushed, stepped forward, and accepted the iron golem's poppy. Thank you, she mumbled, then said a bit louder, thank you. My name is Willow. Everyone heard at this time, including the iron golem. Zeke stood by his door, which now had a large hole in it, watching this scene. The iron golem giving flowers to villagers was actually retained. At least this proved that the iron golem he crafted followed Minecraft's original behavioral logic to a large extent. Need to find it an opponent to test its real strength, Zeke mused, rubbing his chin. Preferably a space marine. He paused, a thought crossing his mind. That reminds me, do iron golems have machine spirits? Only 70 power stones remaining before the next bonus chapter. 38, Chapter 38, The Nullfield Matrix. Zeke experimented with the iron golem. He flooded the ground with water and pushed the golem in. Then, he moved the iron golem to a high point and accidentally nudged it off the edge. The test results mirrored Minecraft exactly. The iron golem was immune to both fall damage and drowning damage. Furthermore, depending on the severity of the damage taken, cracks would appear on its body, which could be repaired using iron ingots. Growing bolder, Zeke attempted to attack the iron golem himself, but it remained completely indifferent. Confirming that it held no aggression toward its creator, Zeke felt greatly relieved. While the hero of the village, Buff, was still active, Zeke didn't forget to take a tour around the camp to conduct some trades. Bella was a farmer, and Dance was a weaponsmith. It was much as Zeke had guessed, their trades were related to their professions. After a round of the camp, Zeke had exchanged for about 10 emeralds. Unfortunately, he didn't spot anyone with the librarian profession in the camp, so he stowed the emeralds away. For the rest of the night, Zeke continued his traditional craft, staircase mining. He wanted to see if he could dig down to some lava. Clearly, Zeke had overestimated himself. In a single night, he probably didn't even breach the crust, let alone find lava. At dawn, Zeke emerged from his mining tunnel, his face covered in grime. After a hasty cleanup, he followed the tunnel toward the Tyrek Fields Bastion, preparing to meet with Castellan Creed. After retaking the Tyrek Bastion, General Creed had delivered another rousing speech. The gist of it was to mourn the planetary governor who had perished in the rebellion, and to announce that, due to the emergency, he had been appointed Lord Castellan. He declared he would carry out the governor's unfinished orders and called upon all loyal forces across Kadaya to continue rallying at Tyrek Fields. Consequently, Zeke witnessed a familiar scene, more soldiers flooding into the bastion from different directions. Passing through the tunnel, Zeke saw Dance in front of the assembly hall. He looked incredibly excited. Zeke, you absolutely won't believe it. I actually met General Creed. Emperor above, that's the legendary Ursarker Creed. Oh, what did you talk to him about? Zeke asked, curious. He asked about my experiences during this time, and he even mentioned you, Zeke. He asked me what I thought of you as a person, Dance said. I said a lot of good things about you. So, it was a background check. Zeke patted Dance on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down a bit. Dance, you have to remember, even Creed puts his pants on one leg at a time. Dance was momentarily choked up. What does that mean? It means you don't need to sell yourself short, Dance. No matter how great Creed is, he's still just a human. Since he summoned you, it means you were qualified to stand before him. Who knows, maybe in the future, you'll have the chance to become someone even more famous than him." Dance stood there, stunned. By then, Zeke was already walking toward the assembly hall, his figure disappearing through the doorway. Sergeant Victor was waiting for Zeke inside. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Victor led Zeke straight into the administrative area. Even from a distance, Zeke could hear Creed's voice. "We must discuss how to dispose of those traitor corpses, General Creed. They are piling up into mountains and the stench is foul." "Then burn them all," Creed said. "That will consume a lot of money. You know Promethium has never been cheap." "So what? Burn the bodies of those traitors. Don't tell me you intend to bury them? The soil of Kadaya will not tolerate such filth being buried within it." "Well said," Zeke silently agreed. "I will wait for you here." Sergeant Victor stopped at the door, and Zeke pushed it open and entered. Inside the office, Creed was sitting at the desk. Beside him stood his aide, Jaran Kell. As for the man who had just been discussing burning corpses, Zeke noted the badge on his chest, Logistics Minister Rake. "It seems the great hero of this campaign has arrived." Zeke's entrance drew everyone's attention. There were gazes of scrutiny, appreciation, and suspicion. "He is younger than I imagined," Kell commented in a low voice. He pulled a chair from the side, placed it opposite the desk, and gestured for Zeke to sit. Zeke didn't stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat down. This distance allowed him to see Creed more clearly. Creed's complexion wasn't great. It looked like he hadn't slept well the night before. "It seems I'm no longer needed here." Rake shrugged, glanced at Zeke, and walked out the door. Only Creed, Kell, and Zeke remained in the room. Creed crushed his cigar ruthlessly against the ashtray, extinguishing it, and got straight to the point. "I just summoned Dance. He is a good soldier, loyal, resilient." Creed clasped his hands on the desk and leaned forward slightly, exuding an oppressive pressure. "I asked him for intelligence regarding you. What he knows is very limited. Where you come from, what you are, the answers to these questions remain a blank slate." Zeke met his gaze without dodging, staying silent and simply listening. Castellan Creed leaned further forward. "This does not mean we cannot cooperate. I think the transaction between Sergeant Victor and yourself is a very good example. We provide the materials, and you utilize your miraculous power. An exchange of interests is far more reliable than trust, isn't it?" Creed was forceful, his sentences coming one after another, leaving Zeke no room to interrupt. His aide, Kell, spread a massive map out in front of Zeke. Zeke looked at it. 7 or 8 bastions were marked on the map, but one, labeled Kasakruf, was heavily highlighted. "Do you know of the null field matrix?" "The null field matrix, what is that?" Zeke looked at Creed. Zeke, of course, knew what a null field matrix was. It was a device discovered by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Legend had it that the Blackstone fortresses were creations of Vol, the smith god of the Eldar, possessing a massive warp cannon capable of drawing power from the Sea of Souls to pierce through anything. If there is the sharpest spear, there must naturally be a corresponding shield. The null field matrix was a defensive matrix capable of resisting the warp cannons. Since Creed mentioned the null field matrix, it meant Abaddon had already deployed his Blackstone fortress. Zeke hadn't expected Abaddon's offensive to come so quickly. He had thought that after quelling the rebellion, he would have some time to develop and build up his resources. "There is a null field matrix located at Kasakruf," Creed continued. "General," Kell couldn't help but interject from the side. "Is this something we should be discussing?" "It's fine. It won't be a secret for much longer anyway. Zeke, your abilities are very useful. I want to invite you to participate in this afternoon's War Council. At that time, all the factions on Kadaya will be present at the meeting, including the Astaroths, the Sororitas, and the tech priests that Sergeant Victor mentioned you've been wanting to meet." 39, Chapter 39, The Art of Seating Arrangements. Canoness Eleanor, the alarms are sounding. Creed is convening an emergency war council. We must send a representative. Failure to attend would bring shame upon our order. When do we depart? Not we. It is I, my dear sister. You are to remain here at the sanctum. Canoness Eleanor kissed her prayer book, fastened it to her belt, and performed the sign of the Aquila before standing up. Aboard the fireman is Fong, one of the few surviving warships in Kadaya's orbit. High Command believes the despoiler is brewing a new wave of attacks. They suggest we withdraw to discuss countermeasures. Discuss countermeasures. Sven Bloodhull, one of the 2 Space Wolf Lords stationed on Kadaya, stared out the ship's viewport. Offense is the best defense. In my view, we should drive straight into the heart of the enemy and board Abaddon's flagship directly. Are we going, then? We go. Why wouldn't we? Having finished his conversation with Creed, Zeke obtained the coordinates for Kasakruf. The afternoon's war council was to be held at Kasakruf. This bastion, possessing the null field matrix, would serve as the primary strategic point against Abaddon's second wave of attacks. Zeke picked up his blueprints again, connecting his own camp to Kasakruf. In this way, his camp would link the 2 critical strategic points, Tarak and Kasakruf. Perhaps in the near future, the camp Zeke built would serve as the transportation hub connecting all the bastions of Kadaya. When that time came, Zeke was definitely going to set up a toll booth and make a killing. Zeke set out early, taking the Iron Golem with him this time. Since he was about to face elite figures from Kadaya's various factions, Zeke felt it necessary to show a little muscle. The oppressive presence of the Iron Golem was just right for the occasion. Passing through the new tunnel, Zeke arrived at Kasakruf. At a first glance, this place looked as if it had been cut from the same mold as the Tyrek Bastion. It had the same layout for residential areas, the same intricate web of alleyways, and even the central square featured similar statues of Kadayan heroes. Even the exterior of the assembly hall was virtually identical. Zeke led the iron golem toward the assembly hall. He had arrived too early. The hall was empty, save for a few guards and logistics personnel bustling about. Pushing open the hall doors, he saw rows of heavy seats arranged neatly beneath the dome. A servitor was busy in the center of the venue. This servitor had reverse-jointed mechanical legs for a lower body, while its upper body retained some human components, with several mechanical arms extending from its back. It was grabbing the seats and scanning the data slate in its hand. Hearing footsteps, the servitor raised its head and began scanning Zeke. Identity confirmed, Zeke Mason, the servitor stated in a synthetic voice. Apologies, your seating has not yet been arranged. Please wait a moment before taking a seat. Zeke walked a few steps closer. Are you in charge of setting up the venue? Yes. I am a servitor in service to Archmagos Klein. As the servitor answered, it grabbed a chair with a mechanical arm and shifted it approximately 10 millimeters to the right. I am currently executing a highly complex coordination task. It paused. As you know, there are historical frictions between the various factions meeting today. It pointed to two seats that had been deliberately separated. You would not wish to see the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels arranged in adjacent seats. That could lead to terrifying consequences. That is true, Zeke imagined. Given the legacy issues between the primarchs of those two chapters, putting them together, let alone holding a meeting, made it uncertain whether anyone would make it out of the room alive. Furthermore, the servitor turned to a few seats in the front row. You certainly would not want to see the Kadayan representatives seated further from Lord Castellan Creed's main seat than the Navy representatives. If such a situation were to occur, it is highly probable they would file a complaint immediately after the meeting, alleging discrimination. Damn, is arranging seats really this much trouble? Zeke stood by the side, watching the servitor move the chairs back and forth like chess pieces. Finally, after the layout of a certain area was completed with great difficulty, it turned abruptly back to Zeke. Mr. Zeke, regarding your seat, its voice rang out again. Comprehensive analysis. Given that the majority of Astaroth's chapters generally hold a poor attitude toward ordinary humans, arranging you within the chapter seating area is ruled out. The light in its optical lenses began to flicker. Given that you are not formally part of the Kadayan military establishment, I cannot insert you into the delegation's seating. Wisps of blue smoke began to rise from the vents of the servitor's metal skull. Stop, stop, stop. Zeke waved his hand. Don't trouble yourself. I won't sit. Standing and listening is fine. That is wonderful, the servitor's synthetic voice replied. You are truly a reasonable gentleman. In my logic banks, individuals possessing unique abilities like yours are usually accompanied by arrogant traits. Simultaneously, those individuals who display a humble attitude often lack sufficient ability or capital. It focused on Zeke. But you, Mr. Zeke, cleverly exist between these two typical paradigms. It is truly eye-opening. Zeke was left stunned by this string of convoluted, roundabout flattery. Mr. Zeke, the servitor looked at the iron golem. May I ask, is this your accompanying servitor? Ah, yes, that's right. Zeke nodded solemnly. The servitor returned to its busy work. Watching its figure, Zeke mused inwardly. If even arranging seats was this complicated, this afternoon's war council was destined to be anything but calm. The thought of having to convince these elite figures from various factions to accept his plan made Zeke's head ache. He glanced back at the iron golem behind him. The best method wasn't to waste breath trying to persuade them. A proper display of the fist was often more useful than any eloquence. The doors to the hall were pushed open. Seat identity, Daverna, Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, Chief Investigator of the Kadayan Gate. Someone's here. Zeke looked toward the entrance. A tall woman with broad shoulders, wearing an officer's greatcoat, stormed in like a whirlwind. As soon as she entered, her eyes locked onto Zeke, her gaze looking as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Zeke confirmed the look. He didn't know her. But hearing the title Inquisitor, he didn't need to think hard to know why she held such hostility toward him. Respected Lady Daverna, the servitor slid over to her. Your seat is here. Inquisitor Daverna strode to her seat and sat down. The doors were pushed open once again. This time, a massive figure walked in, nearly brushing the top of the doorframe. His face was tattooed with lines and some kind of pigment, dark long hair cascaded over his pauldrons, and his eyes were sharp. Seat identity, Wolf Lord Sven Bloodhowl, of the Space Wolves Firehowlers Great Company. Bloodhowl's gaze swept across the hall, landing on the iron golem behind Zeke. He looked it up and down. Then, taking wide strides, he clanked his way toward his seat. Come on, only 30 more power stones before next bonus chapter. 40, Chapter 40, Blackstone, Fortress, bonus. Seat identity, Company Master Korahel, Dark Angels. Temporarily absent, attending remotely via holographic image. Seat identity, Marshal Amalrich, Black Templars. Seat identity, Canoness Eleanor, Order of our Martyred Lady. Seat identity, Magos Klein, Adeptus Mechanicus. The mouthful of lengthy names and titles made Zeke's head ache. Barely managing to sort through his thoughts, he noted there were 4 Astaroths present. Bloodhowl of the Space Wolves, Amalrich of the Black Templars, Korahel of the Dark Angels, and Arshal of the Raven Guard, who had remained silent in the corner. There was 1 Inquisitor, 1 Canoness of the Sororitas, and 1 Magos of the Mechanicus. Aside from them, there was a whole host of Kadayan leaders. Of course, while it looked like a lot to Zeke, it was actually far fewer than before. Most had already perished in the previous rebellion. Creed and his aide Kel ascended to the main seat. Without any opening pleasantries, Creed picked up the vox in front of him. "Gentlemen," his voice resonated through the speakers, suppressing all chatter in the hall. "Time is short. I have summoned you all here to announce a terrifying truth. The Volskani traitors sent by the despoiler, Abaddon, were merely the first step of his conspiracy. His darker plan is yet to come." A burst of static came from the speakers as Creed continued. "According to intelligence I have just acquired, Abaddon the despoiler holds a terrifying weapon capable of changing the tide of war." Aide Kel stepped forward quickly, connecting a blue data slate to the main projection unit. Zeke recognized it as the very one he had taken from the dead man on the crashed frigate the previous night. Kel operated it for a moment, and a video clip began to play. The perspective was low, the camera shaking. A voice, weak as a thread, whispered, "They've come from the Eye of Terror, too many to stop. It's a broken Blackstone fortress." The voice cut off abruptly, the screen turned to static, then darkness. The video ended there. "That is what we know now. Abaddon possesses a Blackstone fortress." Creed looked at the people before him. "A Blackstone fortress? That filth has actually brought a Blackstone fortress. This is enough for him to wipe us all out without ever setting foot on Kadaya." Bloodhowl of the Space Wolves stood with hands on hips and spat to the side. The saliva hit the floor with a sizzling sound of corrosion. Even the spit of a genetically modified Asteroots was toxic. "Blackstone fortresses, according to the tomes I have studied, there is more than one." Canoness Eleanor raised her hand, voicing a question. "The despoiler seized 3 Blackstone fortresses during the Gothic War. Are you certain he has brought only one? May I say a word?" Inquisitor Daverna raised her hand, her gaze still fixed on Zeke. "As far as I know, although the despoiler seized 3 Blackstone fortresses, he only managed to take 2 of them away. The third was recaptured by the Navy. So, in the best-case scenario, the despoiler has only 1 Blackstone fortress." After speaking, Inquisitor Daverna sat back down. "May faith protect us." It was Marshal Amalrich of the Black Templars. He remained utterly motionless, like a statue. "Fortunately, it is not only faith that protects us, Marshal." Creed turned to Mugos Klein of the Adeptus Mechanicus. "There is also technology. Mugos Klein, could you reveal our countermeasures?" Mugos Klein stood there, choosing to stand just as Zeke did. Several mechanical arms extended from his back. He wore deep red robes, his hood obscuring his face. Zeke adjusted his angle, casually or not, until he finally caught a glimpse of the true face beneath the shadows from the right spot. A metallic cranial frame, modified mechanical eyes, and countless insulated cables. Praise the Omnis Saya. Of course, Lord Castellan Creed. Since the painful lessons of the Gothic War, the Adeptus Mechanicus has known of such terrible weapons as the Blackstone fortresses. For the thousands of years since then, we have been researching how to defend against them. Finally, on Kadaya, we have found it. A mechanical arm at Mugos Klein's side raised up, pointing to the projection area. A new image appeared, the black stone pylons on the planet Kadaya. These black stone pylons, which have stood for unknown millennia, possess a passive attribute that suppresses the warp. Mugos Klein spoke with a hint of fanaticism. "At Kashrkruf, we have developed a device capable of converting this passive attribute into an active defense, thereby resisting the attacks of a Blackstone fortress. This is the reason I have summoned you all," Lord Castellan Creed said. "Kashrkruf has the ability to block the Blackstone fortress. I hope that everyone present can gather your forces here. With Kashrkruf as the core, we will build a defensive line to jointly resist the despoiler." Creed's gaze swept over every face present. The response he received was an awkward silence. Zeke sensed something was wrong with the atmosphere. Creed's plan was likely going to fall through. "Protecting the sanctum of St. Morrican is the duty of our sisterhood. To flee to Kashrkruf and watch our precious sanctum be defiled, that is impossible." Canoness Eleanor was the first to refuse. "I knew it. The Holy Sisters condescending to come here was already giving you face. Did you expect them to listen to you?" Bloodhowl said impatiently. Creed cast a hopeful look at Bloodhowl. "Honorable Wolf Lord Bloodhowl," Creed turned and said, "is your great company willing to assist us?" Bloodhowl fell silent. His eyebrows knitted together as he leaned heavily back into his chair. "Unwilling." Bloodhowl's answer shattered Creed's hope. "The wolves of Fenris never refuse a summons, Lord Castellan Creed," Bloodhowl said. "But we are wolves. We should be galloping across the plains, fighting guerrilla warfare. Huddling inside a fortress is not our style." Zeke could hear the grinding of teeth coming from Creed's direction. Facing the Asteroots, Castellan Creed was enduring immense pressure and frustration. Creed turned his head, casting his gaze toward Company Master Korahel of the Dark Angels, present via hologram. "Company Master Korahel?" he attempted to ask. "I refuse." The Dark Angel shook his head. "We are currently still on the Sword of Defiance, and the situation here isn't good." Korahel pointed at himself. He couldn't even get away physically, only able to attend the meeting via remote communication, let alone come to support Kashrkruf. "Could you not even spare a few men?" Castellan Creed hadn't given up yet. "Spare a few?" Company Master Korahel's tone carried a hint of anger. "Creed, what do you take us Dark Angels for? Your expendable Kadayan soldiers? Cannon fodder for you to squander?" "I apologize, Company Master Korahel. I did not mean to offend you." Creed lowered his head. The room fell into silence. For a moment, it seemed no one would take up the mission to defend Kashrkruf. "I'll do it." A hand went up. All eyes swiveled in unison toward the sound, focusing on the young man standing at the edge of the hall. "It seems our Lord Castellan Creed has a savior." Arshal of the Raven Guard let a faint smile flit across his lazy face. "It's that heretic. What is he trying to do? Thought Inquisitor Davernus, seeing Zeke raise his hand. Next bonus chapter at 600 Power Stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 41, Chapter 41, Don't Make the Iron Bro Laugh. Castellan Creed cast his gaze towards Zeke. His original intention in inviting Zeke was to utilize the man's excavation abilities to reinforce the Bastion's tunnel system and add some mobility to their defenses. He had never imagined this young man would step forward at this moment. You. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl looked Zeke up and down. To be precise, Zeke took a step forward, shifting his body slightly to the side. It's not me. It's the big guy behind me. Zeke tilted his head slightly and whispered, Relax, Iron Golem. Just treat it like an interview. The position is for what you do best, defense. The Iron Golem showed no reaction, continuing to fiddle with the poppy in its hand. Zeke stepped aside, completely exposing the Iron Golem to everyone's view. This is. Mugos Klein of the Adeptus Mechanicus had actually noticed the strange construct in the corner quite some time ago. It does not appear to be the work of my colleagues. Zeke, is it? Perhaps we can have an in-depth discussion later. A strange creation, Canoness Eleanor said, holding her prayer scroll with both hands. An interesting little trinket, isn't it? Remarked the Raven Guard, Arshel, who was standing in the corner and had barely spoken. A mechanical construct? I wonder about its combat capabilities. The Black Templar caressed the pistol in his hand. He was one of the few people at this meeting carrying a weapon. How much power can this iron lump possibly have? Bloodhowl retorted. Humph, the characteristic arrogance of the wolves. The Dark Angel let out a disdainful sound. What did you say? Bloodhowl slammed the table and stood abruptly. Dark Angel, you should be fortunate that you are not here in person. Zeke then led the Iron Golem to the center of the room. He felt like an animal being exhibited in a zoo. Everyone, I call this mechanical construct an Iron Golem. I know you are all doubting its strength. My view is simple, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. TL/N, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth is a core principle in Marxist philosophy, asserting that objective reality, social practice, determines a theory's validity, not subjective belief. Zeke raised his hand, pointing at the Iron Golem. So, would anyone like to try it out personally? As his words fell, 3 distinct auras in the venue stirred almost simultaneously, clearly showing an intent to test it. Amalrich of the Black Templars remained silent, but his gaze fixed on the Iron Golem with a hint of sharpness. Since arriving on Kadaya, it had been too long since he had encountered a worthy opponent. Inquisitor Daverna, rather than wanting to test the Iron Golem, seemed more interested in finding an excuse to purge Zeke along with his blasphemous creation. However, the fastest to act was the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves, Bloodhowl. Watch closely, Dark Angel. This is the consequence of challenging me, Bloodhowl said to the hologram of the Dark Angel behind him. He then turned to Zeke. I'll test this thing for Creed. I hope it's sturdy enough. Bloodhowl stepped out from his seat. He carried no weapons and wasn't even wearing a helmet. He walked to the front with bare hands, standing face to face with the Iron Golem. Everyone, this. Kel tried to intervene. Let him try, Castellan Creed's voice rang out. Who could have predicted that this meeting would evolve into a fight? Countless Kadayan officials silently scooted their chairs backward. Zeke quickly compared the data of both sides in his mind. The length of their health bars looked about the same. In terms of defense, Bloodhowl in his power armor certainly had the advantage. However, since he wasn't using a weapon, the Iron Golem's knock-up effect might create some opportunities. There was some suspense, but not much. After all, the opponent wasn't just an ordinary tin can, but a Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves. Captain Bloodhowl, Zeke spoke up to remind him, it will only counterattack after you attack it first. Oh, is that so? Bloodhowl grinned, revealing sharp canines. He went from stillness to motion instantly, his speed exceeding the visual tracking limit of ordinary humans. Vision blurred, and a vague afterimage smashed into the Iron Golem's chest. Bloodhowl's punch hit home, knocking off 1/8 of the Iron Golem's health, though the Iron Golem suffered no knockback. As expected of a space wolf known for speed, Zeke asked himself honestly, knowing he definitely couldn't have dodged that strike. The successful attack triggered the Iron Golem's hostility mechanic. The Iron Golem turned toward the attacker, its arms sweeping upward from below. Space wolves were known for their agility. With Bloodhowl's speed, he was fully capable of dodging. Come on, let me measure your strength. Bloodhowl didn't dodge. He crossed his arms and met the giant steel limbs head-on. The moment they collided, the imperious expression on Bloodhowl's face froze, turning into shock. He was sent flying. Pfft. The Dark Angel, who had been watching, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bloodhowl quickly adjusted his posture in midair and landed. That hit, after damage reduction, only took about 7 health points off Bloodhowl. Zeke had a rough idea now. In pure melee combat, it would probably take multiple Iron Golems to effectively suppress Bloodhowl. Having suffered from the knockup, Bloodhowl began to utilize his agility advantage, circling and weaving around the Iron Golem. He always managed to dodge by a hair's breadth before the Iron Golem's attack landed. Then, in the brief interval after the Iron Golem's attack, he would seize the opportunity to strike. Dull thuds rang out rhythmically in the auditorium. Cracks on the Iron Golem's body became more numerous and dense. It continued to faithfully execute its counterattack program, waving its arms ceaselessly. That's about enough. Zeke looked at the Iron Golem's health, which was nearing the halfway point. He knew that under normal circumstances, defeat was only a matter of time. Unfortunately, what you have encountered is an Iron Golem with a player standing behind it. A calm smile tugged at the corner of Zeke's mouth. He shifted a small step forward, unnoticed. His hand pulled a stack of iron ingots from his inventory interface, and he began right-clicking on the scarred iron golem. TL/N, I know he is not right-clicking literally, but I don't know a better way to write it. The iron golem itself might not be invincible, but an iron golem backed by a player is an entity capable of grinding even a warden to death. Half an hour passed. Why does this iron lump feel like it's getting tougher the more I hit it? The dent left by a punch just a moment ago vanished in the next second. The look of contempt in Bloodowl's eyes was gone. The atmosphere in the auditorium had long since changed. The gaze of the onlookers turned from curiosity to a stunned sense of absurdity. They watched helplessly as Wolf Lord Bloodhowl furiously attacked the steel giant for a full half hour. And that construct called the Iron Golem? It looked perfectly fine. Many people, like Muggos Klein, had noticed Zeke's subtle movements early on, which only made them more curious. Can it perform real-time battlefield repairs? Muggos Klein began to suspect that this Iron Golem was created from some STC left over from ancient times. This damn thing just won't die. Bloodowl's breathing began to grow heavy. High-intensity, sustained explosive combat was beginning to place a massive burden even on an Asteroots. His stamina was draining rapidly. This Astarte's stamina is ridiculous, Zeke secretly complained to himself. I've almost used up 2 stacks of iron ingots. It's fine. As long as I make a name for the Iron Golem, I won't lack for iron blocks in the future. With this thought in mind, Zeke pulled out another stack of iron ingots. 42, Chapter 42, the second aspect of the Iron Golem. Zeke decided to stop being sneaky about it and began using iron ingots openly. As the Iron Golem withstood another round of Bloodowl's attacks and prepared to swing its iron fist once more, Bloodhowl urgently called a halt. Stop. The test is over. With a somewhat undignified leap, he jumped back 7 or 8 meters, returning to his seat. However, the Iron Golem remained firmly locked onto him and continued its pursuit. Judging by its stance, it would not rest until the attacker before it was eliminated. Hey, make this iron lump stop. Bloodhowl shouted at Zeke. Oh no. Zeke had been so focused on the demonstration that he forgot, once an Iron Golem is provoked, its aggro is difficult to drop unless the target dies. Seeing the Iron Golem about to charge again, Zeke tried a desperate measure and rushed between Bloodhowl and the construct. The directive prohibiting attacks on its creator conflicted with the order to eliminate the attacker, causing the Iron Golem to halt its fist. Thank goodness it didn't cause a disaster. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief. He composed himself and turned toward Bloodhowl. Captain Bloodhowl, Zeke said with a sincere tone, thank you for the demonstration. Please accept this small gift as a token of my gratitude. A gift? Who cares for? Bloodhowl instinctively wanted to refuse. As an Asteroots, he could not accept gifts from mortals. This was an unwritten rule, born from the painful lessons of his battle brothers. In the past, Asteroots had caused great catastrophes simply by accepting gifts from mortals. But when his gaze fell upon the object in Zeke's hand, he was involuntarily captivated. It was a golden fruit that radiated warmth and teemed with vitality. Take it, Captain Bloodhowl. It will come in handy. Zeke's voice chimed in at just the right moment. As if possessed, Bloodhowl reached out and accepted the golden apple. Zeke had calculated the move to gift this golden apple carefully, first, to pave the way for potential future business cooperation, and second, to earn a favor. Bloodowl's ship, the Fireman Isfahan, was one of the few vessels on Kadaya capable of breaking through the Chaos Blockade and driving straight into Abaddon's Blackstone Fortress. Since the Blackstone Fortress was a place he would have to visit sooner or later. This one is free, Zeke smiled, then shifted his tone. However, if you want more in the future, there will be a fee. Bloodhowl gripped the golden apple and looked again at Zeke's seemingly sincere smile. For the first time, he felt that the mystery shrouding this tiny human before him was even denser than that of the Iron Golem. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present were focused entirely on the Iron Golem in the center. Muggos Klein of the Adeptus Mechanicus was the first to speak. Please forgive my directness, but I must inquire, what is the manufacturing cost of this Iron Golem, and is the manufacturing process complex? These 2 questions addressed the very concerns on everyone's mind. Facing the countless burning gazes, Zeke nodded firmly twice, his voice clear and powerful. It is very cheap. The manufacturing difficulty is very low. It can be mass-produced. These brief answers were like heavy bombs, detonating the auditorium. The Kadayan officers could no longer maintain their composure and began whispering among themselves. If this is true, we could deploy them to every unit. Kadaya's military strength would ascend to a new level. Bang! A sharp slam drowned out the clamor. Inquisitor Daverna had slammed her palm onto the table before her, the sound causing everyone to shut their mouths reflexively. Here it comes. Zeke waited to see what fault the Inquisitor would find. I have a question. Inquisitor Daverna stood up. The tragedy of the Volskani traitors' smoke has yet to clear, the blood has yet to dry. Have we forgotten it so completely? As I see it, she turned to Zeke, neither this object nor its creator is worthy of the slightest trust. She took a step forward, her aura imposing. How can you guarantee the safety of these constructs? What if, after being deployed on a massive scale, they suddenly turn traitor en masse and attack the very things they are meant to protect? Zeke was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly pat his chest and say, don't worry, these are Minecraft rules. Iron Golems are born to protect villagers. As Zeke rapidly thought of a response, a mechanical voice cut in. I believe that on this matter, Lord Inquisitor, there is no need for excessive concern. We, the Adeptus Mechanicus, can provide assurance. Everyone looked over. The speaker was Muggos Klein. Zeke hadn't expected Muggos Klein to speak up for him. Mugos Klein looked at Zeke. If a specimen can be provided for our research, the Adeptus Mechanicus can design a series of tests to ensure its loyalty. Making it sound so noble, when in reality you just want an iron golem to study, Zeke realized. He chuckled inwardly. The Mechanicus can't even fully decipher STCs. If they can figure anything out from 4 iron blocks and a pumpkin, I'll be impressed. Inquisitor Daverna did not back down despite Mugos Klein's endorsement. Zeke spoke up. The very meaning of the iron golem's creation is protection. Meeting the Inquisitor's gaze, he said, enunciating every word, this is a fact that even I, as its creator, cannot alter. Words are wind. Daverna snapped. So, I repeat my earlier statement, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Zeke turned to Creed. Castellan Creed, could I ask you to bring in a soldier? Preferably a young one. Creed's brows furrowed. Will there be any danger? Rest assured, Zeke replied confidently. Creed exchanged a few words with Kel beside him. Kel nodded, and before long, he returned with a recruit who looked only 16 or 17 years old. The recruit had obviously never seen such an overwhelming assembly of figures. Asteroots, an inquisitor, a tech priest, and the iron golem. Only his sworn duty to obey orders kept him from fleeing. Come here, don't be afraid. Zeke beckoned to him. Stand next to the iron golem. Yes, right beside it. The recruit shuffled his feet tremblingly and walked to the iron golem's side. Then, Zeke looked at Inquisitor Daverna. Now, Lord Inquisitor, would you be willing to personally test the iron golem's loyalty and execution of its duty to protect? You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 43, Chapter 43, Iron Golem, you pass, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 600 Power Stones. That is precisely my intention. Inquisitor Daverna removed her greatcoat, revealing the power armor Bene Atheliter, force feedback variant distinct from the massive plate worn by Space Marines. The duty of an Inquisitor is to purge all heresy. She walked slowly toward the center of the room, her gaze coiled tightly around the iron golem. Reveal your true nature to me, and to everyone here. If the iron golem before her showed even a hint of anomaly, she would have sufficient reason to strike immediately and purify it. Before the test begins, please allow me to explain the iron golem's behavioral logic once more, Zeke said. In addition to attacking units that directly harm it, the iron golem will also attack any hostile creature that harms the entity it is protecting. So, what you mean is, Daverna stopped a few meters away from the iron golem and the recruit, her hand gripping the chainsword at her waist. Any action involving harm to this young soldier will be intercepted. Yes. Zeke nodded, while adding a reminder. You know this is just a test, right? To be honest, Zeke didn't trust this paranoid woman not to pull something crazy. Daverna did not reply. She moved. For the first attack, she clearly held back her power and controlled her speed. The tip of the blade deviated slightly at the last moment. It was a standard feint to test reactions. The iron golem shifted half a step sideways, placing its left arm horizontally between the recruit and the sword. The attack was blocked. This proves nothing. Daverna retreated immediately after the strike, taking 2 steps back. The scene of Bloodhull being sent flying was still vivid in her mind. She dared not let this big guy hit her even once. Perhaps it is merely a pre-programmed reaction, or a more sophisticated camouflage. I'd like to see just how long this facade of yours can last. This time, she held nothing back. She became a storm. Her power armor was driven to its maximum, allowing her to twist and turn within the small area so fast she left only after images. The chainsword struck at the pitiable recruit from the front, back, left, and right. Every strike aimed for a vital point, and every strike was intercepted by the iron golem at the last moment, sometimes even taken directly with its body. The iron golem acted like the most faithful reef, standing firm before the trembling recruit. It allowed the Inquisitor's attacks to crash against its body like ocean waves. Of course, the iron golem attempted to counterattack, but its fatal flaw slowness was fully exposed. However, this stance of using its own body as a shield began to cause a subtle shift in the mentality of the onlookers. It can actually hold out to this extent. An old Kadayan soldier muttered, clenching his fist. Loyalty. This quality, supreme to the Imperium, was exactly what the iron golem was demonstrating at this moment. Castellan Creed's gaze grew deeper. Watching the scene unfold, his judgment of the iron golem began to lean towards trust. Later, after verifying it with Mugos Klein of the Adeptus Mechanicus as an added insurance measure, the iron golem could definitely be put into service. You may stop now, Inquisitor, Creed's voice rang out. Everyone has seen the iron golem's performance. Yet, Inquisitor Daverna seemed not to hear. She gritted her teeth. The iron golem's actions were indeed flawless. She couldn't pick out a single error. Could I really be wrong? Is this fellow of unknown origin, and his creation, truly loyal? A sense of humiliation mixed with unwillingness churned within her heart. Her movements became sharper, even carrying a trace of killing intent that she herself failed to notice. The recruit let out a short, sharp cry. Although ignorant, he sensed the dangerous aura radiating from the Inquisitor. The big white thing was protecting him. Realizing this, he shrank further into the iron golem's embrace. People said Inquisitors were fanatics, and now Zeke believed it. These lunatics. Zeke raised his adamantine shield, preparing to intervene. The iron golem's red eyes clearly reflected the Inquisitor's attack, which was breaking through its defenses once again. It had become sluggish from taking continuous hits. It knew it could no longer block them all. Countless unfamiliar memories flooded the iron golem's mind. It seemed that in another spacetime, it had wanted to protect a creature called a villager, and it had always ended in this same outcome. So, am I to fail this time as well? No, steam erupted violently from the iron golem's crevices. The meaning of my existence. The iron golem's body gradually turned crimson, like red-hot iron. I must protect, by any means necessary. A resonant bell toll burst from deep within the iron golem's chest. Praise the Omniscience. This is. Mugos Klein exclaimed, the mechadendrites on his back trembling uncontrollably. Zeke lowered the shield in his hand. As expected of my iron bro. Reliable. Everyone in the venue stood up in unison, all looking at the white figure in the center of the stage. The figure that had now turned red. The Imperium believed that within all mechanical devices existed a rudimentary consciousness known as the machine spirit. The Imperium possessed many complex and tedious rituals to please the machine spirit, because when the machine spirit was delighted, the machine could unleash power far beyond the ordinary. Amidst the steam and red glow, the iron golem moved. Its movements were no longer heavy, its body seemed to lose its weight. In an instant, only a trail of steam remained. Inquisitor Daverna felt an oppressive aura appear behind her flank. She didn't have time to turn around, she only heard the whistling of the air. The iron golem's crimson right fist, moving with speed that transcended its limits, smashed toward her waist. Crap, someone's going to die. Zeke didn't necessarily like the Inquisitor, but he didn't want his iron golem to be branded a killer of an Inquisitor, even if she had asked for it. So Zeke moved. Before attending this meeting, he had specifically taken off his diamond armor. He opened his inventory, equipped the diamond set, grabbed his adamantine shield, and accelerated to intercept the iron golem's giant fist. The iron golem saw its creator blocking its path and tried to retract the attack, but the massive inertia made it impossible. The fist still slammed forward. A deafening noise erupted against the shield, causing the mortals at the meeting to cover their ears. It was the first time Zeke had seen the adamantine shield enter a shield break state. If that punch had hit a body, wouldn't it have turned them into paste? Zeke blocked the attack and breathed a sigh of relief. After this strike, the iron golem in front of him seemed to deflate. It sat slumped on the ground, its red body gradually cooling and looking even more dilapidated than before. Inquisitor Daverna's breathing grew heavy. She had killed many things, chaos cultists, mutants, xenos, corrupted machines. But this iron golem before her. She remembered a saying, do not listen only to what a person says, but watch what they do. Words can weave lies, but actions often reveal the essence. So, after all this, am I the villain? The hand gripping her sword trembled slightly. The creed she had held for so many years wavered, just a tiny bit. I hope you can fulfill your duties, Golem. I will be watching you. With that, the Inquisitor walked straight to the auditorium doors, pushed them open, and vanished outside. Zeke rubbed his eyes. An Inquisitor self-reflecting? How could I be having such a dream? That's about as impossible as the first sheep you meet in a Minecraft world being a pink sheep. It looks like you conquered everyone with your actions. Zeke gave the iron golem a thumbs up. I give you 100 points for this interview. Next bonus at 700 power stones, only 50 remaining, donate fast. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 30 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 44, Chapter 44, Project Titanfall, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 700 power stones, so it wasn't using its full strength just now. Wolf Lord Bloodhull sat in the audience, stroking his chin. However, neither was I, he made sure to add. I almost believed you. Dark Angel Krahill didn't spare the Space Wolf. While they continued bickering, Zeke pulled out some iron ingots and began repairing the iron golem. Although the wounds on the iron golem healed, it still looked listless and seemed to need some time to recover fully. Zeke comforted the still-shaken recruit, shoving a large bucket of milk into his hands. This item was currently a bestseller on Kadaya, serving as compensation for him. At Kel's signal, the dizzy recruit was led away. While in the auditorium, the Kadayan officers in their seats continued to argue endlessly, each sticking to their own opinions. I think this thing works pretty well. Bloodowl's voice drowned out the noise. He kept fondling the golden apple in his hand, like an old man in a park rolling Bayoting balls. TL/N, Bayoting balls are small, spherical weights, typically used in pairs, that are rotated in one hand to improve manual dexterity, strengthen hand and forearm muscles, promote relaxation, and relieve stress. Several times he raised it to his mouth, wanting to take a bite, but stopped himself forcefully. Space Marine intuition told him that eating this thing now would be a waste. Agreed, Dark Angel Krahill surprisingly expressed affirmation. Not just for mortal troops, Space Marines could also attempt to utilize them as targets to draw fire. Quiet. Creed raised the megaphone. Since everyone intends to discuss this in depth, the meeting is adjourned for now to give everyone ample time for consideration. With that, Creed stood up and walked toward the side door behind the podium, shooting Zeke a look to have Kel follow him. Assistant Kel understood and quickly led Zeke with him. The three of them passed through the internal corridor and arrived at an office at the end. Closing the door shut out the faint noise from the auditorium. Creed let out a long breath, his shoulders slumping slightly. He turned around and gave Zeke a helpless smile. I apologize for the spectacle. This war council was truly a failure. I intended to gather all the elite forces still available on Kadaya at Tyrek Bastion to construct the strongest line of defense. He shook his head. I didn't expect them to have their own agendas. It nearly turned into a farce. But it wasn't all bad. At least the initial objective was achieved. Zeke didn't respond to Creed immediately. He had an idea in his head. Zeke's original plan was to deploy iron golems directly to various defensive nodes of the bastion to help resist Abaddon's attacks. The iron golem's extraordinary performance in protecting the recruit just now gave him a flash of inspiration, leading to a bolder idea. Castellan Creed, Zeke spoke up, could you select a specific group of soldiers? The number doesn't need to be large. Creed turned around, gesturing for him to continue. I have a plan. Let's match each iron golem with a specific Kadayan soldier. Let them live together, train together, and face battle together. Zeke took a step forward, just like what happened earlier. That recruit subconsciously relied on the iron golem, and the iron golem did its utmost to protect him. If this bond can be actively cultivated, the combination of one iron golem plus one soldier will achieve an effect far greater than the sum of its parts. Zeke voiced his imaginative idea. Creed and Kel were stunned after hearing it. Soon, a light burst into Creed's eyes, deeply binding with a specific soldier to cultivate affection. Creed muttered to himself, this is similar to how some elite veterans in our army activate machine spirits. His speech quickened. Some veterans wipe their lasguns with high-quality oil before every battle and whisper prayers to their weapons. These weapons, infused with emotion, often unleash unexpected power at the most critical moments. The more Creed thought about it, the more he felt Zeke's idea was simply a stroke of genius. It not only solved the Iron Golem's loyalty issue to a certain extent but also greatly enhanced its combat effectiveness. Kel, Creed ordered, bring the files of soldiers from the recent training camps. Kel acknowledged the order and left the room. Before long, he returned carrying a thick stack of paper files. Considering the Iron Golem's reaction just now, I believe younger soldiers might find it easier to establish a deep bond with them. Kel analyzed as he placed the files on the table. Young soldiers tend to be emotionally rich and highly malleable. Creed nodded, signaling Zeke to start browsing. Zeke picked up the file and opened it. The photo showed a lad who looked only 16 or 17, with bright eyes and the fearless spirit of a newborn calf. The data indicated he came from a border farm, and his marksmanship was outstanding among his peers. The second and third files mostly featured similar young faces. When Zeke flipped to a file past the middle of the stack, his fingers paused. The photo in the file was of a girl. She looked thinner and smaller than the boys before her, with a gloomy expression and tightly pursed lips. Most striking were her eyes. She didn't look directly at the camera but looked downward, revealing a deep wariness. Zeke's gaze moved to the text below. Name, Rumi. Age, 15. Background, Rumi Sterling. Both parents were killed in action during a chaos purging operation when she was 12. Subsequently, the ward was taken in by the Unified Kadayan Orphan Custody Institution. Behavioral observation record. After transferring to the custody institution, the ward exhibited social avoidance and rarely initiated communication with others. There have been reports of minor bullying incidents. Institution instructors have increased attention and intervention, but such incidents are difficult to completely eliminate. Psychological evaluation. Observation reveals that when alone, the ward often engages in unconscious doodling behavior. The drawings are mostly of tall, humanoid shadows. Preliminary judgment suggests this behavior may reflect a strong subconscious desire to be protected. Comprehensive potential assessment. The student shows talent far above average in shooting training, with good memory and comprehension in theoretical courses. However, due to severe psychological issues, she is not recommended for consideration. Zeke finished reading the file. Creed walked over, his gaze falling on the photo and assessment. There are many children like her on Kadaya. Parents die in battle, and they become war orphans, raised uniformly by the institution. She is a very suitable candidate, Zeke said, his voice tinged with complex emotion. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Kel was a straightforward man. His evaluation of the Iron Golem was that of a stern, reliable partner. If such a creation barged into this girl's life, Kel speculated that she would likely cling to the Iron Golem like a lifeline, relying on it with her whole heart. They would establish a very deep connection. Kel spoke up, the Iron Golem is a war machine. It will be thrown onto the battlefield. This hard-won warmth will be torn apart sooner or later. To give hope to someone in despair, only to take it away with one's own hands, I cannot in good conscience agree to such an act. Zeke didn't refute immediately. Looking at the photo, a trace of regret did indeed flit through his heart. Mr. Kel, Zeke raised his head. I understand your concerns, but is there another possibility? Perhaps the arrival of the Iron Golem might not be a bad thing for her. Do we refuse to start because we are afraid of losing? Zeke's tone became firm. Moreover, we cannot decide for her. The key lies in whether this is her own choice. Agreed, Creed nodded. If this girl understands all the risks and possibilities and still voluntarily participates, then it is fair. Children of Kadaya have the right to choose their own path, even if it is a path full of thorns. Kel thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Then this plan needs a name. Creed brought the topic back on track, looking at Zeke. Do you have any ideas? I'm the best at naming things, Zeke blurted out. Let's call it the Drive Iron Golem plan. Simple, direct, and clear at a glance. The expressions on Creed's and Kel's faces froze simultaneously. The air in the office went quiet for 2 seconds. Is that okay? Zeke asked tentatively, seeing their weird expressions. Let's shorten it a bit. How about the Iron Drive plan? Creed rubbed his glabella, while Kel coughed dryly and suggested tactfully. How about we try flipping those words around? Let's call it Project Titanfall. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 45, Chapter 45, A New Adventure. Zeke discussed a few more details in depth with Creed. When the topic turned to the materials required for the Iron Golem specifically, the massive amount of iron Creed became evasive, humming and hawing. I will figure something out, Creed told Zeke, before the three of them returned to the auditorium hall together. The chatter inside the auditorium had quieted down. Castellan Creed announced that he would accept Zeke's iron golems and use them to arm Tyrek Bastion. He also enlisted Muggos Klein to supervise, to further ensure the safety of the iron golems. More specific matters were left for later deliberation. Zeke and Muggos Klein tacitly stood at the very back. The iron golem and the servitor, who had been busy all morning, stood quietly a few meters behind them. Klein, Adeptus Mechanicus representative of the Kadayan High Command. Muggos Klein extended his mechanical hand. Zeke, Master Builder. Zeke felt that just giving his name wasn't enough, so after a thought, he added a self-proclaimed title. Master Builder. An interesting self-designation. Your iron golem is truly an astounding creation. To be honest, when it finally erupted into action, I briefly suspected it was masquerading as an abominable intelligence. After all, such an active manifestation of a machine spirit is rarely seen. Muggos Klein extended his hand forward and shook Zeke's. Honestly, even I was startled at the time, Zeke admitted truthfully. I didn't expect its reaction to be so intense. Zeke observed Muggos Klein. Does Muggos Klein have any knowledge in the field of mechanical automation? Mechanical automation, to which specific aspect do you refer? Muggos Klein asked. Mainly the automation of production and collection, Zeke said as he took a cogwheel from the Create mod out of his inventory and handed it over. For example, using some ingenious mechanical structures to achieve automatic planting, mining, sifting, and crafting. Muggos Klein took the cogwheel. The moment he touched it, Zeke saw the Muggos begin to zone out. He had also entered that state of old to ponder. Incredible. The Muggos' synthesized voice fluctuated. It is clearly just some of the simplest machinery, yet why can it assemble into such miraculous devices? This is unscientific. Mr. Zeke, once the meeting is completely over, we must have an in-depth discussion. Of course, I was thinking the same thing. Zeke nodded, taking the opportunity to pose his next question. Muggos Klein, utilizing the principle of this cogwheel, could you construct a device like this? Zeke tried to describe it in plain language. It automatically plants saplings in the soil, waits for the saplings to grow into big trees, then automatically chops them down and collects the logs. Zeke was describing a fully automatic tree farm from the Create mod. Saplings grow into trees, and automatic chopping turns them into blocks. What kind of fantasy is this? Muggos Klein's expression was peculiar. Are we even in the same universe? Muggos Klein realized the strangeness of the man before him could not be summarized simply by calling him a psyker. This kind of knowledge, this power to alter reality, he suppressed a conjecture deep in his heart. On the surface, he replied, yes. Based on the principle of this cogwheel, it is theoretically completely feasible, perhaps even simple. If these were normal times, I could even build a prototype right here to verify it. If these were normal times, Zeke noted Muggos Klein's wording. Muggos Klein reluctantly handed the cogwheel back to Zeke. Kadaya is currently suffering from a severe shortage of mechanical parts. Many of my daily research projects have been forced to pause. I heard it is because the prison world St. Jasmaine's Hope, a major supplier of parts for Kadaya, has undergone an unknown change. St. Jasmaine's Hope. This was the second time Zeke had heard the name of this planet. The first was on a parts label in the maintenance tunnel of the Leviathan. If parts can't be supplied, I can craft them with a crafting table. Zeke pressed on, as long as there are enough mineral materials, like andesite or whatever, I can craft them by hand. That is a pity. Muggos Klein shook his head again. Kadaya's local mineral reserves are also in crisis. No minerals either? Surely that batch of gold he requested hadn't consumed all the minerals on Kadaya. Have you heard of Solar Moriatis? Muggos Klein mentioned a name. This was the planet Fire Anvil had mentioned earlier, where he was stationed, covered in lava and extremely rich in mineral resources. TL/N, Fire Anvil is the code name of the soldier that made a makeshift furnace some chapters back. That is a system dedicated to large-scale mineral extraction, Muggos Klein continued. It was raided by Chaos forces. The entire planet has fallen and become an outpost for Chaos. So that's it. Zeke now understood why Castellan Creed had been so evasive when he mentioned needing a large amount of iron to build iron golems. No good. Looks like I have to visit that planet, if only for the lava and obsidian. If he could get obsidian, he could build a nether portal. If Minecraft rules were still in effect in this world, then the ratio between the nether and the overworld should be 1:8. This meant he could establish a transport route between Kadaya and Moriatis via a nether portal. That way, he wouldn't lack ores to use. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl is an extremely excellent warrior, and his ability to pilot a ship is also outstanding. Muggos Klein saw through Zeke's thoughts. Zeke looked at Bloodhowl in his seat. He was still rolling. That golden apple around it was practically glowing from the friction. I'll go ask him. Zeke nodded to Muggos Klein, pushed past a few officers, and walked toward the Space Wolf. Sensing someone approaching, Bloodhowl looked up. Seeing it was Zeke, his first reaction was to tighten his grip on the golden apple. What's up, kid? Regret it? Want your little trinket back? It seems the golden apple one gave him had an effect. At least this Space Wolf is willing to talk to me. Zeke got straight to the point. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, I wanted to ask if you could take me to the planet Moriatis. Moriatis. Bloodhowl's eyebrows shot up. What are you going to that broken rock for? That place isn't exactly peaceful right now. But if you're dead set on getting yourself killed, he weighed the golden apple in his hand, and if you provide me with some of those iron lumps of yours that seem decent, I'm going to pay a visit to the despoiler in a few days. I can give you a lift. Bloodhowl's words were shocking. You're going to attack the Blackstone Fortress? What's so surprising about that? Offense is always the best defense. Bloodhowl grinned. He raised his hand, fingers together, simulating the shape of a ship. My fireman Isfang has the power to tear through the Chaos Fleet and drive straight into the Blackstone Fortress. Then, he opened his other hand, palm up, simulating a massive fortress. We just need to ride the fireman Isfang and blast a path open. His ship hand crashed into his fortress hand. That way, all the troubles are solved. How perfect. Reckless to the point of suicide, Zeke evaluated. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl also realized his plan wasn't entirely reliable. If we succeed, everything's great. Even if we fail, we can delay the Blackstone Fortress's arrival. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl looked calm clearly, his mind was made up. He was simply making the choice any space marine would make, striving for that sliver of hope, however slim. 46, Chapter 46, Ender Pearl, Hiraishin no Jutsu. The voices of Wolf Lord Bloodhowl and Zeke were so loud that everyone present heard his plan to kill Abaddon. This time, the long-range hologram of the Dark Angel did not offer a cynical remark. Wolf Lord, this is a joke, right? Creed asked. Of course not. Bloodhowl shook his head like a rattle. To be honest, I already had this intention before I even arrived. Lord Castellan Creed was momentarily speechless. But we don't have to take such a risk. No one knows what is inside the Blackstone Fortress. The risk is too great. Zeke remembered that in the original lore, Bloodowl's raid was actually half successful, causing Abaddon a great deal of trouble. I support Bloodowl's plan, Zeke spoke up. Even if we can't kill Abaddon, the Bloodfist's Fawn can disrupt the progress of the Blackstone Fortress. Can't kill Abaddon? Kid, those are some unpleasant words. But I agree with the second half. Lord Castellan Creed, you can't keep hiding in your shell on Kadaya forever. Bloodowl's words hit Creed where it hurt. It was true. Even if he chose to defend blindly, he could at most save a single cache. But what about the other caches on Kadaya? After a long silence, Creed finally managed a sentence. I support you. That's the spirit, Lord Castellan. Bloodhowl grinned. The Adeptus Mechanicus can also provide some Skitarii aircraft to assist you. They understand the internal structure of the fortress better than ordinary men, Muggos Klein announced. I can ask my brothers, if they are willing. The Raven Guard Arshal added. The Kadayan 13th Regiment. This is the greatest help I can offer you. May the Emperor protect you. Creed waved his hand, declaring the meeting over. Then I'll rest here for a few more days. Once the troops are assembled, I'll find a way to give Abaddon a real blast. Before leaving, Wolf Lord Bloodhowl said to Zeke, Kid, if you want to come, you'll recognize the reddest and most dazzling ship at a glance. Remember to bring your iron heaps along. I have a feeling they'll be of great use on the Blackstone Fortress. Zeke asked a question, how do I return? He didn't think for a second that Bloodowl's plan included a safe return trip. You'll have to figure that out yourself. After all, this is a one-way trip, and we're only going that way as a detour. Bloodhowl laughed heartily and swaggered out of the hall. You're going with him. Creed expressed his disapproval. Lord Castellan, Zeke didn't answer directly. I need a lot of gold. Do you have any? He also needed various types of andesite, granite, and massive amounts of iron, all essential materials for developing his Minecraft abilities. I will do my best to collect them for you, Creed said, still trying to persuade him to stay. Too slow. And while I wait for you, I might as well go there. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Don't worry. Before I leave, I will help you create enough iron golems to launch Project Titanfall. Then how will you get back? Creed asked again. Zeke smiled. I want to ask you to find something. Consider it a down payment for the iron golems. What is it? A stasis field. Zeke watched as Lord Castellan Creed spoke with the Black Templars. Creed had to pay a significant price to convince them, since it is the Lord Castellan's request. Amalrich stood up, and Zeke followed him out to a Tauros Venator. The storage hatch at the rear of the vehicle slid open, revealing an internally sophisticated device. This stasis field was originally intended for storing precious artifacts, Amalrich explained. The device's interior lit up. In the space about half a meter above the device, light began to bend toward a central point, forming a transparent spherical region. The image inside the sphere became blurred. Time was being stretched thin there. Zeke pulled an ender pearl from his backpack. He took a few steps back, stood firm, aimed at the spherical area enveloped by the stasis field, and threw the ender pearl. The pearl traced an arc through the air. Before entering the range of the stasis field, it followed the laws of gravity like any ordinary projectile. But once it entered the stasis field, the Ender Pearl's flight slowed more and more until it eventually hung silently, suspended in the center of the field. The Ender Pearl had been paused. This was Zeke's insurance policy. Once the stasis field was deactivated, the frozen Ender Pearl would continue its unfinished motion, flying forward to strike an object and triggering the teleportation. No matter where Zeke was, he would be instantly teleported back to Kadaya. Zeke turned to Creed with an air of entrustment. Lord Castellan, I need you to promise me one thing. Speak, Creed said, realizing the gravity of the matter. This stasis field. Zeke pointed at the suspended Ender Pearl. 5 days. If I haven't returned from Solar Meridius in 5 days, shut down this stasis field. I promise you, Zeke. I hope you won't need it, Creed replied. Zeke returned to his camp through the tunnels. The first thing he did was find Cow and, feeling a bit guilty, squeezed out several large buckets of beast milk. Next, he asked Bella for a large amount of mushroom stew while expanding a plot of land specifically for growing pumpkins. Using some of the iron ingots Creed had managed to scrape together, he created a large number of iron golems. Some were stationed at various points around the Casakruf. The rest began training alongside soldiers handpicked by Kel who met the requirements for Project Titanfall. 2 days flashed by. On the morning of the third day, at the largest spaceport boarding platform of the Kasserkruf, a mixed force had already assembled. Led by the Space Wolves, the force was peppered with personnel from the Adeptus Mechanicus Skitarii and the Kadayan Regiment. Zeke arrived as scheduled. 3 iron golems followed behind him, and his backpack was stocked with all the materials needed to create an entire army of iron golems. 5 minutes later, Lord Castellan Creed gave a brief departure speech. 2 hours later, boarding was complete. Ground crews began clearing the platform and escorting non-essential personnel away. As night fell, the engines ignited one by one, their searing exhaust plumes creating turquoise afterburner rings. Shortly after, the battle barge plunged headlong toward the Eye of Terror, vanishing over the horizon. Zeke watched the surface of Kadaya grow smaller. He saw his camp shrinking. He saw that stone pillar of hope he had built with stone and torches to gather his people. Then, he could see nothing but a massive, earthy yellow planet appearing before him. That was Kadaya. Power Stones Goal 150 Power Stones. 47, Chapter 47, The Nether Portal. Zeke saw a vast amount of metal wreckage floating in outer space. There was so much debris that it had converged to form a belt of scrap. The Kadayan fleets sometimes hide behind these debris belts. It often allows them to catch the enemy off guard. A Kadayan soldier on the ship looked at the debris field, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Wolf Lord Bloodhowl, a voice came from the direction of the bridge, broadcasting over the comms. Sensor data indicates a Chaos fleet is approaching us from the edge of the debris field. How many? A small task force. 4 rapid strike cruisers. No need to engage. Full engines, push the shields forward, and punch straight through. Yes, sir. Zeke felt a strong sensation of being pushed back into his seat as the background outside the window stretched into infinite lines. The fireman Isfong charged forward with indomitable momentum, heading straight for the Chaos vessels. The Chaos strike cruisers were not in the same weight class as the fireman Isfong and could only hurriedly dodge. The fireman Isfong tore through in a cloud of dust, leaving the Chaos ships far behind in its engine wake. At this speed, we can drop you off at Moriatis within half a day, Bloodhowl estimated. What about you guys? After dropping me off, we'll find a relatively safe zone to land temporarily, Bloodhowl said crisply. We rest for half a day, then continue with our main mission, heading to the Blackstone Fortress. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Zeke found a corner, opened his inventory, took out a bed, and placed it on the floor. It had been night back on Kadaya when they left, so getting some extra sleep seemed like a good choice. Zeke right-clicked on the bed. TL/N, again, no better way to explain other than this. He instantly teleported onto the bed. The light before his eyes dimmed, and his field of view was reduced to just the chat box interface. Spectral sensors have detected a strange vessel. In the corner of the screen, a segment of footage was extracted and slowed down dozens of times. The ship's hull was constructed from an unknown metal. It was not of Chaos design. Bloodhowl stared at the black, strange ship on the screen. He observed symbols resembling temples painted on its hull. Bloodhowl remained silent for a few seconds before making a judgment. It's Xenos. But it doesn't look like the Ildari, it looks more like the undead legions. Bloodhowl watched as the strange ship vanished into the vastness of the universe. Zeke lay in the bed, his sense of time becoming blurred. It felt like only a second or two had passed before he felt someone vigorously shaking him. A soldier looked down at Zeke and informed him that they had reached their destination. I actually envy that you can still sleep at a time like this. The soldier forced an ugly smile at Zeke. Outside the porthole, the scenery had changed drastically. A dusty, gray planet appeared before them. Glowing red dots could be seen on the planet's surface. Zeke deduced that they were magma. Everyone look alive. This planet has already been occupied by Chaos. As the order was issued, the fireman Isfong adjusted its attitude and dove toward the surface of Moriatis. The Chaos forces on the ground also noticed this uninvited guest falling from the sky. Sporadic anti-air fire began to rise from several strongholds, shooting toward the fireman Isfong, though most attacks were intercepted by the void shields. The ship's hull rubbed against the atmosphere, glowing with heat and carving a conspicuous streak of fire across the sky. Look at that streak of fire in the sky. One of the men pointed upward. My gut tells me that it is definitely Chaos. Nonsense. His co-worker beside him replied. Didn't you see that scum down there firing at it? We have to get over there. The man grabbed his co-worker's arm. This is our only chance. If we keep hiding here, we'll either starve to death or be killed by those monsters. No, you go. The whole way there is crawling with Chaos. You'll be killed before you even get close. The co-worker shook off his hand, shrinking back and wedging himself into the corner. Fine, you take care then. The man didn't try to persuade him further. If I find them, I'll definitely come back to save you. He looked at his co-worker, gritted his teeth, lifted the manhole cover, and ran toward the direction of the fireman Isfong. As the altitude continued to drop, Zeke could gradually make out details on the ground. Bottomless open-pit mines, refineries belching thick black smoke. The fireman Isfong continued to fly forward, searching for a safe landing spot. At Zeke's strong request, the fireman Isfong finally chose to land on a hill next to a lava pool. The crew immediately disembarked, spreading out with the warship as the center to set up a perimeter and clear the surroundings. Zeke also deployed the 3 iron golems he was carrying to stand guard near the fireman Isfong. Then, he ran nonstop toward the lava pool in front of him. Approaching the edge of the lava pool, the pungent smell of sulfur mixed with a heat wave hit him in the face. Lava usually emitted toxic gases, but Zeke didn't seem to have any reaction. He switched to an empty bucket, scooped up a bucket of lava, dug a hole nearby, and carefully poured the lava into the pit. Then, he took out a water bucket and poured the water onto it. Hiss, a burst of steam rose up. A block of obsidian appeared in the pit. Zeke took out his diamond pickaxe and mined it. He repeated the process, digging a hole, pouring lava, watering it, and cycling through. The only issue was that mining obsidian was incredibly slow, but Zeke collected dozens of blocks of obsidian. Zeke had experienced several occasions where, upon just entering the nether, a ghast would seize the opportunity to blast the portal apart with a single shot. It was better to mine a little extra obsidian, just in case. After mining enough obsidian, Zeke used ordinary stone to fill in the 4 corners, building a classic rectangular frame, 4 blocks wide and 5 blocks high. He took the flint and iron ingot he had swiped from a residence home in Kadaya to craft a flint and steel, then ignited the obsidian frame. Swirling dark purple patterns spread across the door frame. The nether portal was successfully activated. It won't lead to the warp or something like that, will it? Zeke hesitated for a step, but ultimately stepped into the portal. Everything in his vision began to distort continuously, making him dizzy. Then, Zeke saw a line of text. Loading terrain. 48, Chapter 48, A Trip to the Nether. The Warp. A place where the concepts of time and space do not exist. That is, until the appearance of a block. In the ever-formless warp, this block seemed entirely out of place. It was like a single, solitary note inserted into a chaotic symphony of dissonance. The entity most adept at perceiving change was the first to notice this anomaly. His visage flickered constantly. One moment he was a gentleman holding an ancient tome, the next a shapeless monstrosity covered in tentacles. Everything is going according to plan. His face finally settled on a sharp, avian beak, a beak that looked incomparably stubborn. More blocks appeared. The blocks formed a continuous crimson continent that kept extending outward, as if it had no end. Magma began to flow through this continent, and flames ignited out of thin air upon the blocks, burning perpetually without being extinguished. This scene of conflagration triggered a neighbor. A figure sat upon a throne cast from molten brass. Beside the throne lay his favorite decoration, a mountain of skulls. His eyes turned toward that red continent, then back to his own fortress. There were many differences between the two, but there were even more similarities. Plagiarism. This was naked plagiarism. In the nether, various colors began to emerge, embellishing the monotonous continent. Crimson forests formed from crimson fungi appeared, along with piglin bastions inlaid with blocks of gold. There was terrain, and there was color, yet it remained deadly silent, lacking a certain vitality. Ah, yes, life. A squad of piglins appeared out of thin air, wielding golden swords and crossbows as they walked across the ground. Wither skeletons spawned in the corners of nether fortresses, their bony frames making clack-clack sounds. The appearance of life attracted more gazes. A benevolent-looking, pot-bellied fat man, with rotting pus constantly dripping from his body, was leisurely stirring a large cauldron in front of him. He watched as a piglin fell from a high place and then vanished. No rotting corpse left behind, no process of death. How tragic. He let out a dissatisfied mumble. In his great cauldron, even the tiniest germ had its place. In another place, a graceful figure, twisting constantly like a serpent, stretched out within a palace. She noticed the longing for gold in a piglin's eyes. That singular, pure desire was both charming and frustrating to him. The gods all understood. This world composed of blocks, though situated within the warp, was a domain possessing its own rules. Stepping into the nether, the scene before Zeke was almost exactly the same as in the game. With square objects everywhere, Zeke actually became the abnormal one. The location he teleported to this time happened to be on the edge of a soul sand valley. Zeke made a brief observation of the surrounding environment. He wasn't sure if the nether generated inside the warp, as he didn't know what the warp actually looked like. His body showed no adverse reactions, but given that he was a block person distinct from ordinary humans, Zeke couldn't jump to conclusions yet. He returned through the nether portal and summoned Wolf Lord Bloodhowl. He warned Bloodhowl to set up a perimeter around the portal and to ensure no ordinary soldiers approached it. Then, he mined a few dozen more blocks of obsidian and returned to the nether. Stepping into the valley, Zeke felt a pressure weighing on his mind. On the surface of the soul sand were twisted white human faces, their mouths gaping as if screaming silently. Too evil. Dragging his decelerated body, Zeke dug up a stack of soul sand with a look of disgust. He had no choice, this was the stuff needed to grow nether wart. Zeke continued forward and saw some nether fossils made of bone blocks. Beneath one of the fossils, Zeke was lucky enough to find a dehydrated ghast. TL/N, a dried ghast is a new, immobile block in Minecraft found near nether fossils, representing a shriveled ghast that can be hydrated in water, in the overworld, to grow into a rideable happy ghast. It could be hatched into a happy ghast using water. They were gentle in nature and could be tamed as flying mounts. Zeke imagined himself riding on the back of a happy ghast, drifting slowly through the hail of bullets in the Warhammer world. Too big, too slow. The thing wasn't very useful at best. He could lead it around with a lead like a balloon to scare ordinary people. Despite thinking this, Zeke still stored the dehydrated ghast away. After all, who wouldn't want a cute happy ghast as a pet? Zeke continued his exploration. In the Soul Sand Valley, he encountered several zombified piglins. After getting used to the monsters with bizarre abilities in the Warhammer world, Zeke found dealing with these vanilla Minecraft nether mobs to be a breeze. As long as he managed his spacing, he could beat them with his bare hands. Zeke headed in a chosen direction and traveled for a distance of 400 or 500 blocks. Along the way, he mined quite a bit of nether quartz ore and netherrack. The nether quartz even gave him a tiny bit of experience. Netherrack was easy to mine, and once ignited, the fire would burn forever. It made for a good barbecue grill, and served as passable defensive measures. Exploring deeper, Zeke found a nether fortress. The monster density here was significantly higher. Zeke gripped his diamond sword and shield tightly, cutting a path through all obstacles and clearing out the entire nether fortress. He looted all the chests he found along the way, obtaining plenty of useful spoils: gold ingots, saddles, golden armor, nether wart, and a smithying template. On a platform in the central area of the fortress, surrounded by nether brick fences, he found a spinning blaze spawner. Zeke simply surrounded himself with blocks, leaving a gap for attacking, and began farming. He then collected a sufficient amount of blaze rods, as these blaze rods were the core material for crafting a brewing stand. Power Stone goal 150. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20 plus chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 49, Chapter 49, Dante's Journey Through Hell, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 150 Power Stones. After stripping the entire nether fortress clean, Zeke placed another nether portal, activated it, and stepped inside. It was time to verify the viability of nether travel. As the teleportation concluded, Zeke found himself standing on a desolate wasteland. He looked into the distance, scanning for the fireman Isfong. Soon, he spotted the fireman Isfong, which appeared as a mere speck in the distance. He estimated the distance, the 400 or 500 blocks he had traversed in the nether corresponded to over 3,000 or 4,000 meters in the overworld. Satisfied with his conclusion, Zeke returned through the nether portal. Back on the wasteland, shortly after Zeke had departed, a man clad in miner's gear was running wildly. He had followed the trail of the fireman Isfong all the way here. Behind him, death was hot on his heels. A held rake was in pursuit. This chaos creature was born from the corruption of a specific model of attack aircraft. The held rake opened its maw, extending a Hades autocannon to lock onto the fleeing figure below. Is this it? Is this where I, Dante, meet my end today? Despair drowned Dante's heart. As Dante rounded a crumbling wall, he glimpsed a sight that had no business existing in this place. Just a few dozen meters ahead stood a rectangular gateway. What is that? Some new altar of chaos? Pain shot through his right leg, causing Dante to stumble and nearly collapse. The held rake had intentionally restrained its firepower, toying with its prey. There was no time, no other choice. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Dante charged towards the portal. As his vision blurred, by the time Dante regained his senses, everything had changed completely. Dante dragged his bloodied body to a kneel, staring at the hellish landscape before him. Scorching heat waves rolled around him, yet his face felt icy cold, drained of all color. Where is this? Dante tried to move, but his body felt incredibly heavy. He looked down, and his pupils constricted. He realized he was resting on sand. Being so close to the ground, Dante could clearly see the details of the grains. Humanoid, white faces bobbed and sank within the sea of sand, pressing and squeezing against one another. In those countless, silently screaming pale faces, Dante saw his own fate. No, let me go. Dante struggled desperately. Woo! An ethereal wail echoed through the air. Terrified, Dante looked up. A white phantom was slowly drifting out from behind a pillar of rock. It possessed a jellyfish-like umbrella body, with several trailing tentacles dangling beneath it. The weeping demon spat a fireball at Dante. Terrified out of his wits, Dante did his best to roll to the side. He had barely left his original spot when the fireball struck the rock he had just been on. The shockwave slammed into Dante. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. The blast lifted him off the ground, sending him plummeting off the side. His hands flailed in the air, trying to grab anything to stop his fall. His right hand snatched a vine. Gasping for air, he looked down. Below lay an area glowing with an eerie, spectral green light, populated by plants resembling trees and fungi. Am I saved? In a daze of survival, Dante used the vine to descend, eventually landing on the slick, rocky ground. Still shaken, he looked around. The white demon was nowhere to be seen, but in its place, he spotted a black silhouette. Standing there was a tall, lanky humanoid shadow with a pair of flickering purple eyes. Dante's heart pounded. He narrowed his eyes, trying to make out the details of the shadow. Just as his vision focused, the creature sensed his gaze and whipped its head around. Dante immediately realized that his stare had provoked the monster. The thought had barely formed when the tall shadow vanished. Dante froze. Did it run away? Unfortunately, things went contrary to his wishes. The towering black figure materialized out of thin air right in front of Dante, its hands brushing against him. Dante felt his life draining from his body. If it touches me a few more times, I am definitely dead. Dante scrambled backward, crawling on hands and knees across the wet, slippery ground. His back hit something rough. He turned his head and found he had retreated to the base of a fungus tree. The tree had a broad cap, dark purple bordering on black, with many vein-like hyphae hanging down. I'm dead. The life-stealing shadow was in front, and there was no retreat behind. Dante pressed his back against the trunk of the fungus tree and curled up into a ball. The anticipated touch never came. Dante saw the tall, thin black shadow standing motionless about 3 paces away from him. Its slender frame was just barely obstructed by the fungus tree. It did not advance any further. A moment later, just as eerily as it had arrived, the shadow vanished without warning. Dante's tight nerves snapped loose. It was as if his bones had been removed. He slid down the trunk of the fungus tree and sat on the ground. Ha, ha. He let out a few dry gasps, unsure if he was laughing or crying. A white demon that spat fire. A black demon that teleported and stole life. Dante tipped his head back, staring blankly at this world. There was no sky here, only a ceiling of rock. Oh Emperor, what sin have I committed to fall into such a purgatory? Dante's voice was faint, like a dying man's whisper of confession. He regretted it. He regretted coming to find the ship. Just as his co-worker had said, hope is often the beginning of disappointment. So be it. Dante's eyes gradually lost focus. He stopped watching his surroundings. He was ready to accept his fate. What kind of new creature is this? I don't recall this monster being in vanilla Minecraft. A strange voice came from above and to the side. Using the last of his strength, Dante looked up. A figure clad entirely in blue armor was standing on a protruding rock not far above him. It looks quite human. Is this a special mob added by some mod? Zeke looked down, sizing up Dante. He had just finished looting the Nether Fortress and was returning fully loaded to the overworld when he heard a scream and followed the sound. Zeke leaped lightly from the rock, reaching Dante's side in a few steps. Only upon getting closer did he see that it really seemed to be a human. Zeke reached out and patted Dante. Dante only managed a weak groan from his throat. Looks like he's about to die. Zeke drew his adamantine shield and dispatched the Enderman attempting to ambush him from behind, which dropped a few more ender pearls. Did he come through the nether portal I built? That certainly verifies the theory that ordinary people can survive in the nether. Hoisting the dying miner onto his shoulder, Zeke sprinted back along the path he came, returning to the overworld through the portal. Zeke didn't seek help from the space wolf, Bloodhowl. He felt the man on his back was too heavily injured. It didn't look like something standard medicine could fix. Might as well test out the newly acquired brewing stand. Zeke crafted a brewing stand using a blaze rod on the crafting table. Next, he grabbed a few empty bottles. Based on the materials in his inventory, magma cream, gas tears, and blaze powder collected from the nether, plus a spider eye dropped by a gene stealer earlier, he got to work. He brewed potions of fire resistance, regeneration, poison, and strength. Then, using some glowstone dust, he upgraded the strength potion to strength 2. Zeke propped up Dante's head, pried open his jaw, and poured the potion of regeneration down his throat. The moment the potion entered his system, Dante's body began to recover. The gruesome wounds started to knit together, and even his nearly severed right leg began to heal. So this is the effect of regeneration on others? It was even more exaggerated than Zeke had imagined. If this was any indication, the other potions wouldn't be weak either. Beside him, the unconscious Dante began to wake up. You're awake. The surgery was a success, Zeke said. Dante looked at the fireman as fawn beside him. I'm saved. That was his first reaction. Save my fellow workers, Dante implored Zeke, still remembering the promise he had made. Next bonus at 300 power stones. You can also join patreon.com/ahomanmademofo to read 20+ chapters ahead and support me if you wish. 50, Chapter 50, the general takes the shortcut. After a round of questioning, Zeke finally understood the chain of events. Kid, you'd better explain fast, what is this thing? Bloodhowl had been studying the nether portal for a good while, sensing something deeply unnatural about it. Zeke rattled off a long-winded explanation that it was a teleportation gate connecting to another dimension, and that it was perfectly safe. Bloodhowl looked at Dante, who had just emerged from it. You call this safe? At least he's alive. Wolf Lord, we can proceed inside for preliminary reconnaissance, a soldier of the Mechanicus Skitarii interjected. They volunteered eagerly to explore. However, seeing their excitement, Zeke suspected they had ulterior motives, likely technical curiosity bordering on heresy. Bloodhowl studied the volunteers, pondered for a moment, and eventually agreed. I'll tag along too, Zeke added. The nether can be a bit dicey, having me there adds a layer of insurance. Soon, the recon squad was assembled. With Zeke acting as their guide, they vanished into the nether portal together. Bloodhowl watched them disappear into the purple swirl and lowered his voxcaster, which had lost connection the moment they crossed the threshold. A mere moment later, Bloodhowl saw the portal's surface ripple, and the Skitarii and Zeke emerged. Everyone, except for Zeke, wore expressions of excitement. Incredible, the Skitarii chattered among themselves, discussing the sights and data they had gathered inside. Hold on. Bloodhowl raised a hand to cut off the report. From the time you went into the time you came out, barely 2 seconds passed. You did all that in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Zeke clearly remembered that they had spent at least 80 minutes inside, surveying the surrounding environment. Zeke and Bloodhowl exchanged glances, both realizing the implication at the same time. Time dilation. Zeke ran a few more back-and-forth tests with the squad, finally confirming that time inside the nether portal was almost frozen relative to the real world. Looks like Captain Bloodhowl can stick around on this planet a bit longer. No need to rush off to the Blackstone Fortress, Zeke quipped. Bloodhowl glared at him but didn't refute it. Beside them, Dante was looking on with desperate hope. His co-workers are trapped in a chaos-infested ore processing plant, Zeke told Bloodhowl. According to him, there are plenty of goodies inside that facility. Dante nodded frantically. Refinery number 3. A lot of the equipment is destroyed, but the underground silos still hold a massive amount of untransported raw ore. Since the chaos scum took over, they seem to be trying to restart some of the furnaces. Seeing Bloodhowl still hesitating, Zeke raised the stakes. Worst case scenario, I'll build a nether portal later and send you directly to the Blackstone Fortress. This was an offer Bloodhowl couldn't refuse. Kid, are you sure this door can accurately target the vicinity of the Blackstone Fortress? Zeke pointed confidently at the portal. As long as we have a general directional coordinate, we can try a few times. We'll hit the mark eventually. Bloodhowl was thoroughly tempted. Charging the fireman as Fong through Abaddon's fleet to ram the Blackstone Fortress was indeed a high-risk gamble. If he could silently project an elite squad near the fortress using this method, whether for reconnaissance or sabotage, the value was immeasurable. He even entertained a wilder notion. Could this thing open a door directly to Terra to call for reinforcements? Kid, this gate is too small. Can you build it bigger? I can build it as big as you want, it's just a pain in the... Zeke paused mid-sentence, following Bloodowl's gesture toward the fireman Isfong. The fireman Isfong was massive, larger than standard vessels by an order of magnitude. Zeke estimated he'd need a portal hundreds of blocks wide and high to fit it through. That meant mining obsidian until the end of time. Still, Zeke gritted his teeth and nodded. Let's do it. Bloodhowl made his decision. Zeke let out a sigh of relief, blooming with joy inside. Perfect. I just scored a team of top-tier heavies for free. This was no weak squad. Bloodhowl himself, a pack of space wolves, elite Kadayan stormtroopers, and the Mechanicus Skitarii. Not having to do the dirty work himself was the ideal outcome. Dante, give us the exact location of the refinery. We're taking the shortcut to strike directly at their rear. Zeke addressed Bloodhowl and the others. By shortcut, he naturally meant the nether portal. Zeke stepped into the portal, returning to the nether. Based on the direction and distance Dante described, he chose a bearing and moved quickly. The rugged nether terrain and occasional monsters posed little threat to him. Zeke even had time to farm some enderman in a warped forest, collecting quite a few ender pearls. Every so often, Zeke would stop, construct a new nether portal, activate it, and step through to verify his position in the overworld. TL/N, the overworld is the primary place players spawn, explore, and build. The first 4 portals opened into unfamiliar wastelands or ruins. But when he built and activated the 5th portal and stepped back into the overworld, the sight before him made him instantly crouch low. He was there. Less than a kilometer ahead, a massive ore processing plant sprawled along the edge of a giant mining pit. Towering smokestacks pierced the sky, and clinging to the outer walls of these stacks were several held rakes. Inside the facility, red dots marked the presence of numerous chaos forces. Zeke returned to the nether and relayed the coordinates to Bloodhowl and the assault team waiting there. Then he walked forward another few dozen blocks and opened his 6th portal. Zeke was certain this one would open right in the center of the ore processing plant. Zeke pulled out a potion of fire resistance and a potion of strength too, downing them both. Get ready, let's go. At Zeke's command, Bloodhowl let out a low growl, shouldered his storm axe, and was the first to step through. The others followed in single file.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.